Senior Mrs. Jing was aggressive outside, but she was always obedient before Jing Yaorong, which was the reason why Jing Yaorong liked her. Therefore, as long as Jing Yaorong was unwilling to tell her, she wouldn't ask about it. However, before long, she heard about it from Jing Yunyan. Knowing that Jing Yunyao was still alive, Senior Mrs. Jing couldn't believe it. What did you say? That little bitch is still alive? Are you sure she's Jing Yunyao? Senior Mrs. Jing asked. She refused to believe that Jing Yunyao was still alive. Senior Mrs. Jing hated Jing Yunyao more than anyone else. If it hadn't been for Jing Yunyao's mother, she would have become Jing Yaorong's first wife. Because cultivators kept some traditional customs, they carried out polygamy. Therefore, because of Jing Yunyao's mother, she had to be a concubine. She didn't become Jing Yaorong's official wife until after Jing Yunyao's mother was dead. Even though Jing Yunyao's mother's death had something to do with her, she didn't hate Jing Yunyao less just because of that. Instead, she vented her hatred towards Jing Yunyao's mother on Jing Yunyao. By all means, she never stopped torturing Jing Yunyao. However, she only dared to do that in their house, and would act nice to Jing Yunyao outside. No matter how she bullied Jing Yunyao, she wouldn't damage the Jing family's reputation. Jing Yaorong liked her, but wouldn't allow her to damage the Jing family's reputation. Her hatred towards Jing Yunyao and Jing Yunyao's mother didn't go away until Jing Yunyao was also dead. However, now she was told that Jing Yunyao was still alive. Jing Yunyao even injured her son and granddaughter. We're not sure, but I think it's highly likely, said Jing Yunyan. Even though he wasn't sure of it, he was almost certain that the woman was Jing Yunyao. Damn that little bitch. If she's really not dead, she's too lucky. Senior Mrs. Jing couldn't believe that Jing Yunyao could have survived. So what? We can kill her again. Senior Mrs. Jing added, looking scary. I bet it'll be hard to kill Jing Yunyao again this time, said Jing Yunyan. He wasn't saying that he was worse than his enemy, but Shang Guanyang was indeed a strong competitor. What do you mean? Senior Mrs. Jing asked in an upset tone. She didn't know that Jing Yunyao had a good relationship with Shang Guanyang, because that woman has a close relationship with Shang Guanyang. When I met her last time, Shang Guanyang's disciple told me she's junior to Shang Guanyang. If the woman is really Jing Yunyao, it'll be very difficult to get back at her. And she's at a high level right now. She easily injured my older brother, so she's a formidable enemy, said Jing Yunyan. Although he was unwilling to admit it, it was the truth. What? She's junior to Shang Guanyang? Senior Mrs. Jing was shocked and disappointed. In that case, it would really be difficult for them to kill Jing Yunyao again. Isn't there another way? Senior Mrs. Jing was reluctant to give up. If Jing Yunyao was still alive, she wouldn't be able to sleep in peace even though it had been years. She couldn't understand how Jing Yunyao could be so lucky. Jing Yunyao survived and even reached a higher level, and now had Shang Guanyang's protection. No idea, we can only see what father will do, said Jing Yunyan. He could do nothing about it because he was no match for Jing Yunyao, let alone Shang Guanyang. He could only wait till Jing Yaorong made a decision. Jing Yaorong, however, didn't have the patience to wait till Jing Jining was home. Jing Jining rarely came back home, and only showed up once every few months. Last time Jing Jining came back was the day Shang Guanyang built his house. So, knowing that Jing Jining rarely came home, Jing Yaorong couldn't wait a moment longer. Therefore, before Jing Jining came back, Jing Yaorong sent people to the capital to look for the woman who closely resembled Jing Yunyao. He wanted to know whether the woman was Jing Yunyao. What would he do after making sure? Jing Yaorong had no idea for the time being because he stood in awe of Shang Guanyang. As a result, he could only think about it when the result was out. Anyway, he wouldn't give Jing Yunyao any chances to pay the Jing family back. She was at a very high level now and also had Shang Guanyang's support. In that case, even Tiandazong might not be able to stop her from harming the Jing family. Accordingly, the Jing family would suffer a great loss. It also wasn't appropriate for him to turn to Tiandazong for help before Jing Yunyao really took action to harm the Jing family. So he had to wait. Before damage was caused, Tiandazong wouldn't interfere, because Tiandazong wouldn't criticize Shangguanyang just because of his words. If Shangguanyang denied it, Tiandazong would be embarrassed. Therefore, he needed evidence to turn to Tiandazong for help. However, if Jing Yuniao really took action to pay them back, the dirty secret that he had murdered Leng Yuanhan and Jing Yuniao would be exposed. In that case, Jing Yaorong still needed to take precautions. Jing Yaorong always said that Jing Yuniao would pay the whole Jing family back. But that actually wasn't true. Jing Yuniao would only pay her family back. Other members of the Jing family had never hurt her, so she wouldn't punish them as long as they didn't stand in her way when she took revenge. After that, she would support Jing Jining to become the new patriarch of the Jing family. If other members accepted Jing Jining's leadership, it would be for the best. If not, she would beat them till they accepted it. Now Jing Yuniao was at the out-of-body stage, while the strongest member of the Jing family was only at the Yuanning period. In addition to Jing Yaorong, who was in the middle stage of the Yuanning period, there was an elder in the same stage and an elder in the primary stage of the Yuanning period in the Jing family. If the three of them didn't fight together against Jing Yuniao had the confidence to win. And although Leng Xiaoting was only at the peak of the Golden Core stage, it wasn't very difficult for him to defeat a cultivator at the primary stage of the Yuanning period. Moreover, Leng Xiaoting had the help of the Flood Dragon, so he should be able to defeat the elder at the middle stage of the Yuanning period. After all, Leng Xiaoting had explosive power and could defeat cultivators at higher levels than him. Therefore, as long as they worked together, it should be easy for them to defeat the three strong cultivators in the Jing family. Besides, the two elders might not be willing to help Jing Yaorong when he lost his influence. Even if they had the idea, they might not have the courage. Anyway, Jing Yuniao and Leng Xiaoting had Shangguanyang's support. Although Jing Yuniao and Leng Xiaoting wouldn't let Shangguanyang interfere, Shangguanyang would be present if they really had conflicts. After all, if he didn't go with them, he would be worried about their safety. Jing Yuniao didn't know that the Jing family was searching for her, but she didn't really care about that anyway. After all, it wasn't a problem for her to team up with Leng Xiaoting against the three strongest cultivators in the Jing family. Therefore, she wasn't afraid of the Jing family right now. She was willing to face it. While Leng Xiaoting was absent, she and Miao Jingjing either cultivated in the Sihiyuan or went to their flower shop. Before long, the news that Yuniao, or Jing Yuniao to be specific, was still alive soon spread abroad in high society. People who were familiar with her were all surprised. Was it true that someone who died over 10 years ago suddenly showed up again? Most people doubted that because they didn't see Yuniao in real life. They didn't even see her photos, so it was hard for them to believe it. Perhaps she only resembled Yuniao, or it was just a rumor. However, people who had a good relationship with the Leng family immediately called them. Since the news was already abroad and everyone was aware of that, the Leng family directly admitted it. After that, everyone congratulated them, but nobody asked why Yuniao wasn't dead. Although the news about Jing Yuniao was everywhere, no more people heard news about the zombies. After it went abroad, Senior Mrs. Su called Jing Yuniao right away and asked her whether she was all right. She didn't know how the news went abroad, whether Jing Yuniao spread it herself or whether someone else did it maliciously. If Jing Yuniao did it on her own, it would be fine, but it would be really evil if someone else did it purposefully. Jing Yuniao had told Senior Mrs. Su that she was unwilling to make her identity public, since once it went public, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Jing Yuniao replied to Senior Mrs. Su that someone deliberately did it, but that she didn't care. Wei Lingfeng was already aware of it, so she wouldn't be in trouble. Hearing that, Senior Mrs. Su was relieved. After that, she asked Jing Yuniao whether she was free in the afternoon. If she had time, they could meet up. Jing Yuniao had a lot of free time, so she accepted Senior Mrs. Su's invitation. Because Jing Yuniao had taken Miao Jingjing to meet Senior Mrs. Su several times before, Miao Jingjing was already familiar with them. Therefore, Senior Mrs. Su told Jing Yuniao to bring Miao Jingjing too. If Jing Yaorong's people heard Yuniao's name, they would have surely connected it with Jing Yuniao and sought more information about it, but only the Leng family and other people in the same circle were aware of it. So Jing Yaorong's people failed to get any useful information. The capital was a very large city, so it wasn't easy to find a certain person. At the Kunlun Mountain, Gu Ning and the others had stayed at Kunlun Mountain for 5 days. After 5 days of cultivation, she became stabler at her level, but Lung Shouting hadn't broken through to the next level yet. It wasn't easy to break through to the next level, so they didn't rush. Anyway, Lung Shouting showed signs of breaking through to the next level this time, so he had to finish it here before going back. Because if he went home right now, he might have to do it in the city. It wasn't suitable for him to break through to the next level in a city. Although there wouldn't be heavenly thunder when he entered the Yuaning period, it would cause strong explosions, and people could easily notice that. Gu Ning and the others brought enough food with them. They could stay there for nearly half a year, let alone a few days or half a month. Moreover, they kept the food in the telepathic eye space, so the food would stay as fresh as always. After arriving at the Kunlun Mountain, Gu Ning let the monster fox and tree vine out for cultivation. As soon as the tree vine felt the magical power at the Kunlun Mountain, it was excited, because there was indeed thicker magical power. At dinner time, Si Jin and Gu Ning were ready to cook together. Zhang Lilua didn't sit there and do nothing. He went out, trying to catch some wild animals since they always saw wild rabbits at the Kunlun Mountain, especially in winter. Right now the Kunlun Mountain was covered by snow, so there might be wild rabbits. Gu Ning and the others set up a shed outside the tower to cook. And at night they would cultivate in the tower instead of sleeping. The next day they would all be refreshed. 40 minutes later, Gu Ning and Si Jin finished cooking, but Zhang Lilua wasn't back yet, which filled Si Jin with anxiety. Gu Ning also felt it was strange, because Zhang Lilua told Gu Ning that he would come back if he failed to find wild rabbits in half an hour. The girls could finish the meal within half an hour, and they didn't lack food. Zhang Lilua only went to catch wild rabbits to add a new dish. Therefore, if he couldn't find any, he would come back and go out another day. However, 40 minutes were gone, but Zhang Lilua was still absent. Therefore, it was hard for them not to be anxious. Most importantly, Zhang Lilua was always punctual. Did he encounter any trouble? Si Jin guessed worriedly. It was the Kunlun sex place and where they were most familiar with, so it was impossible that Zhang Lilua would get lost. However, because of the thick magical power, there might be evil cultivators and monsters. As a result, Si Jin was afraid that Zhang Lilua might have run into those things and been stopped on the road. Even though average evil cultivators and monsters were no match for Zhang Lilua, there could be stronger evil cultivators and monsters. UTC Jin wasn't just overthinking. She indeed had a premonition, so she was really worried that Zhang Lilua was in danger. "Let's go out and find him," said Gu Ning. She was worried too, so she thought that they better go out and look for him. "No problem," said Si Jin as she immediately put down the plates in her hands and stood up. Because Shangguan Yang stayed with Lung Shouting at the back of the tower, Gu Ning and Si Jin didn't go to tell them when they left with the monster fox. During this time, Gu Ning made great progress in Qinggong so she could fly over the cliff with some difficulties. However, no matter how difficult it was, she needed to do it by herself so that she could continue to make more progress. They searched around at the back of the mountain as they shouted. Unfortunately, there was no one within 20 meters in radius, so they had to go deeper and deeper. They went to the front yard later, but still failed to see Zhang Lilua. At this moment, Si Jin became even more anxious. "Is he injured? I don't think so. Let's try to find him separately. If we still can't find him within 10 minutes, we'll go back and turn to our master for help." Gu Ning comforted her. However, she wasn't sure whether they could find Zhang Lilua. If they couldn't find him in 10 minutes, they would turn to Shangguan Yang for help. She just hoped that Zhang Lilua would be fine. "Sure," said Si Jin. After that, she left Gu Ning, and the monster fox also went in another direction. Because the magical power was thick around the Kunlun sex place, cultivators could be hidden by it. Therefore, Gu Ning needed to be closer to feel other cultivators around her. When 10 minutes almost passed, Gu Ning finally sensed an evil cultivator. Instantly, she realized that Zhang Lilua had encountered an evil cultivator. Without delay, Gu Ning rushed over. When she had nearly reached them, she saw Zhang Lilua fighting against a man in a black robe. Obviously, Zhang Lilua was at a disadvantage, but the man in a black robe couldn't hurt Zhang Lilua yet. Therefore Guning rapidly ran over and joined the fight at once. Before Guning came, Zhang Lilua was worried that he might not be able to defeat the evil cultivator. But he relaxed the moment he saw Guning. The man in the black robe didn't think that Guning was at a high level, so he didn't take her seriously. However, the moment he fought against Guning, he was amazed. Guning wasn't at a very high level, but she had unbelievable explosive power. So the man in a black robe immediately became alert. "Are you the girl named Guning?" asked the man in a black robe all of a sudden after staring at Guning for a long while. At the beginning, he only felt that she looked familiar, but wasn't sure of it, because he believed that Guning was only an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be a cultivator, so he needed to make sure of it. Yes, Guning admitted it after the man recognized her. Since the man met her, he wouldn't let her go. Although Zhang Lilua alone couldn't defeat this evil cultivator, and Guning might not be able to do it either, it would be a different matter when they teamed up. Once Guning teamed up with Zhang Lilua, they became much stronger, so they soon held the advantage. "Well, I'm surprised by your explosive power." The evil cultivator was astonished. This was the first time that he had ever seen a cultivator who was stronger than her level. "Thank you for your compliment," said Guning. The evil cultivator snorted. He wasn't complimenting her, but it wasn't wrong that she took his words as a compliment. No matter who and how strong they were, once a good cultivator ran into an evil cultivator, there would be a battle. Only one could survive. Therefore, even though the evil cultivator was at a disadvantage for the time being, he still did his best to fight against Guning and Zhang Lilua. Otherwise, he would be killed. 10 minutes later, Si Jin went back to the place they just stood, but she didn't see Guning. She wondered whether Guning had found Zhang Lilua. Zhang Lilua might really be in trouble, so Guning went to help him, so she was absent. Thinking of that, Si Jin didn't go to see Shangguanyang, but ran towards where Guning left. With the help of Qinggong, she quickly saw Guning and the others. Although it was rugged terrain over the Kunlun mountain, she had a broader view of things by standing at a high place. Therefore, from her high position, Si Jin saw Guning and the others from afar. Once she saw Guning and Zhang Lilua in a fight against the evil cultivator. She saw that she had guessed correctly. Zhang Lilua had encountered an evil cultivator, so wasn't able to come back punctually. Si Jin immediately went to them. When the evil cultivator saw another cultivator at a high level, he finally felt that the situation had become really dangerous. It was a little difficult for him to defeat Guning and Zhang Lilua, but he could still fight. However, if another cultivator joined in the fight, he would be caught. As a result, the evil cultivator wanted to run away when Si Jin came over. Unfortunately, it was too late. In fact, even if Si Jin didn't come, it would still be hard for him to run away from Guning and Zhang Lilua. Once Si Jin joined in the fight, the evil cultivator was soon pushed back. The evil cultivator didn't beg for their mercy, because he knew that it was meaningless after he ran into good cultivators. He could only summon up his courage and struggle to survive. In the end, the evil cultivator was beaten by Guning and the others. His energy center was broken by Guning and he took his last breath the next second. "I'm so lucky that you came to help me, or I would have lost my life," said Zhang Lilua after killing the evil cultivator, feeling slightly scared. Zhang Lilua was scared, not because he was a coward, but because no one was willing to die. When he was in mortal danger, he was filled with horror. "You told us that you'd come back in half an hour, but you were still absent after 40 minutes. So we were worried that you might have run into evil cultivators or monsters, and so we came to look for you. Luckily, Guning found you, or it would have been a disaster." Si Jin felt lucky too. If Guning hadn't found Zhang Lilua, Jing Lilua might really have been killed. And if Zhang Lilua was dead, she would commit suicide, because he was the only reason why she still wanted to live in this world. "Anyway, nobody's hurt, but I think we better go out in two in the future. It won't be so dangerous," said Guning. "Right." Zhang Lilua and Si Jin agreed. They had to be careful. After that, they returned to the back of the mountain. Before they arrived, Shangguanyang went out of the tower, but he saw nobody. He slightly frowned. Didn't they cook here earlier? Why couldn't he see anyone? Besides, the food was ready, but they weren't eating. They didn't call him out for the meal either. If he didn't come out to see whether the food was ready, he wouldn't know that they were gone. Shang Guanyang didn't think that they might have encountered danger, so he wasn't anxious. After a glance at the food, his mouth was watering. He wondered whether he should eat a little first or wait till they got back. Because they were very close now, it wouldn't be impolite even if he ate before them. In addition, he would only fill his stomach a little. He wouldn't eat all the food. As a foodie, it was torture for him to stand there and watch the delicious food. However, right at this moment, Gu Ning and the others came back. Once they were back, Gu Ning told Shang Guanyang about what had happened earlier. After hearing the story, Shang Guanyang frowned. He knew that evil cultivators and monsters would come here and cultivate due to the thick magical power, but Jiang Liluo ran into them today and was almost killed. Anyway, since Gu Ning had already killed the evil cultivator, it was over now. After all, he couldn't punish the evil cultivator's body. Actually, the body had been torn to pieces by Gu Ning, and there was barely a complete piece of flesh. Gu Ning wasn't cruel enough to refuse to leave the body whole, but it might cause unnecessary trouble if other people saw the body. Luckily, you're fine. Don't go out alone in the future. There is no leader in the Kunlun sect's place now. So evil cultivators and monsters all come here for the magical power. They're not afraid. If we run into evil cultivators and monsters at average levels, it won't be a big problem, but it might be a serious problem if we encounter stronger ones, said Shang Guanyang. He was right. In fact, evil cultivators and monsters came to the Kunlun sect's place for the magical power once in a while. However, they didn't visit here frequently, so they didn't find the back of the mountain. After Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting intruded in, Shang Guanyang cast a formation on it when he left with them. Therefore, cultivators who didn't know formations couldn't get in, unless Shang Guanyang led the way. Sure, they replied. Since there was no problem now, they were unwilling to be affected, so they went to eat together. However, they suddenly heard a boom from the back of the towner. Gu Ning and the others were struck dumb for a second, then immediately put down their bowls and chopsticks. Without delay, they ran to the back of the tower. The loud explosion was caused by Leng Xiaoting when he broke through to the next level. At this time, he had the least strength and couldn't breathe steadily. If he couldn't stabilize his breath, something bad might happen. For example, he could hurt himself. When Gu Ning and the others arrived at the back of the tower, they saw Leng Xiaoting weakly sitting on the ground cross-legged. However, he could hardly sit stably and leaned a little forward. He did his best, trying to stabilize his body and breath. Only by doing that could he fill himself with strength again. It was very difficult, but it was possible. It just completely depended on his determination. Precisely because it required one's determination instead of strength, Shang Guanyang and the others did nothing after they came. They decided to let Leng Xiaoting handle it on his own. If he failed, they would help him then. Gu Ning understood it too, so she did nothing as well. Although her heart ached for Leng Xiaoting, she controlled herself. They were cultivators, and it was something they had to suffer. Besides, there were more difficulties for them to deal with in the future. As long as they could handle it by themselves, they should rely on themselves. If other people helped them with it, what should they do the next time if no one could help them then? If they got into the habit of relying on other people's help and lost their own abilities, they could easily lose their lives. Leng Xiaoting had entered the primary stage of the Yuaning period. This time, he didn't make progress over several levels, because it was becoming more and more difficult. Anyway, it was already considered amazing that Leng Xiaoting could break into the primary stage of the Yuaning period within such a short time. Although it was hard to stabilize his breath right now, Leng Xiaoting soon overcame the difficulty. Gradually, his breathing steadied and he regained his strength. After regaining his strength, Leng Xiaoting only felt more energetic, but he still needed to practice his skills in the Yuaning period. When Leng Xiaoting was done, Gu Ning and the others walked towards him. "Ha-ha! Good for you!" Shang Guanyang smiled proudly. He was happy for Leng Xiaoting's talent and the fact that Leng Xiaoting was his disciple. Junior Leng is the most talented cultivator I've ever seen. Junior Gu is also very talented, said Jiang Liluo. He didn't know which one between Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning was better, because he thought that they were both outstanding. Anyway, they were indeed the most talented cultivators he had ever seen. Within only a year, Leng Xiaoting had reached the Yuaning period from being just a mortal, which had never happened before. Gu Ning was also about to reach the heartbeat stage, and could break through to the golden core stage after a year or so. It was unbelievably rapid progress, but Jing Lilua wasn't jealous of them, since they belonged to the same sect. He would only feel happy for them that they were talented. Other cultivators might get jealous, but it was meaningless. In fact, compared with Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoting was more talented. He didn't have magical tools to help him make progress. He only had the blood and talent for cultivation. Gu Ning, on the other hand, had super powerful tools, but her level was still lower than Leng Xiaoting's. In that case, Leng Xiaoting was more talented than her. Gu Ning didn't care about that. Leng Xiaoting was the man she loved, so no matter how much stronger Leng Xiaoting was than her, she wouldn't be jealous of him. She would just do her best to catch up with Leng Xiaoting. Even if she couldn't be at as high a level as him, she wouldn't be much worse than him. She wanted to be together with him forever, and they would age at the same speed. After all, they could prolong their lives by cultivating. There are two exceptions. You two are also impressive. There aren't many cultivators who can reach the golden core stage in their early 20s. Even back in our era you were talented, said Shang Guanyang. He understood that Jiang Lilua and Si Jin wouldn't get jealous, but they were indeed amazing too. He was just being honest, but he also said it to comfort them. Although he knew that they wouldn't think much about it, he felt he should pay special attention to their feelings. It was great news that Leng Xiaoting broke through to the next level. But they hadn't eaten yet, so they went back to eat. After they finished, they needed to climb down the mountain and rush back to the capital overnight. Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning were worried that something might happen while they were gone. Although Jing Yunyao could help and all the problems would be solved, they still felt it was their duty to protect their country. Shang Guanyang complained that they could never have a real break, and that was true. They always had work to do and got involved in other people's business. They didn't even have time to cultivate. Luckily, they were talented, so they still made fast progress even though they only spent very little time on cultivation. Average cultivators might not be able to make any progress within just a year. Although I'm busy, I need to make money. I didn't have money to pay my medical fees in the past, but now the only thing I don't lack is money, said Gu Ning. Alright, you win. Money is indeed a good thing. You can buy a lot of delicious food with money, said Shang Guanyang. He was mostly interested in food. Master, your disciple Mi has a lot of money. You can eat whatever you want and as much as you like, said Gu Ning in a very generous tone. Great. As long as you're willing to pay the bills for me, said Shang Guanyang. Even though he deserved that treatment because he taught them skills, he was sometimes afraid that they might dislike him for it. Of course. Master, the skills you've taught us are worth far more than just a little money, said Gu Ning seriously in case Shang Guanyang had worries. Right? I agree with Ning Ning, Leng Xiaoting said. He was more than willing to support Shang Guanyang. That'll be perfect. Shang Guanyang felt touched hearing Gu Ning's and Leng Xiaoting's reply. His worries also went away. In fact, what Shang Guanyang taught them was worth much more than the money they had spent on him. The skills were priceless. After eating, it was already 8 p.m. But they didn't rush to climb down the mountain. Because the sky turned dark later here, it was already 8 p.m. But the sky was still bright. They would directly fly back to City Gu with their FLYMG swords when it was dark. If they went back right now, they couldn't use their FLYMG swords because people could easily see them once they left the Kunlun mountain. And that might cause trouble. At 9 p.m., the sky was finally dark, so they set off at once. They didn't fly as fast as a plane, but they were much faster than a car. It normally took 2 hours to get to City Gu from the Kunlun mountain, but they arrived after half an hour. They walked to the main road, then took a taxi to the airport. The private jet they took was parked at the airport of City Gu. So after they got into the taxi, Leng Xiaoting called the pilot of their private jet. He wanted it to be ready to take off in half an hour. They were near the airport now and should arrive in 5 minutes, and within 20 minutes, they should be able to board the plane. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting called Jing Yunyao. Before Leng Xiaoting said anything, Jing Yuniao asked about his condition. Leng Xiaoting called her, which meant he had already left the mountain. Therefore, he should either have succeeded or failed in breaking through to the next level. Although Jing Yuniao believed that Leng Xiaoting must have succeeded, she needed to hear the answer from his mouth. Leng Xiaoting told her that he succeeded and that he was at the primary stage of the Yuaning period now. Hearing that, Jing Yuniao was happy for him. Then Leng Xiaoting asked Jing Yuniao whether anything had happened during these days. Jing Yuniao told him that some accidents happened, but she dealt with them well. She would tell him details after they were back. Since she managed everything well, Leng Xiaoting wasn't worried and didn't ask about it. They would talk about it later. Gu Ning also called Xiao Ye and asked whether anyone wanted to see her. There were many people who called Gu Ning recently, but there was nothing serious. The company also worked properly. Hearing that, Gu Ning was relieved. When they arrived at the airport, it was only 10 p.m., so it was still crowded. However, because Leng Xiaoting and the others took a private jet, they went through a special passage. Before they walked in, someone else also used the special passage. At the entrance, a bunch of young boys and girls were shouting the same name and "I love you" over and over. At a glance, Gu Ning figured out what was happening. A group of young fans surrounded their idol. It was Cui Enyi, a mixed-blooded female star. It was said that she was very arrogant and always traveled in a private jet. Anyway, she was rich, so nobody could judge her. "What's happening over there? Did anything go wrong?" Shangguan Yang asked. "It is a group of young fans," said Gu Ning. "Oh." Hearing that, Shangguan Yang nodded. He knew that young people nowadays all had their idols. There were also crazy fans, but this was the first time that he had ever seen such a scene, so he didn't know what was happening. Gu Ning couldn't care less about Cui Enyi, and their private jet was going to take off in 20 minutes. Therefore, they had to be quick. Whether Cui Enyi was busy posing for her fans to take photos of her, Gu Ning and the others needed to go through. Cui Enyi was a great beauty. She was good at acting and singing, so she still had a lot of fans, although she was arrogant. Moreover, she was born in a rich family, so she had enough money to be so confident. "Let us walk through, please," shouted Gu Ning at the front. Because these fans were too crazy, they barely heard Gu Ning at the beginning. Gu Ning slightly frowned and raised her voice. "Please, everyone, let us pass. We're running out of time." This time, most people heard her and turned around to look at Gu Ning. The next moment, they were stunned. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were too attractive to be ignored. Although Gu Ning wasn't that much prettier than Cui Enyi, she was undoubtedly more beautiful than her. More and more people focused on Gu Ning, and the voices shouting Cui Enyi's name became lower and lower. Cui Enyi, her agent and assistant, also noticed what was happening. They turned to look at Gu Ning, but there were too many people in between them, so they couldn't see Gu Ning clearly. "What's going on over there?" Cui Enyi frowned unhappily. "Let me see," her assistant said and immediately walked over. "I'm sorry we're late. Please let us pass, thanks," Gu Ning said again while everyone was stunned. She wasn't mad at all. Hearing that, the crowd subconsciously split and a passage appeared before Cui Enyi came over. The next moment, Cui Enyi saw Leng Xiaoting and the others. She ignored the others and directly focused on Leng Xiaoting. She could barely take her eyes off him. Cui Enyi never had much interest in handsome men, because rarely could men attract her attention, but she was attracted to Leng Xiaoting at this moment. In addition, her heart pounded fast. This man was extraordinarily handsome. When the crowd split, Gu Ning and the others walked over. They didn't bother to give Cui Enyi a glance, because she was just a stranger and wasn't important at all. Cui Enyi, however, stared straight at Leng Xiaoting, but he paid no attention to her. Instead, he didn't hesitate to walk away from her, which annoyed Cui Enyi. She was always confident in her appearance, because even those men she was interested in couldn't ignore her. Unfortunately, they only held her interest but couldn't win her heart. On the other hand, this man in front of her made her heart skip a beat. However, Leng Xiaoting didn't bother to give her a glance, and she felt insulted. Anyway, they were strangers, so she couldn't say anything, but she was reluctant to miss such an extraordinarily handsome man. Therefore, Cui Enyi left her fans aside and said that she had to go too. At this time, everyone focused on Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning, so they cared little about Cui Enyi now. Even though she was leaving, not many people felt upset. The girls were all staring straight at Leng Xiaoting's back, seizing every second to appreciate him. He was too handsome to be ignored. They wondered whether the man was a star. If he wasn't a star, he had to be a rich heir, or he wouldn't be able to use the exclusive passage. Only people with power and wealth could use this passage, because they were going to take a private jet. Whether he was a star or a rich heir, the girls started dreaming about him. They were curious to know who the girl next to him was. Was she his younger sister or girlfriend? Either way, they all wished that they could be the girl and walk together with him. Seeing that most people began to focus on Leng Xiaoting and ignored her, Cui Enyi frowned with displeasure. However, it was the man who she was interested in that stole her limelight, so she wasn't too angry. Cui Enyi immediately caught up with Leng Xiaoting and the others. She already left her fans, who had to stand outside. They couldn't get in. "Sir, have we met before? You look familiar." Cui Enyi tried to strike up a conversation with Leng Xiaoting. She used the old-fashioned way, because she couldn't think of a better way at this moment. Leng Xiaoting paid no attention to her. But Gu Ning said, "Miss, that's too old-fashioned, and he's my fiancé. I don't think it's polite for you to try to strike up a conversation with my fiancé." Gu Ning said this in a flat tone, but she wasn't mad, because it happened very often. She didn't think it was a big deal, and she wouldn't get mad just because some girl wanted to strike up a conversation with Leng Xiaoting. She wasn't that petty. If the girl had manners and stopped, Gu Ning wouldn't bother to argue with them. But if the girl refused to leave, Gu Ning would change her attitude. Upon hearing that Gu Ning was the man's fiancé, Cui Enyi was extremely disappointed. To her surprise, this man was already engaged. At the same time, because Gu Ning spoke, Cui Enyi noticed her. She felt even more sour, because Gu Ning was stunning. Although Cui Enyi believed that she was a great beauty and not many girls were comparable to her, she was still willing to admit that some girls were prettier than her. As a result, Cui Enyi got jealous, but she didn't show it on the surface. Cui Enyi felt jealous, but she still composed herself. Then she smiled at Gu Ning. "Miss, please don't get me wrong. I just felt that this gentleman looks familiar. I thought we'd met before, so I came up to say hi." She didn't want to be embarrassed, so she gave an explanation. However, she was unwilling to give up right now because she was jealous of Gu Ning, so she wanted to embarrass Gu Ning instead. "Miss, you're getting emotional here. Are you worried that your fiancé will be stolen?" It sounded as if she had no interest in Leng Xiaoting, but that was just an act. "Miss, what belongs to you is yours, and no other woman can steal it. If it isn't yours, no matter how careful you're, it'll still leave you." She was mocking Gu Ning for being not confident. Besides, she also implied that Gu Ning's fiancé didn't love her very much. Otherwise, she wouldn't feel so insecure. "And I think you better learn to protect your man's face outside. For example, I was asking the gentleman, but you argued before he said anything. That's not the right way." She was trying to stir things up between Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting. Men cared a lot about their dignity, so she felt that Leng Xiaoting would be mad at Gu Ning for embarrassing him in public. Although she understood that they wouldn't break up just because of her words, she couldn't help annoying Gu Ning. It would be best if they really broke up due to her words. Hearing Cui Enyi's words, Gu Ning wasn't mad. She couldn't be that easily irritated. She just felt that Cui Enyi was dramatic. The others, however, were displeased. They couldn't tolerate it when someone tried to bully Gu Ning. Even though she couldn't really hurt Gu Ning, her behavior was disgusting. Who did she think she was? How could she stir things up between them? Anyway, the others understood that Gu Ning could handle it, so they said nothing, since their involvement might only cause unnecessary trouble. "Miss, I agree with what you just said, but that doesn't work for me. First, it can't be more obvious whether you tried to strike up a conversation with my fiancé. No one's an idiot here. You don't need to act dumb. And you're a famous star, right? You're always arrogant. I don't think you have the habit of exchanging greetings with strangers. You did that to my fiancé simply because he's extraordinarily handsome. If you'd met him somewhere before, I bet you must have already tried to win his heart, said Guning straightforwardly. If Cui Enyi just gave an explanation, Guning wouldn't bother to argue with her. However, Cui Enyi tried to stir things up between her and Leng Xiaoting. Although it was meaningless, Guning couldn't accept that. Hearing Guning's words, Cui Enyi was embarrassed, because what Guning said was true. She indeed tried to strike up a conversation with Leng Xiaoting, and they actually hadn't met before. Besides, Guning said that she was arrogant and aloof, so obviously Guning knew her. She was a famous star, so it wasn't strange that Guning had heard of her. Since Guning knew who she was and still decided to be so unkind to her, Guning must be important too. Otherwise, Guning wouldn't be able to use this exclusive passage. Guning paid little attention to Cui Enyi's reaction and continued. Second, I'm not being emotional here, but my fiancé has no interest in you. I replied to you for the sake of your face. At the same time, I also wanted you to know that he's already engaged. Please stay away from him, or you'll be the only one that's going to be humiliated. What? This man had no interest in her? And this girl replied to her simply for the sake of her face? How could this man do that to her? That wasn't what a gentleman should do. How could he pay no attention to her? Cui Enyi was blaming Leng Xiaoting for everything, but it wasn't Leng Xiaoting's duty to reply to her. Who did she think she was? She was just a spoiled woman. Guning paused for a second, then added, if you just wanted to make an explanation, I wouldn't argue with you. But you tried to stir things up between us. Hearing that, Cui Enyi was embarrassed. To her surprise, Guning was smarter than she thought and easily saw through her. So, it has nothing to do with my relationship with my fiancé. In fact, even if I've embarrassed him in public, he wouldn't be mad at me. Love isn't so fragile. And he knows me very well. I don't need you to teach me how to be a good girlfriend, said Guning in the end. You? Guning's words angered Cui Enyi, but she had no idea how to retort because it was the truth. All right, stop now. Cui Enyi's agent immediately stepped up and pulled her arm. Whether Cui Enyi knew how to reply to Guning or not, she had to stop now before making more mistakes. Although it wasn't a big deal that Cui Enyi tried to strike up a conversation with Leng Xiaoting, she shouldn't have tried to stir things up between the couple. It was her fault. Let's go, Guning said, then left with her people. You? Cui Enyi wanted to catch up again, but she didn't know what she could say afterwards. Seeing that, her agent stopped her and asked in a desperate tone, Enyi, what do you want to do? Couldn't you be quiet for a while? That girl is rude, Cui Enyi complained. If you hadn't struck up a conversation with her fiancé, hadn't tried to stir things up between them, she wouldn't have embarrassed you publicly. Don't forget you're a star. Pay more attention to your image. The agent criticized Cui Enyi, but didn't vent her anger on her. Cui Enyi was too important, so the agent could only beg her not to cause more trouble. Other stars might need to pay special attention to their agents' feelings, because they needed their agents to help them get good roles. Cui Enyi was struck dumb. Knowing that she could do nothing about it even if she caught them up, she finally gave up. Shang Guanyang opened his mouth when they walked far away. Well, that girl is really nasty. He didn't think it was a big deal that Cui Enyi wanted to strike up a conversation with Leng Xiaoting. He had lived in modern society for a long time and had learned that people nowadays were more open-minded than them. Therefore, he didn't think Cui Enyi's behavior was wrong. After all, everyone has the right to chase his or her love. However, after knowing that Leng Xiaoting was already engaged, Cui Enyi tried to stir things up between them, which just proved that she had no moral standard. Right, she's just a stranger. What she just did is really strange, said Sijin. She hated Cui Enyi very much. It didn't waste much time when Guning argued with Cui Enyi, so it was still 10 minutes away from the departure time after boarding. Cui Enyi's flight would take off half an hour later than theirs. Watching Guning and the others board, Cui Enyi was even more unhappy, because she clearly saw that their private jet was much better than hers. After all, she often flew in a private jet, so she knew a little about private jets. After 5 hours, Shang Guanyang and the others arrived at the airport in the capital. Because the air route wasn't straight from City Go to the capital and they transferred halfway, it took longer. They had to obey the rules or they might end up getting lost. If they lost connection with the airport control tower, they would have no idea about the direction they were going in, and after the private jet ran out of fuel, they would directly crash. Their private jet took off at 10:20 p.m., so after 5 hours, it landed at the airport of the capital at 3:30 a.m. Before they came back, Leng Xiaoting told Jing Yunyao and Stone their arrival time, so they were already waiting for them when they arrived. Because Leng Xiaoting and the others came out of the exclusive passage, Jing Yunyao and Stone waited for them there. When they came out, Shang Guanyang, Jiang Lilua, and Si Jin shared the car with Stone, while Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning sat in Jing Yunyao's car. But Leng Xiaoting was the driver. Leng Xiaoting was a grown man, so he told Jing Yunyao and Gu Ning to be the passengers and said that he would be the driver. "Was it dangerous when you broke into the next level?" asked Jing Yunyao. Although Leng Xiaoting was safe and sound in front of her right now and had already survived no matter how dangerous the situation was, as a mother, she still wanted to know more. "Not really. Everything went well," said Leng Xiaoting. It was true that he smoothly broke into the next level. After all, there was no heavenly thunder. "Great!" Jing Yunyao was relieved. "Oh, what happened during the past few days?" asked Leng Xiaoting. Although the problem was solved, he felt it was necessary for him to know everything. "The third day after you left, Jinshin called me. He said that an archaeology team discovered zombies in City Nan, so I immediately went there with him. After we solved the problem, the Yuan family heard that an outsider joined the Red Flame in the task. They sent Du Zhenghan and 2 senior officers to report it to the president. The president called you first, but your phone was turned off. So he called Jinshin, who asked me how to handle it. Since the Yuan family reported it to the president, I had to show up. So I talked about it with your grandfather and we went to see the president together. It didn't get serious, and there was no reason for them to continue to make things difficult for us. But I'm afraid I can't keep my real identity a secret any longer," said Jing Yunyao. But she didn't really care about that. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was mad. But it had already happened, so he could only accept the result. It was meaningless for him to think about it, but the Yuan family was really hateful. He thought that he should teach them a lesson. Leng Xiaoting saw the missed calls from Wei Lingfeng, but he hadn't called him back. Now, after hearing Jing Yunyao's reply, Leng Xiaoting realized why Wei Lingfeng called him. He decided to call Wei Lingfeng back later. "Did the news about the zombies spread?" Gu Ning asked. She cared more about that. If the news spread abroad, it could cause serious trouble. "No, only a few people are aware of that. We didn't let the news spread," said Jing Yunyao. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning were relieved. "Oh, the president wanted to place me back in the same position in the military, but I declined. I don't want to be busy with work now, but I promise to help the government if anything special happens again," said Jing Yunyao. "Whether we agree to help or not, we have to deal with it if such a thing happens, so it's not a bad thing that we are doing the president a big favor. We can also put pressure on other major families by doing so," said Leng Xiaoting. Whether they promised Wei Lingfeng to help the government or not, Jing Yunyao and Leng Xiaoting would stand against monsters and ghosts. Therefore, since they agreed to help the government, they were doing Wei Lingfeng a big favor. That was they could also stop other major families from making things difficult for Jing Yunyao. If Jing Yunyao didn't help, no one would dare to deal with those monsters and ghosts. As a result, other major families were happy to know that Jing Yunyao was willing to handle the problem. Therefore, they would stop deliberately picking on her. However, it didn't mean that they no longer saw Jing Yunyao as an enemy. If there was a chance, they would still make things difficult for her. Because of Jing Yunyao, the Leng family became more influential and it was a big threat to them. Accordingly, they could only surpass the Leng family by removing its helpers. "Your grandfather nearly had an argument with the president, so I told your grandfather that we're all cultivators in order to set his mind at ease. Otherwise, he'd be worried about our safety when we deal with monsters and ghosts," said Jing Yunyao. "All right, at least he'll be less worried," said Leng Xiaoting. If it was possible, he wished that Master Leng could have been unaware of it, but it was better for him to know in the current situation. Jing Yunyao didn't tell him that she ran into members of the Jing family, because she thought it was unimportant. In addition, She didn't know that the Jing family was searching for her after the meeting. Right now, Leng Xiaoting had become a senior cultivator at the primary stage of the Yuaning period, so there was no need for them to be afraid even if the Jing family found her. By the time they were back in the Sihiyuan, it was nearly 4:30 a.m. and the sky was almost bright. However, they still needed to sleep for a while, so they washed up and went to bed without delay. Because they went to sleep late, they didn't get up till 7 a.m. the next day. It wasn't late for ordinary people, but for Gu Ning and the other early birds, it was late. Anyway, they had nothing to deal with in the morning, so it didn't matter that they got up late. After they got up, Leng Xiaoting called Master Leng first and said that he was back home safely. During these days, Master Leng was always worried about Leng Xiaoting, even though he believed that Leng Xiaoting would be fine. So after receiving Leng Xiaoting's call, Master Leng was relieved. He had gradually accepted the fact that Jing Yunyao, Leng Xiaoting, and Gu Ning were all cultivators. Actually, he was left with no choice. He had to accept it, since he would only make himself sad if he thought about it too much. Master Leng reminded Leng Xiaoting to be careful. No matter what danger he encountered, he should protect himself first. Leng Xiaoting agreed. After speaking with Master Leng Xiaoting called Wei Lingfeng back. Right after Wei Lingfeng answered Leng Xiaoting's call, he told Leng Xiaoting what had happened when he was absent. Although Jing Yunyao had already done that, Wei Lingfeng felt it was necessary for him to do it again. After that, he apologized to Leng Xiaoting for dragging his mother and him into such a dangerous situation. It was Leng Xiaoting's duty, but it was too dangerous. Most importantly, Wei Lingfeng had a close relationship with the Leng family, so he felt a little guilty. Leng Xiaoting said it wasn't a big deal. Even if Wei Lingfeng didn't order him to do it, he and Jing Yunyao would still stand out against the monsters and ghosts. Hearing that, Wei Lingfeng felt better. After having lunch, Gu Ning asked Gao Yi and Xiaoya to come and pick her up to go to the company. She didn't have a car at the Sihiyuan, so she needed them to fetch her. Leng Xiaoting also needed to deal with something later. In the afternoon, he, Gu Ning, and Jing Yunyao would go to dine with Master Leng in the Leng family's house before he went back to the military base tomorrow morning. It had been a long time, but the Qin family in City Yuan still hadn't done anything yet. Gu Ning thought that perhaps they had given up, but she still stayed alert. After all, in addition to the Qin family, she had many other enemies. In fact, some people never stopped defaming and slandering Gu Ning's companies, but over 90% of the consumers approved of her products. Therefore, there was no serious damage. Instead, more and more people learned about the products made by Gu Ning's companies. There were fake products, but that wasn't uncommon once a brand became popular. Honestly, there were all kinds of fake versions of famous clothing, bags, and makeup products. Only medicines were comparatively safe. Anyway, Gu Ning never tolerated those fake versions, so she did her best to stop them from being available on the open market. It was impossible for her to get all the fake products out of the market, but she would do her best if she found any. Her companies were working properly, but Qiao Hanshin was in trouble. Qiao Hanshin had an interview last week and the show was aired on TV last night. He talked about the scheme against him and how he got back to work in the show. Although everyone was aware that Qiao Hanshin was set up, no one knew who did it. There were suspects, but there was no result due to the lack of evidence. The several suspects were people who were present when Qiao Hanshin was set up, so he kept a distance from them afterwards. At the beginning, those people's careers were slightly affected, but they still made a lot of money as usual when the public gradually forgot it. Some internet users brought it up once in a while, but it didn't cause a sensation. However, after Qiao Hanshin talked about it again in the show, the drama became the hottest news. Although Qiao Hanshin didn't say who set him up and also made it clear that he was reluctant to bring it up again, it went viral on the internet. Many internet users mentioned the several suspects on Weibo and questioned them whether they had trapped Qiao Hanshin. Because there was no solid proof, Qiao Hanshin failed to punish the person who set him up, although he was clearly aware who did it to him. If he mentioned names without evidence, he might be sued for slander. As a result, he could only prove that he was set up. Unfortunately, his career was greatly affected by the drama. He refused to accept it and wanted to get back to work, but he could no longer get important roles. Luckily, he met Lu Zhan and Gu Ning. They gave him a chance to be successful agam. Qiao Hanshan was in trouble today exactly because of this interview. Even though Qiao Hanshan didn't say who was the mastermind and clearly said that he was unwilling to bring it up again, the several suspects got angry after many internet users mentioned them and dragged them into the trouble once more. One of them paid a bunch of people to wait for Qiao Hanshan in the underground parking lot. Once he showed up, they beat him. It happened at around 2:30 p.m., and Qiao Hanshan's assistant called Lu Xiao right after it happened. The moment Lu Xiao heard, he told them to go to the hospital first and leave it to the company. It was illegal, so they would definitely call the police, but Lu Xiao didn't do it right away. Gu Ning was in the company now, so he went to see Gu Ning first. Because Gu Ning didn't know the details, she asked Kay to get the surveillance video, while she and Lu Xiao went to see Qiao Hanshan in the hospital. When Gu Ning and Lu Xiao arrived at the hospital, Kay found out that the bunch of people were paid to beat Qiao Hanshan by one of the suspects that had set Qiao Hanshan up last time. Even though she had the evidence, Gu Ning didn't rush to call the police. Instead, she decided to deal with it after meeting Qiao Hanshan. She didn't know whether the person was unwilling to cause a serious problem or because the person was in awe of her. But Qiao Hanshan wasn't seriously injured. He only had superficial injuries and could still walk around freely, but the wounds hurt. The wounds weren't deep, but they still hurt. After dealing with the wounds, he could go home for a full recovery. However, it was bad luck since he was injured and sent to the hospital during the New Year festival. As soon as Gu Ning came, she told Qiao Hanshan to take a power crystal. Before long, he was much better. After that, Gu Ning told him who paid those people to beat him. Qiao Hanshan immediately understood why he was attacked. Although he didn't want to drag anyone into trouble, the several suspects were criticized because of his interview this time. Therefore, he decided not to sue the person. After all, the person wasn't the one who had set him up. "Boss, I don't want to sue them this time. After all, they've been criticized because of me," said Qiao Hanshan. "Sure, I respect your decision, but in case it happens again, I'll send out a warning on Weibo." "Don't worry, I won't mention names," said Gu Ning. Although it was caused by Qiao Hanshan, he was innocent. He was the victim, and the drama went viral due to the internet users. Great. Qiao Hanshan agreed. He absolutely didn't want it to happen again. "Oh, I've never asked you about it before. Who's the person that set you up? How did it end?" asked Gu Ning. "I know who set me up, but I don't have evidence, so I can't sue the person. Otherwise, I might be sued for slander instead. There is no result, and it has happened years ago. That person actually helped me before and is living a bad life now, so I prefer not to sue him," said Qiao Hanshan. Although it had been years, Qiao Hanshan still felt deeply hurt upon thinking of that. After all, he really treated the person as his best friend back then. And because the person had helped him before, he decided not to sue him for the sake of their faded friendship. He didn't bother to question the person either. Instead, he chose to let bygones be bygones. Fine. Since Qiao Hanshan decided not to sue the person, Gu Ning wouldn't interfere. She respected his decision. After that, Qiao Hanshan went home for a full recovery. Gu Ning and the others didn't go to the company again because they needed to visit the Lung family this afternoon, and it was nearly 4 p.m. So it was time for them to go to the Sihiyuan. To prevent any accidents, they drove Qiao Hanshan home before going to the Sihiyuan, while Lu Xiao directly returned to the company. Before long, Fenghua Entertainment sent out a post. Fenghua Entertainment official. Before you have the ability to remove all the evidence, don't try to hurt our people because we can make the evidence public. We have it, but we have chosen not to take it to court for the sake of past friendships. Nevertheless, business is business. If it happens again, Fenghua Entertainment will see you in court. Once the post was sent out, Gu Ning reposted it, as did Qiao Hanshan and many other workers from Fenghua Entertainment. Many internet users asked for the reason, but no one bothered to reply to them. Actually, it wouldn't be made public, so there was only a warning. However, reading the warning, everyone realized that someone had tried to harm Fenghua Entertainment. Afterwards, people guessed which artist signed by Fenghua Entertainment was targeted. They had heard no news about it at all. Smart ones immediately guessed that it must have something to do with Qiao Hanshan, because his interview was just aired yesterday. Therefore, many people believed that Fenghua Entertainment should be aware of the person that set Xiao Hanshan up, and they must have evidence too. However, for the sake of their old friendship, Xiao Hanshan decided not to sue the person. Or something happened after the interview was aired. Thinking of that, they believed it was highly likely. Did it have something to do with the several suspects? Without delay, many internet users immediately went to leave comments under the several suspects' Weibo accounts. Those internet users asked them whether they did anything to Xiao Hanshan after the interview was aired. In fact, internet users had an unbelievable imagination and analytical ability, and they always pointed out the truth. However, without solid proof, they couldn't prove it. Before long, the several suspects learned that Fenghua Entertainment just sent out a warning. There were two that had never hurt Xiao Hanshan, so they were filled with anger. They were innocent, but the internet users wouldn't stop criticizing and humiliating them. They didn't do all these bad things, so why were they amid criticisms? They were just present. That didn't mean that they were guilty too. It had nothing to do with them. They knew who did it, but they wouldn't stand out for Xiao Hanshan without evidence. Besides, they were also jealous of him. One of them actually wanted to hurt Xiao Hanshan too after many internet users attacked him when the interview was aired. But he realized that someone had done it before him once the warning was sent out, and Fenghua Entertainment even had evidence. As a result, he gave it up. However, he still felt very aggrieved because the internet users blamed him for hurting Xiao Hanshan. The real mastermind who set Xiao Hanshan up last time was panicked. He clearly knew what Gu Ning could do, so he was worried that his dirty secrets might be exposed after Xiao Hanshan joined Fenghua Entertainment. Therefore, no matter how mad he was, he had no intention of hurting Xiao Hanshan this time. The person who paid a bunch of people to beat Xiao Hanshan regretted doing it. He was a little impulsive at that time, but now he was afraid that Fenghua Entertainment might pay him back. To his surprise, they even found evidence within such a short time. He had heard of Gu Ning's abilities. Her companies had had trouble many times before, but she could always find evidence. Anyway, he was relieved when he heard that Xiao Hanshan decided not to pay him back, but he was still unhappy that internet users were blaming him for hurting Xiao Hanshan. It had nothing to do with him after all. It was Xiao Hanshan's fault that he didn't point out the person who really set him up, so they were dragged into trouble too. Although they gloated over Xiao Hanshan's misfortune back then because they were jealous of his successful career, they were unwilling to be affected by it. If their reputation was affected, they would vent their anger on the person who set Xiao Hanshan up. However, they were still reluctant to stand out for Xiao Hanshan because they had no evidence. None of them were willing to get involved in unnecessary trouble. At 3 p.m., Jing Jining went back to the capital. Then he contacted Jing Yunyao. He wanted to see her again before returning to the Cultivation world. There was nothing for him to do in the Cultivation world. He just wanted to visit his parents. Although he hated the Jing family, he mostly disliked Jing Yarong's family. He loved his parents very much. His parents had never hurt Jing Yunyao. They just didn't cut off their relationship with Jing Yarong. He had blamed them for it before, but he gradually understood why they did that. They were members of the Jing family after all, and they were no match for Jing Yarong. The tragedy already happened. Even if they went against Jing Yarong for Jing Yunyao wouldn't come back to life, and they would have a hard life in the Jing family afterwards. After all, cultivators could live for a long time, so they had to learn to accept it when they clearly knew that they were no match for Jing Yarong. Jing Jining went to see Jing Yunyao at the Sihiyuan once he learned that she was there. When Jing Jining arrived at the Sihiyuan and met Jiang Lilua and Si Jin for the first time, he was surprised to know that they were cultivators from the Kunlun sex place. He didn't know that there were still other cultivators at the Kunlun sex place, and they were at high levels too. Although Jing Yunyao looked older than them, they had lived longer than her. Therefore, Jing Jining was actually junior to Jiang Lilua and Si Jin. From Lung Xiaoting's perspective, Jiang Lilua and Si Jin were the same generation as him, while Jing Jining was his uncle. Accordingly, Jiang Lilua and Si Jin called Jing Jining Uncle Jing, just like they called Jing Yunyao Aunt Jing. Jing Jining directly called their names. After that, Jing Yunyao asked Jing Jining to have a walk together with her in the yard. She wanted to have a private talk with him. Jing Yunyao told Jing Jining that she had encountered Lu and Jing Bingjie. In fact, she didn't know their names, but Jing Jining immediately figured it out after hearing Jing Yunyao's description. "They're Jing Yunfei's wife, Lu, and daughter, Jing Bingjie," said Jing Jining. Jing Yunyao gave a light response. She had no interest in them. "Oh, there is good news. Shouting just reached the primary stage of the Yuan-ing period 2 days ago," Jing Yunyao said to Jing Jining. When she talked about that, she was obviously excited. "What?" Hearing that, Jing Jining was greatly surprised. "Really? Shouting is extremely talented." Although he was aware that Leng Shouting was talented and would get to the Yuan-ing period sooner or later, he was still astonished when he heard that Leng Shouting had already achieved it. Anyway, it was good news because they no longer needed to be afraid of the Jing family. Jing Jining also made some progress. He used to be in the middle stage of the Golden Core stage, but now he was at the peak of the Golden Core stage. During this time, he was busy dealing with other things, but he never spent less time on cultivation. With the help of Shangguan Yang's magical pills and Gu Ning's power crystals, he made rapid progress. Jing Jining was also talented in the cultivation world, but he wasn't comparable to Leng Shouting. After all, Leng Shouting was extremely talented among cultivators. "So even if we run into the Jing family right now, there is nothing to be afraid of," said Jing Yunyao. Every time she talked about the Jing family, she looked very upset. "Right, but it's time to see the Jing family now. You've tolerated it for so long," said Jing Jining. There was nothing for him to be worried about now, since he didn't think the two elders would help Jing Yaorong. If they were smart, they should turn to support Jing Yunyao. Jing Yunyao wasn't only the greatest cultivator in the Jing family. She also had Leng Shouting and Shangguan Yang's help. Thinking of that, Jing Jining was full of excitement. He really wanted to see Jing Yaorong's reaction when he learned that Jing Yunyao wasn't dead, and that she had even gotten much stronger. Jing Yaorong would also see his grandson, Leng Shouting. It was going to be super exciting. "We won't wait too long. After the New Year festival, Shouting will have enough time, so we'll visit the cultivation world together," said Jing Yunyao. She couldn't wait for it either. "All right, I'll go back to the cultivation world first. See you later," said Jing Jining. He didn't know that Jing Yunyao was going to visit the Leng family, but he thought that he should go back earlier since he had decided to return to the cultivation world today. "Sure." Jing Yunyao nodded. Because she needed to visit the Leng family, she didn't tell Jing Jining to stay. Instead, she watched him leave. Jing Yaorong's people failed to find Jing Yunyao, but they saw Jing Jining when he showed up at Qianling Mountain. However, they didn't have time to report it to Jing Yaorong, because Jing Jining directly returned to the cultivation world after getting out of a car at Qianling Mountain. Therefore, Jing Yaorong's people just followed Jing Jining to the cultivation world. In case Jing Jining found out something was wrong, that person pretended that he ran into Jing Jining by accident, because cultivators from the cultivation world often visited Qianling Mountain. Jing Jining wasn't surprised to see the person. Jing Yanhua didn't arrange for anyone to wait for Jing Jining at Qianling Mountain, because Jing Yaorong would notice his behavior, and he didn't want the situation to be even more complicated. Jing Yaorong arranged for people to watch Jing Yanhua closely to see whether Jing Yanhua would send people to tell Jing Jining that they had already found out that Jing Yunyao wasn't dead. If Jing Yanhua did that, Jing Yaorong would suspect that he had been aware that Jing Yunyao was still alive. Jing Yaorong trusted Jing Yanhua for the time being, but he was always suspicious of other people. Therefore, if Jing Yanhua's behavior wasn't right, he would no longer trust him. When Gu Ning was back at the Sihiyuan, it was almost 5 p.m. About 10 minutes later, Leng Shouting got back. Because it wasn't early, they didn't stay in the Sihiyuan for long. Instead, without delay, they went to the Leng family's house. It was nearly 6 p.m., so they would eat right away. They should have come earlier, but Leng Shouting was busy, so they could only rush to have dinner. Anyway, they would stay in the Leng family's house tonight, so it was fine even though they were a little late. Seeing that Jing Yunyao had come, Leng Xiaoming called her Aunt Yunyao sincerely. This was the first time that he had actually taken Jing Yunyao as his family. Upon thinking that Jing Yunyao had rescued him and Zhang Jin that day, he was full of gratitude. After they left that day, Zhang Jin told him that the two people were very aggressive and strong. If Jing Yunyao hadn't stood out for them, they could have been hurt badly. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoming believed that Jing Yuniao had done them a big favor, and he felt very grateful to her. Even though they were in trouble because of Zhang Jin, Leng Xiaoming didn't blame her. After all, it wasn't Zhang Jin's fault. Besides, he took Zhang Jin to have a walk in the park. If he had sent her back to the hotel that day, they might have saved themselves the trouble. As a result, Leng Xiaoming felt a little guilty. In fact, Zhang Jin felt even guiltier after it happened. She drew people who wanted to hurt her, not because there was a grudge between them, but because they thought she was a monster. In the afternoon yesterday, Zhang Jin went back to City H, because she didn't want to stay there any longer. She wasn't afraid that she might encounter more cultivators, but she didn't want to take more of Leng Xiaoming's time. If she stayed in the capital, Leng Xiaoming had to keep her company, since he didn't want her to feel unhappy. But his vacation was nearly over. He had to go back to work soon, so he also should spend some time with his family. When Zhang Jin left, Leng Xiaoming said that he would visit City H one day if he had time and she could be his guide. In other words, he would go to see her. Hearing that, Zhang Jin was very happy, because it meant that she was getting closer to Leng Xiaoming. Alright, back to the main story. Both Leng Xiaoming and Gu Ning could see Leng Xiaoming's difference, but they didn't think much about it. They thought that he changed his attitude towards them because he learned that he would take over the Leng family in the future. As soon as Jing Jining got back to the cultivation world, he returned to the Jing family's house. Before Jing Yaorong found out that Jing Jining was back home, the housekeeper at the front yard told Jing Jining that the patriarch wanted to see him and directly took him to Jing Yaorong's study. It was Jing Yaorong's order that the housekeeper should take Jing Jining to see him right after Jing Jining was back. Therefore, Jing Yanhua didn't know that Jing Jining was back until a domestic servant saw him taken away by the housekeeper. None of the domestic servants was aware that Jing Yuniao was still alive, except for the housekeeper. The housekeeper was serving Jing Yaorong, but he also disagreed with Jing Yaorong's behavior of killing Jing Yuniao. However, he was just a domestic servant, and didn't dare to say much about it. Therefore, since Jing Yuniao survived, he hoped that she could live a good life. However, he didn't want Jing Yuniao to get revenge on the Jing family or Jing Yaorong back either. Even though he disagreed with some of Jing Yaorong's behavior, Jing Yaorong was his master. Jing Yaorong hadn't saved his life, but he treated him very well. Housekeeper, why does the patriarch want to see me? Jing Jining asked. One don't know, said the housekeeper, not giving Jing Jining any hints. Hearing that, Jing Jining stopped asking about it. At this moment, Jing Yaorong was in the study. He was actually going to have a meal, but then the housekeeper brought Jing Jining over. When Jing Yaorong saw Jing Jining, he was extremely displeased. After hearing the news that Jing Yuniao was still alive, Jing Yaorong hated Jing Jining to death. Jing Jining frowned a little when he saw Jing Yaorong's expression. He didn't know what had happened. Anyway, he never got along with Jing Yaorong, so he couldn't care less about Jing Yaorong's feelings. What happened, patriarch? Said Jing Jining in a flat voice. Jing Yuniao stared straight at Jing Jining, because he didn't want to miss any of his reactions. Tell me, is Jing Yuniao still alive? It was an unexpected question, so Jing Jining was startled. How did he know that Jing Yuniao was still alive? Did he see her? No way. Jing Yuniao said that she had only run into Lu and Jing Bingjia, but they didn't know Jing Yuniao. Seeing Jing Jining's reaction, Jing Yaorong was sure that the woman was Jing Yuniao. I can be sure of it after seeing your reaction. It's meaningless for you to deny it now. Why didn't you tell me that Jing Yuniao isn't dead? Jing Yaorong questioned angrily. Actually, he clearly knew why Jing Jining kept it a secret from him, but he still needed to hear the answer from Jing Jining's mouth. Well, none of us have seen her body. Why did you always believe that she's dead? Jing Yuniao argued calmly. Did you kill her in person? Shut up. Jing Yaorong snapped at him. Do you have any evidence to prove that I killed her? He wouldn't admit it, at least not to other people other than Jing Yanhua. If you didn't kill Yuniao, why are you so sure that Yuniao is dead? Jing Jining suddenly sneered. It's none of your business. I only need you to tell me why you keep it a secret from me. Jing Yaorong was furious. He dodged the topic of the reason why he killed Jing Yuniao. Since it's not my business, why do you ask me about it? Jing Jining continued. Jing Jining, Stop playing dumb with me. I know. Jing Yaorong lost patience. Since you're already aware of it, why do you bother to question me? Jing Jining said. He was teasing Jing Yaorong. You? Jing Yaorong understood that Jing Jining was making fun of him, so he shouted loudly, Why didn't you tell me she's still alive? ISO. Jing Jining sneered. Since Jing Yaorong was already aware of it and Jing Yunyao no longer wanted to keep it a secret, Jing Jining felt that he could make it public now. Yes, Yunyao isn't dead. So what? Jing Jining continued and turned mad. Why should I tell you? Why do you think you should know about it? So that you can kill her again? In the end, he directly questioned Jing Yaorong. Everyone was afraid of Jing Yaorong in the Jing family, but he was an exception. During these years, he never had any conflicts against Jing Yaorong because he had to wait till Jing Yunyao had the ability to take revenge. However, now that Jing Yaorong found out that Jing Yunyao wasn't dead, there was no need for him to stand it any longer. Although over a dozen years had passed, his hatred towards Jing Yaorong had never gone away. How dare you? Mind your attitude. How could you talk to me like that? Jing Yaorong was completely angered by Jing Jining's attitude. Why not? Just because you're the patriarch? If you were a good patriarch, I'd respect you and be polite to you. But you're an evil, cruel, and selfish man. Even a monster would not hurt its own children. Jing Jining mocked. You? Jing Yaorong was furious and immediately raised his hand to slap Jing Jining. Jing Jining saw it and avoided it right away, but he was a second late due to the gap between their levels. Luckily, the palm which should have hit his chest only fell on his shoulder. Because Jing Yaorong was angry, he used a lot of strength. He directly knocked Jing Jining out of his study, causing him to fall in the yard. Nevertheless, it didn't cause serious injuries, and Jing Jining was only lightly injured. Right when Jing Jining was knocked to the ground in the yard, Jing Yanhua and his wife rushed over. When they witnessed that scene, they got angry. Junior misses. Jing rapidly went ahead to help Jing Jining get back to his feet, while Jing Yanhua protected Jing Jining behind him. He was afraid that Jing Yaorong would injure Jing Jining again. Even though he wasn't comparable to Jing Jining, as a father, he stood out for his son without hesitation at this moment. After that, he glared at Jing Yaorong and angrily shouted, Yaorong, do you think I was joking when you talked with me that day? I told you that if you dare to hurt my son, I'll report your bad deeds to Tiandazong. Do you dare to kill all of us? He thought that Jing Yaorong would control his temper and wouldn't hurt Jing Jining, but he was wrong. Shortly after Jing Jining got home, he was injured. It was hard for Jing Yanhua not to be mad. To be honest, he was furious right now. Actually, Jing Yaorong just lost control for a moment and regretted doing it the next second. He was also afraid that Jing Yanhua would really report his bad deeds to Tiandazong. However, when he was questioned by Jing Yanhua, he felt embarrassed and got angrier. He's junior to me, yet he has no respect for me, the patriarch of the Jing family. He must remember his manners. Jing Yaorong shouted. As the patriarch, he must defend his face. Hearing that, Jing Yanhua was struck dumb for a second. As a junior member, Jing Jining shouldn't be disrespectful to the patriarch, but it shouldn't be a reason for Jing Yaorong to injure Jing Jining. Therefore, even though Jing Yanhua agreed that it was Jing Jining's fault, he didn't think his son deserved the punishment. I know it's Jining's fault that he's disrespectful to you, but you shouldn't injure him just because of that, Jing Yanhua said. If he hadn't angered me, I wouldn't have lost my temper. Jing Yaorong was mad too. He said that he doesn't treat me as the patriarch. Does he want to replace me? He obviously knew that that wasn't Jing Jining's meaning, but he was determined to hurl the blame on Jing Jining. Besides, Jing Jining hadn't told him that Jing Yunyao was still alive, which meant Jing Jining wanted Jing Yunyao to pay him back. Although Jing Jining might not benefit from his death, he still needed a good reason to punish Jing Jining. Bullshit. Jing Yanhua was clearly aware that his son never had that idea, so he retorted. In the past, Jing Jining didn't have that idea, but he had that thought afterwards. However, he couldn't admit it, so he only sneered. Did I say that I don't treat you as the patriarch? Please don't get me wrong. I just said that if you were a good patriarch, I'd respect you and be polite to you. But you're an evil, cruel, and selfish man. Even a monster would not hurt its own children. I never said that I don't treat you as the patriarch. I don't take that blame. Jing Yaorong was extremely displeased, but he couldn't tolerate it when Jing Jining argued with him. Doesn't it mean that you have no respect for me? No matter what, I'm still the patriarch of the Jing family. You must have respect for me. If you dare to do that, you're going against me. Fine, I'm going against you, the patriarch. Then what? Are you going to kill me? Do you dare to do that? Jing Jining summoned up his courage. He was afraid of death, but he knew that Jing Yaorong didn't dare to kill him. If Jing Yaorong dared to do that, Jing Yaorong wouldn't survive. You? Being challenged by Jing Jining, Jing Yaorong really had the impulse to kill him, but he didn't dare to, unless he was willing to lose his life too. However, if he couldn't teach Jing Jining a lesson, his anger wouldn't go away. Jining, stop it now. Jing Yanhua couldn't stand Jing Jining's words any longer and immediately snapped at him. Even though he was also aware that Jing Yaorong wouldn't really kill Jing Jining, there was no need to make the situation worse. Jing Jining said nothing further, but he was obviously reluctant to give in. He wasn't afraid of Jing Yaorong now. Although Jing Yaorong could injure him, he wouldn't dare to. Jing Yanhua wanted Jing Jining to stop, but that didn't mean that he would force Jing Jining to accept the humiliation. He still wanted Jing Yaorong to give an explanation for injuring Jing Yaorong. Right at this moment, Senior Mrs. Jing, Jing Yunfei, Jing Yunyen, Lu and Jing Bingjie came together. When they saw Jing Jining, they showed hatred in their eyes. They blamed him for not telling them that Jing Yunyao was still alive. Although nearly all the members of the Jing Yaorong's family were here, Jing Yanhua didn't seem scared at all. Master, what did he say? Senior Mrs. Jing asked Jing Yaorong once she walked over. Because Jing Yaorong was here, they couldn't question Jing Jining. It's Jing Yunyao, said Jing Yaorong in an unhappy tone. Hearing that, everyone was even more displeased. However, because they were already aware that the woman was highly likely to be Jing Yunyao, they weren't too surprised when they heard the answer. Jing Yunyao and his wife also heard it, but they were happy to know that the woman was Jing Yunyao. In an instant, Senior Mrs. Jing turned to look at Jing Jining with deep hostility. It seemed as if she couldn't wait to beat him. Jing Yunyen couldn't stand it and took action. Jing Jining, you knew that Jing Yunyao is still alive. Why didn't you tell my father? What do you want to do? Do you plan to benefit from it when Jing Yunyao comes back? Jing Yunyen wanted to beat Jing Jining, but Jing Yanhua stood in the middle and Jing Yanhua was senior to him after all. So he was in awe of him to some extent. Since you're afraid that Yunyao will come and pay you back, why did you have to kill her? You'll bear the result of your actions. Jing Jining mocked. They hurt other people but didn't want other people to pay them back. It was ridiculous. However, that wasn't surprising because they were never reasonable. They were a self-centered, selfish, and shameless family. She deserved it, said Jing Yunyen. Really? Why don't we go ask Tiandazong about it? Whether Yunyao really should be killed, and whether her husband in the mortal's world should have been killed too. Jing Jining argued angrily. Hearing that, Jing Yaorong and the others were astonished. Even though Jing Yunyao made a mistake, she shouldn't be sentenced to death just because of that. Anyway, even if she was dead, Tiandazong wouldn't bother to punish Jing Yaorong for that. After all, there was just news that Jing Yunyao was dead, and there was no solid proof. Without evidence, Tiandazong couldn't do much about it. However, if Tiandazong learned about Lang Yuanhan's death, they would surely conduct an investigation. Although Lang Yuanhan was already dead, they could still get some information as long as they did an investigation. Do you have any evidence? If not, stop speaking bullshit. It's slander, said Jing Yaorong. He was guilty, but he refused to admit it. You dare to say that because you believe there is no evidence, right? Great. Keep on denying it, said Jing Jining. He didn't care whether Jing Yaorong would admit it or not, because he knew it was impossible. Actually, he never expected Jing Yaorong to admit it. You? Jing Yaorong was confused by Jing Jining's attitude. He also wasn't sure whether they had evidence of his crimes. Due to that, he was irritated. Housekeeper, Lock Jing Jining up. Jing Yaorong was afraid that Jing Jining might leak the information of their meeting. Once Jing Yunyao heard that he already knew that she was still alive, she would be prepared, so he decided to lock Jing Jining up first. Yaorong, you can't do that to Jining. If you lock him up, I'll immediately go to see the head of Tiandazong. Jing Yanhua threatened. You? Jing Yaorong was full of anger. However, being threatened by Jing Yanhua, Jing Yaorong hesitated to do what he just said. Yanhua, we're brothers. I've been treating you very well these years. Are you willing to see me in trouble? Jing Yaorong questioned Jing Yanhua. Or, have you always wanted to replace me? He was implying that Jing Yanhua wanted to be the new patriarch of the Jing family. Yaorong, I have never had that ambition. I also don't want to be involved in your matter with Yunyao. But you can't deprive my son of his freedom, said Jing Yanhua. It hurt that Jing Yaorong was suspicious of him. Even after all these years, it turned out that Jing Yaorong didn't trust him at all. Did Jing Yaorong think that he was acting all this time? Fine, Jing Yaorong was always selfish. No matter how well he behaved, Jing Yaorong wouldn't be satisfied. But Yusun kept it a secret that Jing Yunyao isn't dead. He's disloyal to the Jing family, said Jing Yaorong. Why am I disloyal to the Jing family? Just because I kept it a secret that Jing Yunyao is still alive? No one made sure of her death at the very beginning. Since nobody was sure of it, is it strange that she's still alive? Jing Jining continued to mock them. If you have to hurl the blame on me, can you admit that you wanted to kill Yunyao that year? You believed that she was dead. Otherwise, why is it my fault that I kept it a secret? How come I'm disloyal to the Jing family all of a sudden? You? Jing Yaorong was furious. Jing Jining was forcing him to admit that he had tried to kill Jing Yunyao. However, would he admit it? Absolutely not. Anyway, it made Jing Yaorong extremely uncomfortable that he was unable to hurl the blame on Jing Jining now. Fine, he can be released, but he must stay in the cultivation world. Yanhua, since you made it clear that you're unwilling to be involved in this, please tell Jing Jining to behave himself. If he dares to damage the Jing family's reputation, don't blame me for punishing him. Jing Yaorong could do nothing to Jing Jining, so he could only put pressure on Jing Yanhua. He only hoped that Jing Yanhua would keep it among them. Sure. Jing Yanhua agreed. He did that not to protect himself, but because he clearly knew that Jing Yunyao would be safe. After all, Jing Yunyao had already reached a high level, and she also had Shangguan Yang's help. Jing Jining had the same idea, so he didn't stop his father. He could stay in the cultivation world, and he could relax and focus on cultivation. It didn't matter whether Jing Yunyao was aware that Jing Yaorong already knew she was still alive. Even if they ran into each other, Jing Yaorong was no match for Jing Yunyao. After all, Jing Yunyao's level was much higher than his. Till now, Jing Yanhua and the others didn't punish Jing Yaorong for hurting Jing Jining. Anyway, it didn't cause serious damage, and Jing Jining would be fine in a few days. All right, it isn't early now, so let's go home and have a meal together, said Jing Yanhua. Sure, what are we going to have? I'm starving. Is there red braised pork and salt-baked chicken? Asked Jing Jining purposely, because he knew that Jing Yaorong and the others were too furious to eat anything now. It was true that Jing Yaorong and the others were too mad to eat anything now, so they were extremely angry when Jing Jining happily said that he was going to enjoy the meal. After Jing Jining and his family walked out of the yard, Jing Yaorong directly turned and went into his study. The next second, he slammed the door behind him. Anyway, he didn't want to eat at all. The others were also furious, but they were hungry, so they still went to eat, stewing in anger. Along their way, they kept on swearing at Jing Yunyao and Jing Jining. He's so arrogant. How could he go against father? Jing Yunyan clenched his teeth. He dared to do that because there is a rule made by Tiandazong. Whoever kills a mortal will be severely punished. Senior Mrs. Jing was also displeased. But it worked. Even though Jing Jining deliberately went against Jing Yaorong had no reason to kill him. Besides, Jing Yanhua also threatened him to not hurt Jing Jining, otherwise he would report it to Tiandazong. They could stop Jing Yanhua from doing that, but their family's dirty secret might still be exposed. There were dozens of members in the Jing family, and not all of them were reliable. Among them, some were disloyal to Jing Yanhua, and if they reported his bad deeds to Tiandazong, he would still be punished. Although Jing Jining will be forced to stay in the cultivation world and can't keep in touch with Jing Yunyao, Jing Yunyao has Shangguan Yang's support. It won't be easy to kill her again, said Jing Yunyan, filled with irritation. Even though he personally had no grudge against Jing Yunyao and barely knew her, he hated her when he learned that she was the daughter of Jing Yaorong's first wife. Besides, his family also wanted her to die, so he agreed to kill her. Jing Yunyao can easily injure me, which means she has already reached the Yuaning period. I just don't know whether she's in the primary or middle stage, so it won't be easy for us to deal with her. I'm afraid we need the elders in the Yuaning period or father to kill her when she's alone, said Jing Yunfei. Upon thinking of Jing Yunyao's level, he got super jealous. If a cultivator could reach the Yuaning period, he or she has to be very skilled. It was not only Jing Yunfei. Other people were also jealous of Jing Yunyao. How is it possible? How could she reach the Yuaning period so quickly? Senior Mrs. Jing squeezed sound from between her clenched teeth. She was extremely jealousy and angry. Why couldn't it be her own daughter? How could the daughter of that bitch become so outstanding? She refused to accept it. Father is still mad. We can go ask him about it after his anger has subsided a little, said Jing Yunyan. When Jing Jining and the others got back to the south yard, the kitchen became busy again. The cook didn't know that Jing Jining would be back, so they hadn't made his favorite dishes. Meanwhile, Jing Jining sat down to treat his injury. He was much better by the time the dishes were placed on the table, so he got up and enjoyed the meal with his parents. Only his family of 3 dined around the table, while the other people all left, so that they could have a private talk. Once Jing Yanhua made sure that nobody was eavesdropping, he asked, Jining, is Yunyao really still alive? Although Jing Jining had told them about that before, he was afraid that Jing Jining purposely said that to Jing Yaorong to annoy him, so he needed to make sure of it. Yes, Yunyao is still alive, Jing Jining answered. Hearing the affirmative answer, Jing Yanhua and Junior Mrs. Jing nodded. What level is Yunyao at right now? She could easily injure Jing Yunfei, Jing Yanhua asked curiously. Jing Jining understood that his parents always listened to Jing Yaorong during these years, but they had moral standards. Therefore, they wouldn't tell Jing Yaorong anything even if Jing Jining shared the information with them. In other words, there was no need for him to keep it a secret. Have a guess, said Jing Jining. Jing Yunfei is in the golden core stage. Since Yunyao could easily defeat him, she should be in the Yuaning period, said Junior Mrs. Jing. They had already guessed that Jing Yunyao must be in the Yuaning period now. It was very surprising because only a few cultivators in the cultivation world could reach that level. Even in the Jing family, only 3 members were in the Yuaning period. Because of Jing Yaorong, Jing Yunyao left the Jing family, which was the Jing family's loss. They wished that Jing Yaorong hadn't been so determined to kill Jing Yunyao back then. However, even if Jing Yaorong hadn't done that to Jing Yunyao, Jing Yunyao would still have been deprived of her abilities by Tiandazong. She would become a mortal instead. If so, she wouldn't have reached the Yuaning period. Nevertheless, they were all aware that Jing Yunyao was willing to give up her abilities as a cultivator and live an ordinary life with her husband. Jing Jining smiled and asked, Do you know what stage Yunyao is at in the Yuaning period? The early stage, right? It's already incredible that she could reach the early stage of the Yuaning period at her age, said Jing Yanhua. It was unbelievable in his eyes that Jing Yunyao could reach the early stage of the Yuaning period at her age. You underestimated her, said Jing Jining. What? The middle stage? Jing Yanhua was shocked. If it wasn't the early stage, then it should be the middle stage. Anyway, it couldn't be the golden core stage. If Jing Yunyao was just in the golden core stage, she couldn't have injured Jing Yunfei so easily. In addition, Jing Jining just mentioned the Yuaning period in his question, so Jing Yunyao must be in the middle stage of the Yuaning period. Jing Jining said nothing and stopped leaving them hanging. He put down his chopsticks, then dipped his finger into the alcohol in his cup. After that, he wrote on the table, the early stage of soul out of body. Although they observed that there was no one else around them, their abilities were limited. If Jing Yaorong or other senior cultivators were hiding around, they might be able to notice them. Therefore, to prevent someone overhearing them, Jing Jining wrote on the table. Although the Jing Jining would know sooner or later, Jing Jining wouldn't let them know about it right now. The next moment, Jing Jining messed it up and the words became unclear. But Jing Yanhua and Junior Mrs. Jing had already read it. Instantly they rounded their eyes in shock. What? The early stage of soul out of body? How was it possible? However, they were sure that they saw the words clearly. Was Jing Jining joking with them? How come Jing Yunyao was in the early stage of soul out of body now? Because Jing Yanhua and Junior Mrs. Jing were too shocked. They could barely say a word. Jing Jining didn't interrupt them and gave them enough time to digest it. He picked up his chopsticks again and continued to eat. His favorite red braised pork was made, and it was as delicious as always. He somehow had a feeling that the red braised pork made by his family was more delicious than if cooked outside. Perhaps he was used to its flavor. After a long while, Jing Yanhua and Junior Mrs. Jing came back to their senses, but it was still too shocking to be true. Ji Jining, is it true? Jing Yanhua asked with uncertainty, because the answer was too unbelievable. Of course, said Jing Jining. Hearing that, Jing Yanhua and his wife were dumbstruck once again. Jesus, that's amazing. She's the third person to have such a high level in the cultivation world. Jing Yunyao was the third cultivator who reached the out-of-body stage in the cultivation world. Only 2 elders in Tiandazong had been in the out-of-body stage till now, so Jing Yunyao would enjoy the same status as them if she returned to the cultivation world. After all, in the cultivation world, they ranked according to their levels, not their ages. Afterwards, Jing Yanhua felt very happy for Jing Yunyao. In that case, it would be impossible for Jing Yaorong to kill her again. Perhaps the third elder in the early stage of the Yuaning period would help Jing Yaorong, but the first elder who was in the same stage was sophisticated. He might not stand with Jing Yaorong. If so, even if Jing Yaorong teamed up with the third elder, they would still be no match for Jing Yunyao. After all, there was a huge gap between their levels. The second elder, Jing Huayang, wasn't at a high level, so he wasn't a threat. In addition, he might not help Jing Yaorong either. I need to tell you one more thing, said Jing Jining. What is it? Jing Yanhua and his wife asked at the same time. They had a feeling that it must be something surprising. Therefore, they had a deep breath before they were ready to hear it. Yunyao has a son in the mortal world. Her son is 27 this year. He's also a cultivator and he's in. Jing Jining paused. Jing Yanhua and his wife swallowed heavily, because they felt what Jing Jining was going to tell them would shock them. Updates by They had guessed that Jing Yunyao had a child in the mortal world. After all, she had stayed in the mortal world for so long and also had a husband. So it was very normal if she already had a kid. However, they were surprised to know that her kid was also a cultivator. Normally, it was rare for the child of a mortal and a cultivator to inherit the talent. It was rare but was still possible, so they could accept that. The early stage of the Yuan-ing period, said Jing Jining in a low voice. His voice was so low that other people could barely hear him. But Jing Yanhua and his wife heard him clearly because they were close to Jing Jining. What? Jing Yanhua and his wife were shocked again. To their astonishment, Jing Yunyao's son could reach the early stage of the Yuan-ing period at only 27 years old. It was incredible. Both Jing Yunyao and her son were really amazing. Actually, Jing Yunyao was already enough to defeat the Jing family. If her son, who was in the early stage of the Yuan-ing period, helped her, they could easily control the whole Jing family. And her son is also senior Shangguan's disciple, Qingfeng. Well, it's a fake name. Her son also used a fake appearance when he appeared in the cultivation world, said Jing Jining. Hearing that, Jing Yanhua and his wife were shocked once more. They didn't expect Shangguan Yang's male disciple to be Yunyao's son. When he visited here last time, he was only at the peak of the golden core stage. After such a short time, he had already reached the early stage of the Yuaning period. It was unbelievable. Shangguan Yang's female disciple is Yunyao's future daughter-in-law. Her name and appearance is fake too. With the girl's help, Yunyao's son successfully found and met her, said Jing Jining. He didn't tell them Leng Xiaoting's name in order to protect him. Although he was having a private talk with his parents, he thought it was better to keep it a secret before it went public. Jing Yanhua and his wife understood that, so they didn't ask for Jing Yunyao's son's name. However, they were curious about how Yunyao's son found and met her. What do you mean? How did they meet each other? Asked Jing Yanhua curiously. After the patriarch injured Yunyao, she was about to die. I rescued her and treated her for a few years till she made a full recovery, but she lost her memories after waking up. In order to help her live a good life, I let her live in a town under the foot of the Kunlun mountain. I told her not to go back to the capital, in case the Jing family found her, said Jing Jining. What? You rescued Yunyao? Hearing that, Jing Yanhua and his wife were amazed. They thought that Jing Jining only knew that Jing Yunyao was still alive, but unexpectedly Jing Jining had rescued Yunyao. Nevertheless, that was all right. They were just surprised. At the same time, they were also scared. Luckily, Jing Yaorong didn't know, or Jing Jining would have been injured too. Fortunately, nothing bad happened to their son. Right, but I was still late. Otherwise Yunyao's husband could have survived too, said Jing Jining. He had saved Jing Yunyao, but he still blamed himself for failing to save her husband. Hearing Jing Jining's words, Jing Yanhua and his wife thought to themselves that he might have been killed by Jing Yaorong too if he had arrived earlier. It would be good if he had saved both of them, but it would be terrible if he failed and even lost his own life. As parents, Jing Yanhua and Junior Mrs. Jing hoped that their son would be safe. And last year, by chance, Yunyao's son and future daughter-in-law went to the Kunlun mountain. They passed the town and met Yunyao. Out of curiosity, Yunyao secretly went to the capital. She met them again. After a series of things, she regained her memories and they accepted each other as mother and son, said Jing Jining. He didn't know the details, so he could only give them a brief description of what happened. Oh, I understand. Although Jing Jining didn't tell them any details, they quickly understood the story. In that case, the girl had done Jing Yunyao and her son a big favor. Knowing that, Jing Yanhua and Junior Mrs. Jing had a very good impression of the girl. Alright, anyway, today's situation isn't bad. They'll come to the cultivation world after a short time. They'll take revenge at that time. Jing Jining looked serious. He was looking forward to seeing Jing Yunyao and Leng Xiaoting in the cultivation world again. Will they kill the patriarch? Jing Yanhua asked worriedly. Although Jing Yaorong had made a terrible mistake and should be punished, he was Jing Yaorong's older brother after all. Jing Yanhua didn't have the heart to watch Jing Yaorong die. As long as Jing Yaorong wouldn't be killed, he could accept other results. They won't kill the patriarch. After all, the patriarch is Yunyao's biological father. They won't kill him, but the patriarch has killed Yunyao's husband and separated her from her son for so many years. Even though Yunyao won't kill him, she'll disable him, said Jing Jining. Upon thinking of what would happen to Jing Yaorong, he felt no sympathy for him. Jing Yaorong deserved it. Hearing that, Jing Yanhua said nothing further, because he couldn't stop it. And although he hadn't suffered the same thing, he could understand Jing Yunyao's hatred. In fact, Jing Yanhua also wanted to ask Jing Jining for something else, but he felt it wasn't appropriate. He wanted to know who would take over the Jing family if Jing Yunyao really unseated Jing Yaorong's family. In the Jing family, Jing Yunyao was at the highest level, so she could surely be the new leader. Even if Jing Yunyao had no intention of becoming the new leader of the Jing family and wanted Jing Jining to take over the position instead, Jing Yanhua and Junior Mrs. Jing would support her if she wanted to be the new leader. No one in the Jing family was more suitable than Jing Yunyao. After that, they stopped talking about that and continued to eat. Updates by Jing Yaorong didn't send people to eavesdrop. Because Jing Jining was already at the peak of the golden core stage, he could only send people at the Yuaning period over if he really wanted to do that. Otherwise, the person would be easily caught. He wouldn't do that, and felt reluctant to let the first or third elder do it. Although he was the patriarch, the elders didn't need to obey his orders. The elders would only show up at important meetings. It was a humiliation to them if they were sent to eavesdrop outside the door, and it would annoy them. At this key moment, the last thing Jing Yaorong should do was to annoy the elders. Therefore, Jing Yaorong did nothing. Besides, Jing Jining wasn't dumb, so he would be alert. Jing Jining knew Jing Yaorong very well, so when he was sure that no one was eavesdropping, he told his parents what he knew. After having the meal, Jing Jining went back to his room for a rest. Since he couldn't leave the cultivation world, he could only cultivate at home. Jing Yaorong's people still filed to find Jing Yunyao, but he didn't give up. The next day, Leng Xiaoting went back to the military. Gu Ning also went to work, while Jing Yunyao went to her flower shop. 2 days later and the day before the Lantern Festival, Gu Ning returned to City B and celebrated the festival with her family. At the Lantern Festival, Gu Man invited Gu Qing's family and Gu Qinyang's family to spend the day together in City B. They were free anyway, so they all came over. As for Gu Qinxiang's family, Gu Man didn't invite them. Although she could get over some things, they could no longer be close again. Gu Man had no idea that her mother had already woken up, because Gu Ning told other people not to tell her about it. Old Mrs. Gu wasn't completely conscious. Her arms could move now, but her legs couldn't, so she could only sit in a wheelchair. Anyway, she could speak now, though she could barely say a complete long sentence. She was only able to finish a brief conversation. Because old Mrs. Gu was taken back to Gu Qinxiang's family now, Gu Qinxiang hired another nurse to take care of his mother. The first nurse he hired was taking care of the mentally ill Lin Lijuan. Although Lin Lijuan was mentally ill now, she normally stayed quiet. Only once in a while would she get sick and cause trouble, so as long as they kept her in the house, everything would be fine. Old Mrs. Gu wasn't completely awake now, but she was as mean as always. She never stopped complaining, and swore at Gu Man and Gu Ning sometimes. Although Gu Qinxiang had already told old Mrs. Gu that Gu Ning had helped her wake up, old Mrs. Gu believed that Gu Ning had caused her to be disabled. She even refused to believe that Gu Ning had the ability to help her recover. She strongly believed that she was blessed so that she could wake up. As a result, Gu Man and Gu Ning were still the same in her eyes. Seeing that old Mrs. Gu didn't change at all, Gu Qinxiang stopped talking about it. He felt embarrassed to let Gu Ning and the others know about it. It was extremely shameful. In the old days, Gu Qingyun had a close relationship with old Mrs. Gu, because old Mrs. Gu always spoiled him. However, watching old Mrs. Gu's current look, Gu Qingyun was reluctant to be close to her any longer. His hostility towards Gu Ning totally went away now. Instead, he was very grateful to Gu Ning and she even became his idol. Therefore, he began to hate old Mrs. Gu since she wouldn't stop swearing at Gu Ning. Nevertheless, old Mrs. Gu treated him well, so he said nothing. He didn't want to be ungrateful. Accordingly, he did his best to avoid her, or he might lose control and argue with her. Today was the Lantern Festival, so Leng Xiaoting came back from the military base and brought Jing Yunyao back to the Leng family's house. Gu Ning had a call with Leng Xiaoting at noon, and Leng Xiaoting complained that she was always absent when they celebrated a festival. Gu Ning said that Valentine's Day was the day after tomorrow, so she would go back to the capital in the morning the day after tomorrow. If he was still in the capital the day after tomorrow, they could spend the day together. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting realized that Valentine's Day was around the corner. If there was no special task the day after tomorrow, he would definitely wait for Gu Ning in the capital. Leng Xiaoting was carrying out a task on the last Valentine's Day, and Gu Ning was also busy back then, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Therefore, this time, if both of them were free, Gu Ning hoped that they could have a romantic day. There is no girl who doesn't like romance. Because Leng Xiaoting wasn't sure whether he would be free, he said that he would see what he could do the day after tomorrow. Gu Ning understood that, so she wasn't disappointed. Actually, if they were truly in love, they would live every day romantically. Whether or not Leng Xiaoting was in the capital the day after tomorrow, Gu Ning would go to the capital city, since the new semester was about to begin after the Lantern Festival was over. After having dinner at the Lantern Festival, Gu Ning, Tang Jiayang, and Tang Jiakai took Jiang Xinyue, Gu Yinin, and Gu Qingshi out for fun. They would go to see the lantern show at the city god temple. Because Gu Ning was with them, their parents weren't worried about their safety. There were 6 of them in all, so they drove in a MPV with 7 seats. Gu Ning would be the driver because her driving skills were the best. Tang Jiayong and Tang Jiakai also invited Jiang Jimin and Jiang Minhong to join them. When Jiang Yutong heard Jiang Jimin talking with Tang Jiakai on the phone, she was excited and wanted to go with them, but she immediately remembered her mother's warning and felt upset. She thought that she better not go with them. Therefore, she could only watch Jiang Jimin and Jiang Minhong leaving in the car. Seeing that, Junior Mrs. Jiang felt sorry for her daughter, but she had to kill her daughter's abnormal feelings for Tang Jiakai, or it would cause serious trouble in the future. The Jiang family's chauffeur drove Jiang Jimin and Jiang Minhong, Jiang Jimin also called Zhao Fulin, over. They were familiar after all, so it would be fun if more friends joined them. During the Lantern Festival, the city god temple was full of people and activity everywhere. They could barely park their car outside the city god temple, because the parking lot was already full. As a result, they could only stop their car 200 meters away, then walk over. Gu Ning and the others arrived first, so they waited outside the gate of the city god temple. Otherwise, it would be hard for them to find each other in the crowd. In fact, it would still be difficult for them to stay together once they walked into the large crowd, and they could easily lose each other. Luckily, except for Jiang Xinyue, Gu Qingshi, and Gu Yinin, the others had visited the city god temple many times before. They were familiar with the route, so they weren't afraid of getting lost. They only needed to pay more attention to Gu Qingshi and Gu Yinin. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Jimin and Jiang Minhong showed up. Actually, the Jiang family's house was closer than the Tang family's house to the city god temple. But they went to pick up Zhao Fulin on the way, so they were later than Gu Ning. Anyway, it wasn't important. After they met, Gu Ning introduced them to one another before they went inside. Although they just had dinner, they couldn't help trying the specialties along the streets. In the beginning, Jiang Xinyue and the others were very shy and didn't dare to say much, but they gradually relaxed. They were all very easygoing, but members of the Tang family enjoyed a very high status compared with Jiang Xinyue and her friends. And because people of a high status always looked arrogant and not easy to get along with, they instinctively felt self-abased in front of them. They felt that they were people from a different world, so they didn't dare to talk with them. Only when the members of the Tang family talked to Jiang Xinyue and the others more often could they gradually relax. Whenever there is a large crowd, accidents happen. Many shows would be played at the festival, and they saw an exciting show when they reached the middle square, so they stopped and enjoyed watching it. At the same time, Gu Ning checked on Jiang Xinyue and the others once in a while, in case they got lost in the crowd. However, when she looked forward and back, she noticed two strange men. There was a distance of 7 meters between them, but she could still see that the two strange men could be criminals. The two men seemed very alert and panicked. Ordinary people might not notice that, but Gu Ning could easily see that. It wasn't a unique skill. A random policeman could also notice their abnormal behavior. The two men were staring at a boy about 17 years old, who was not far away from them. It seemed that they were going to do something to the boy. Couldn't be anything good. The boy was totally engrossed in the show, and only a man who was about 30 years old was next to him. The man was strong and should be the boy's bodyguard. They didn't know that they were targeted. Gu Ning did nothing after observing the situation, but she gave them a glance once in a while. After watching the show for a few minutes, Gu Ning and her friends lost interest and left. Because there was a large crowd and the boy was with a bodyguard, Gu Ning thought that they should be fine. She also hoped that they would be fine. However, after Gu Ning and her friends walked around for half an hour, they saw the same man again. But this time, the bodyguard was alone, while the boy and the two strange men disappeared. The bodyguard was talking on the phone, searching around anxiously. Obviously, he was looking for the boy. Seeing that, Gu Ning had a bad feeling that something must be wrong. She was unwilling to stand on the sidelines, so she told her friends to have bubble tea in the shop first since she needed to leave for a while. She told them that she just saw a familiar face and would be right back. Tang Jiakai and the others were a little tired after walking around for so long, so they were happy to sit down and drink bubble tea for a rest. None of them were kids, so Gu Ning didn't need to take care of them all the time. They turned to walk towards the bubble tea shop, while Gu Ning left right away. She didn't go to see the boy's bodyguard, because it would only arouse suspicions before she found the boy. Therefore, Gu Ning directly used her jade eyes to look around to see if she could find the boy. Before long, Gu Ning saw the two strange men. They were 20 meters away from her, and there was a stand in front of them. It seemed as if they were selling handicrafts. However, there were only two of them and the boy was absent. They had just stared straight at the boy, and now they were selling handicrafts here at ease. Gu Ning believed that the boy's disappearance must have something to do with the two strange men. Where did the boy go? Thinking of that, Gu Ning walked towards the two men. She decided to look at their stand first. When Gu Ning reached the stand, she saw them sitting on a big box. The box seemed to contain those handicrafts, but Gu Ning guessed that the boy might be in it. Without delay, Gu Ning used her jade eyes to see what was inside. The moment she saw it, she was surprised, because the boy was really inside. Gu Ning used her senses to feel the boy. Luckily, the boy was only passed out and not dead. Although Gu Ning didn't know why the two strange men caught the boy and who was in the wrong, she knew that it was illegal. No matter what, she had to do something since she already witnessed it. Therefore, Gu Ning deliberately stayed in front of the two strange men's stand for a while. There was nothing she liked, so she walked away afterwards. She didn't go far and stopped after walking 10 meters. The two strange men were still in her sight. Because of the lantern show at the city god temple, there were many policemen patrolling around. Gu Ning quickly found two policemen who patrolled together, then directly told them that she just saw two men beat a boy unconscious and squeeze him into a box. Upon hearing that, the two policemen were shocked and asked her to make sure of it. "Are you sure? You could be put in detention if you cry wolf." He asked that question not because he was suspicious of Gu Ning, but because it was a part of his job. "I'm sure," said Gu Ning seriously. "Great. Guide the way, please," said the policeman. After that, Gu Ning took them over. The two men remembered that Gu Ning had come to their stand, and now she was back with two policemen. Because they had done bad things, they panicked at once. However, they couldn't run away or it would be a confession of their crime. Besides, they didn't think that it had something to do with the boy. Perhaps they could get away with it. When Gu Ning walked towards the stand with two policemen, they attracted a lot of attention. Some people even walked forward to watch them. Since Gu Ning had already introduced the situation to them, the two policemen didn't bother to ask questions. Instead, they directly said, "Someone reported something to us just then. You're suspected of beating a boy unconscious and squeezing him into the box. Please open the box and let us have a look." Although they believed Gu Ning's words, they couldn't do their job through violence. Upon hearing that, the two men panicked again. How did the police know that? Someone reported it to them. Who? This girl? Subconsciously, the two men denied it at once. Who told you that? It's nonsense. We didn't do that. Right, we're innocent. Onlookers turned to glare at the two men, because the public hated human traffickers a lot. The first idea that appeared in their mind was that the two men were human traffickers. Even though the two men denied that they had beaten a boy unconscious before squeezing him into the box, onlookers refused to believe it. "Open the box and we'll know." That was what the police were going to say, but an onlooker said that first. "Right, open the box and we'll know. Open it." Onlookers shouted, but they were not trying to make a scene. Instead, they did it out of a strong sense of justice. They wanted to know whether there was a boy in the box. Otherwise, they wouldn't let the two men go. Seeing that their secret would be exposed right away, the two men understood that it was too late to deny it now. Therefore, they made up their mind to run away. The next moment, they exchanged a glance and reached a tacit agreement. Then they immediately ran. Although there were many onlookers, there was still a way out, so they thought that they could still escape. However, would they succeed? Of course not. Actually, even if there was no one watching them and they could run in all directions, it was still impossible for them to get away with it. Once they ran, the two policemen caught them separately. Although the two men were strong and struggled at once, many nice onlookers went up and helped the two policemen catch them. The box wasn't open yet, but the fact that they tried to run away proved that they were guilty. If they were innocent, they would have listened to the police and opened the box. When the two policemen went to catch the two men, Gu Ning immediately walked to open the box. It wasn't good for the boy to be locked inside for so long. Afterwards, many people went closer to see whether the boy was still fine in the box. As soon as Gu Ning opened the box, everyone could see there was indeed a boy in it. At this moment, the public got angrier. How could the two men treat a boy so badly? Is he all right? Asked someone. Sure, he just passed out, said Gu Ning. Then she pinched the boy's philtrum. She used that as a cover as she was putting magical power into the boy's body. After about 10 seconds, the boy gradually woke up. Seeing that, everyone was relieved. It was a good thing that the boy was fine. However, the boy wasn't fully conscious, so he didn't know what had happened. At the same time, the two policemen totally controlled the two men. Because they didn't carry handcuffs with them, they let several onlookers catch them first. After that, a policeman walked over to ask about the boy's situation. How are you? Are you all right? Asked the policeman. He's fine. He just woke up, so he isn't fully conscious, said Gu Ning. Thank you so much, miss. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have known that such a terrible thing happened. The policeman thanked Gu Ning. When onlookers heard that Gu Ning went to the police for help, they immediately complimented her. You're welcome. I think no matter who saw it, they would do the same. There are a lot of bad people in this world, but there are also a lot of good people, said Gu Ning. After doing so many good deeds, Gu Ning felt little pride for doing it anymore. Instead, she felt it was just a little favor. What Gu Ning said impressed the police. At this time, the boy finally came back to his senses and realized what had happened. In horror, he abruptly stood up from the ground. Even though he understood that he was saved, he was still scared, especially when he remembered that someone tightly covered his nose the moment he walked out of the washroom. He could barely breathe back then. He even thought that he was going to die and was filled with horror. Afterwards, he lost consciousness and he found himself here when he opened his eyes again. I. The boy wanted to say something, but his voice was trembling. He couldn't finish a sentence. Seeing that, the policeman comforted him. Don't worry, you're fine now. Let's call your family first. They just caught the criminals, but the boy still needed to give an oral confession back in the police station. The police needed to know the cause. Sure, said the boy. He immediately reached his hand to his pocket, but his phone was gone. Tell the police your parents' numbers. They can do it for you, said Gu Ning. Yeah, tell me your parents' numbers. I'll call them. A policeman noticed the boy's behavior and understood that his phone disappeared. Great. The boy nodded, then gave the policeman a number. He told the policeman that it was his bodyguard's number and that his bodyguard should be nearby. In addition, his bodyguard was supposed to be looking for him right now. If they gave his bodyguard a call, his bodyguard would rush over right away. The boy gave the police his bodyguard's number instead of his parents' numbers. It wasn't right because it was better for his parents to come. However, since his bodyguard was nearby, they could call his bodyguard first and could contact the boy's parents later. When other people heard that the boy had his own bodyguard, they were all surprised. In that case, the boy must be either rich or important. It seemed that the two men aimed to abduct him and ask his parents for money. It was the onlooker's opinion. Updates by Com. Right after the boy finished, the policeman got through to his bodyguard. The policeman told his bodyguard what had happened, so his bodyguard immediately came over. Because his bodyguard wasn't far away, he ran rapidly over and even knocked over several people on his way. He didn't even have time to make an apology. He wasn't trying to be rude, but he needed to see the boy as soon as possible. Before long, he saw the boy. Although the policeman told him that the boy was fine on the phone, he was still worried before he saw the boy with his own eyes. Mingxian, I'm sorry. I didn't protect you well. The bodyguard apologized to the boy at once. Brother Mu-chan, it's not your fault, said Lin Mingxian. Actually, it was his fault. If he hadn't walked out of the washroom earlier, he wouldn't have been caught by the two men. Oh, Brother Mu-chan. This miss helped me out by going to the police for help. Lin Mingxian suddenly remembered Gu Ning's conversation with the police earlier. Afterwards, he turned to give Gu Ning a deep bow and thanked her. Thank you so much, miss. He was too scared to thank Gu Ning earlier, but now he was feeling much better. If Gu Ning hadn't saved him, terrible things could have happened to him. Miss, Thank you so much for rescuing Mingxian and me. Mu Chen bowed to Gu Ning too. If anything bad happened to Lin Mingxian, he might have to kill himself to pay for it. Although the Lin family wouldn't bother to do it, he owed the Lin family too much. He had stayed by Lin Mingxuan's side for years. Although they were master and servant, he had built a deep relationship with Lin Mingxian. If Lin Mingxian was in trouble, he would really kill himself to pay for it. My pleasure. Be more careful in the future, said Gu Ning. Of course, said Mu Chen and Lin Mingxian. After that, Gu Ning walked away and left it to them. She just reported it to the police, so there was no need for her to give an oral confession back at the police station. From the beginning to the end, it was only about 10 minutes, so Gu Ning's friends didn't think that she had been gone for that long. When Gu Ning walked into the bubble tea shop, Tang Jiakai was absent. So Gu Ning asked, "Where is Jiakai?" "Oh, he remembered that there is a delicious steamed cake shop nearby, so he went to buy it," said Tang Jiang. Because the steamed cake shop wasn't far away and Tang Jiakai wasn't a kid, he would be safe even though he went out alone. Gu Ning also believed that Tang Jiakai would be safe, so she didn't go out to find him. Instead, she sat down and waited for him to come back. It wasn't early now and was about 11 p.m., so they should go home after Tang Jiakai got back. However, after waiting 10 minutes, Tang Jiakai still wasn't back yet. There were many visitors today, so it was very normal that it took longer to buy stuff, but Gu Ning somehow had a premonition, so she told the others to wait for her in the shop while she went to see Tang Jiakai. Without surprise, Tang Jiakai really encountered trouble, but he wasn't the target. When Tang Jiakai stood in line to buy the steamed cake, he met Zhuang Zixuan, the girl he had chased, who had rejected him. After rejecting Tang Jiakai, Zhuang Zixuan got together with another rich and handsome young man, but her current boyfriend wasn't comparable to Tang Jiakai. However, given Zhuang Zixuan's vanity, her boyfriend must be a rich, handsome young man. She actually cared little about love. This time, Tang Jiakai ran into Zhuang Zixuan and her boyfriend. Zhuang Zixuan still kept a place for Tang Jiakai in her heart. After all, Tang Jiakai wasn't just a rich and handsome young man of high social standing. He was also her true love. She had only rejected him because she didn't know his family background. After finding out about Tang Jiakai's real family background, Zhuang Zixuan had dreamed countless times that he would come back to her again, but unfortunately, he didn't. Even if they met in their school, Tang Jiakai wouldn't pay attention to her. She seemed to be nothing in his eyes. It broke her heart, and she was unwilling to accept the result, but she could do nothing about it. Moreover, she soon had a new boyfriend. However, although Zhuang Zixuan had a new boyfriend now, she subconsciously let go of her boyfriend's arm the moment she saw Tang Jiakai. It seemed that she was afraid that Tang Jiakai would see them and she would lose him. However, whether Tang Jiakai saw it or not, she didn't have any chance to win his heart again. However, Zhuang Zixuan's behavior annoyed her boyfriend. Although he wasn't clear about their history, it couldn't be more obvious that Zhuang Zixuan didn't want Tang Jiakai to see them together. "What are you doing?" Zhuang Zixuan's boyfriend directly questioned her. They were in a public place, but he didn't do it when they walked away. He purposely embarrassed Zhuang Zixuan. Since Zhuang Zixuan cared so little about his face, he didn't think that he should care about her feelings. And nothing. Zhuang Zixuan denied it at once, but the expression on her face betrayed her. "Nothing? I'm not blind. The moment you saw him, you let go of my arm. What do you mean by doing that? Tell me, who's he?" Zhuang Zixuan's boyfriend raised his voice and immediately attracted a lot of attention from people around them. After that, onlookers turned to look at Zhuang Zixuan disdainfully. Given the man's words, the woman couldn't be a good person. It was also possible that the other man had an affair with the woman. As a result, people disdained Tang Jiakai too. Tang Jiakai frowned with displeasure. It was uncomfortable being wronged. Just a schoolmate. Zhuang Zixuan was a little displeased, but she also realized that she shouldn't have done that just then. Therefore, she curbed her anger and gave an explanation. "Just a schoolmate? Why did you let go of my arm once you saw him? Do you think I'd believe it?" Zhuang Zixuan's boyfriend refused to believe that they were just schoolmates. Instead, He believed that there must be an abnormal relationship between them. From Zhuang Zixuan's reaction, he was sure that she didn't want that man to see them being together. Zhuang Zixuan's behavior hurt him, so he got extremely angry. Moreover, he was losing trust in Zhuang Zixuan. After all, he was a male chauvinist. Without getting the answer from Zhuang Zixuan, the man rushed to Tang Jiakai. Zhuang Zixuan subconsciously wanted to stop him, but it only made the man angrier. The next moment, the man violently threw Zhuang Zixuan's hands away and walked towards Tang Jiakai. "What's your relationship with Zhuang Zixuan?" asked the man. The man didn't recognize Tang Jiakai, otherwise he wouldn't dare to talk to him like that. In fact, if he knew Tang Jiakai's family background, he would believe that it was impossible for Zhuang Zixuan to have a special relationship with Tang Jiakai. After all, in his eyes, Zhuang Zixuan didn't deserve a rich heir. If he learned that Tang Jiakai, a top rich heir, had chased Zhuang Zixuan before, he would believe it was Zhuang Zixuan's unbelievably good luck. Not to mention that if he heard the reason why Zhuang Zixuan rejected Tang Jiakai, he would only make fun of her. She wanted to have a rich heir as her boyfriend, but she rejected a top one. It was ridiculously funny. Although Tang Jiakai felt that he was completely innocent, he didn't want his reputation to be damaged because of the ridiculous drama. Therefore, he explained, "We're just schoolmates. There is no special relationship between us. Don't bite around and damage my reputation." He was implying that the man was like a crazy dog. Tang Jiakai didn't want to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid. "Do you think I'll believe that? If there is no special relationship between you and her, why did she let go of my arm when she saw you? Tell me, what's your relationship with her?" Zhuang Zixuan's boyfriend refused to believe it. He was a domineering man, so he would force other people to agree with his opinions. He wasn't cuckolding himself, but Zhuang Zixuan's reaction said everything. Hua! Zhuang Zixuan was reluctant to mess with Tang Jiakai due to Tang Jiakai's family background. So she summoned up her courage to pull the man and try to stop him. "What? Are you afraid that I'll cause him trouble?" Unfortunately, Zhuang Zixuan's behavior only filled the man with more anger, because he believed that she was defending Tang Jiakai. "No?" Zhuang Zixuan immediately shook her head, but she didn't know how to tell her boyfriend about Tang Jiakai's family background in a public place. "You want to cause me trouble? Who do you think you are?" Tang Jiakai was a grown man, so he could be aggressive since the man wouldn't let him go. "What did you say?" The man was furious and raised his fist to punch Tang Jiakai. However, the man was just an ordinary man, while Tang Jiakai had practiced kung fu for a while, so it was impossible for the man to hit Tang Jiakai. Without surprise, the moment the man raised his fist, Tang Jiakai punched him first. Before the man could touch Tang Jiakai hit him heavily. The man was knocked backwards with blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. When the man felt something was flowing from the corner of his mouth, he wiped it off and got angrier. "Fuck you. How dare you punch me? Do you know who I am?" "I don't care," said Tang Jiakai arrogantly. The man was knocked backwards and there was blood at the corner of his mouth, but he wasn't seriously injured. Therefore, he immediately attacked Tang Jiakai again. Even though he was punched by Tang Jiakai, it didn't mean that Tang Jiakai was stronger than him. He believed that Tang Jiakai was only lucky. However, the truth proved that he was wrong. When the man attacked Tang Jiakai once more, Tang Jiakai didn't hesitate and punched him again. The man was again knocked a few steps back. At this moment, Gu Ning came. Seeing Tang Jiakai punching the man, Gu Ning slightly frowned, but she said nothing, because she knew that the man must have annoyed Tang Jiakai first. "Jiakai, what's going on here?" Gu Ning walked over and asked. "Nothing, just a dumb idiot who insists on blaming me for something I didn't do. He even wanted to beat me, but he's too weak. He can barely touch me," said Tang Jiakai with obvious disdain for the man. Zhuang Zixuan didn't know Gu Ning, so she got jealous once she noticed Gu Ning's extraordinary beauty and close relationship with Tang Jiakai. Zhuang Zixuan's boyfriend didn't know Tang Jiakai, but he recognized Gu Ning, so he was amazed the moment he noticed Gu Ning. This man had a relationship with Gu Ning? All of a sudden, the man realized that he had made an impulsive decision. Gu Ning wasn't someone he could mess with, if she wanted to pay him back for her friend. So, what do you want to do next? Gu Ning asked. It depends on him, said Tang Jiakai. Afterwards, he turned to ask the man. What? Do you want to continue to fight me? If not, I need to buy some steamed cakes. I've waited in line for so long, and it's my turn now. But I need to tell you that Zhuang Zixuan and I are just schoolmates. That's all. Although Tang Jiakai was a little displeased after the drama, it didn't affect his appetite. He rarely visited the city god temple, so he couldn't miss the delicious food. In addition, if the man stopped bothering him, he wouldn't waste more time arguing with him. Because of Gu Ning's appearance, the man was slightly scared. Besides, he couldn't defeat Tang Jiakai, let alone Gu Ning. Therefore, the man felt that he would be the one who was injured if he continued to fight with them, so he was reluctant to waste more time here. Although he was really upset after Tang Jiakai punched him twice, Tang Jiakai made it very clear that he and Zhuang Zixuan were just schoolmates. In that case, there was indeed nothing special between them. Perhaps it was Zhuang Zixuan who was admiring Tang Jiakai from afar. Thinking of that, the man felt it was possible. As a result, he would be embarrassed if he continued to fight with Tang Jiakai. So he had to swallow his anger in the end. He lost interest in the steamed cake as well. After giving a snort, he directly turned around and left. Seeing that, Zhuang Zixuan immediately chased after him. If it was possible, she didn't want their romantic relationship to end like that. As for Tang Jiakai, she had dreamed about becoming his girlfriend, but she clearly knew it was impossible. When both of them were gone, Tang Jiakai went to buy steamed cake. He bought 2 steamed cakes for him and Gu Ning. Then they went back. Zhuang Zixuan followed her boyfriend, but didn't dare to be close to him. She was unwilling to quarrel with him publicly, since it would be humiliating. Her boyfriend was aware that she was following him, but he said nothing till they reached the parking lot. Do you like that man? He asked all of a sudden. On the way, Zhuang Zixuan was prepared to explain it to her boyfriend, so she wasn't guilty when her boyfriend asked her about that. I don't. We're just schoolmates. I was scared of him, so I subconsciously let go of your arm when I saw him. I didn't mean to hurt you. Ridiculous. You're scared of him? Why? Her boyfriend sneered. He didn't believe a word she said. Because I swore at him back when I didn't know his family background. I've been afraid that he'll pay me back after finding out about his family background, said Zhuang Zixuan. What family background? Upon hearing that, Zhuang Zixuan's boyfriend became serious. He somehow had a bad feeling because he felt that man might have been born in an influential family. His family was much better than Zhuang Zixuan's, so that man's family couldn't be ordinary if Zhuang Zixuan was scared of that man. He's the heir of the Tang family, the richest family in City B, said Zhuang Zixuan. What? Hearing that, her boyfriend was shocked. The heir of the Tang family, the richest family in City B? In that case, that man should be Gu Ning's cousin. Why didn't you tell me? Zhuang Zixuan's boyfriend angrily criticized her. You didn't give me a chance. I tried to stop you twice, but you only got angrier and angrier. Zhuang Zixuan shouted. She was aggrieved too. Her boyfriend shut his mouth at once. It was true. Zhuang Zixuan had tried to stop him twice, but he misunderstood her and thought that she was defending that man. Zhuang Zixuan's boyfriend was a chauvinist, but he wasn't stupid, so he had no reason to blame her right now. All right. I'm sorry. I thought you were defending him. Zhuang Zixuan's boyfriend apologized to her. It was his fault after all, and he almost offended members of the Tang family. If it hadn't been for Gu Ning's sudden appearance, he might have made a terrible mistake. I said there is nothing special between me and him, but you refused to believe it. If Tang Jiakai was injured today, you'd surely have to pay a high price for it, said Zhuang Zixuan in an aggrieved tone. I got mad because I care about you. I thought that there is something special between you and him. I didn't know that you've offended him before, said Zhuang Zixuan's boyfriend. He started losing his patience. Although he admitted that it was his fault, he was still displeased that Zhuang Zixuan continued to blame him for it. Zhuang Zixuan knew his temper very well, so she stopped right away. She understood that he would only get angry if she continued to blame him, which wasn't good for their relationship. When Zhuang Zixuan stopped, her boyfriend also calmed down. He held Zhuang Zixuan's hand and got in his car. "Let's go to my place today. I have a gift for you." "Great." Hearing that, Zhuang Zixuan felt much better. He was quick-tempered and domineering, but he was also very generous. Zhuang Zixuan seemed to be restrained and as if she had little interest in money, but she was actually extremely vain. She was born in a rich family, but her family valued boys above girls, so she couldn't spend as much money as she wanted. In fact, if she had everything, she wouldn't be so attracted to famous international brands. Zhuang Zixuan had dated her boyfriend for a while, and they had sex after they got together for a week. It wasn't her first time sleeping in her boyfriend's apartment, so it was very normal. After Gu Ning and Tang Jiakai came back to meet their friends, they didn't tell them about what had just happened. Instead, they enjoyed the steamed cakes together, then walked away. Because the Tang family arranged for Gu Qing and Gu Qinxiang to stay in their house, they directly returned to the Tang family's house, while Jiang Jimin and the others were driven back to the Jiang family's house by their chauffeur. Zhao Fulin was sent back to the Zhao family along the way. Lin Mingxuan's parents came to see him later. The two men who abducted him admitted to their crime. They confessed that they were paid to kidnap Lin Mingxian. Lin Mingxuan's father was an official in the government, and his enemy in politics paid the two men to abduct Lin Mingxian. Therefore, Lin Mingxian was dragged into trouble because of his father. It was Mu Chen's fault that he failed to protect him well, but no serious issues were caused, so Lin Mingxian didn't punish Mu Chen. However, no matter what, Mu Chen didn't do his job well, so Lin Mingxuan's father decided to replace him. Mu Chen was reluctant to leave Lin Mingxian, but it was indeed his fault, so he said nothing about it. It was already very nice of Lin Mingxuan's father that he didn't receive a punishment. Anyway, Lin Mingxian strongly disagreed with his father. Mu Chen had stayed by his side for years, and they had formed a close relationship. And this time, he hadn't listened to Mu Chen and left the washroom before Mu Chen. Otherwise, the two men wouldn't have had the chance to kidnap him. Because Lin Mingxian insisted on keeping Mu Chen and said that it was also his fault, his father gave in. Both the Lin family and Mu Chen were very grateful to the girl who went to the police to help Lin Mingxian. Although Lin Mingxuan's parents didn't know the girl's name and couldn't thank her face to face, Lin Mingxian and Mu Chen had already thanked her in person. The next day, Gu Qing's family and Gu Qingyang's family went home after having lunch. Tang Jiayang, Tang Jiakai, and Gu Ning drove them to the airport. Gu Ning would go back to the capital the next day, while Tang Jiayang needed to return to Country Y. His flight would take off at the same time as Gu Ning's, so Tang Yunfan, Tang Yunhang and Tang Yunhang's wife sent them to the airport. This was the first time that Tang Yunfan had sent Gu Ning to the airport in person. If Gu Man had fully recovered after delivering, Gu Man would have come with them to the airport too. Although Gu Ning wasn't a kid and was much more mature than many adults, she was still her parents' beloved daughter. Therefore, when Gu Ning left, Gu Man kept on reminding her to take good care of herself. Gu Man also told her to spend more time with Jing Yunyao if she had time. It was never easy to get along well with in-laws. Although they seemed very close right now, Gu Man barely knew Jing Yunyao, so she was still worried about Gu Ning's life in the Lung family. Whatever Gu Man reminded her to do, Gu Ning listened and agreed. She definitely was willing to spend more time with Jing Yunyao, because Jing Yunyao was worth her care. Jing Yunyao wasn't a mean, difficult mother-in-law, and she treated Gu Ning as her own daughter. If Jing Yunyao had been a mean, difficult mother-in-law, Gu Ning wouldn't bother to please her. Once Gu Ning and the others arrived at the terminal, they attracted a lot of attention. Some people recognized Gu Ning, Tang Yunfan, and Tang Yunhang, because they were celebrities and often showed their faces in the news. Wow! Isn't that Goddess Gu? Right, is that the chairman of Tang Huang next to her? I heard Goddess Gu is Chairman Tang's daughter. I thought it's a rumor, but it seems to be true. Look at them. They are so alike. Right? People who recognized them began to talk about them, but none of them dared to go up to say hi. If Gu Ning was alone, they wouldn't be afraid. But Tang Yunfan and Tang Yunhang were also with Gu Ning. After watching Gu Ning and Tang Jiayang pass the security check, Tang Yunfan and the others walked away. Gu Ning and Tang Jiayong soon separated, because Tang Jiayong was going abroad and needed to go through customs. Gu Ning's flight took off at 2:40 p.m., so when she arrived at the capital, it was 5 p.m. Gu Ning had called Ling Xiaoting beforehand, so he was already waiting for her at the airport. Today was Valentine's Day, and Ling Xiaoting couldn't wait to see her. In addition, he had made a schedule for this romantic day, but he was a little afraid that Gu Ning might not like it. In order to make preparations, he had done research on the internet for a long time. He learned a lot from other people's experience. When Ling Xiaoting arrived at the arrival hall with a large bunch of roses, he attracted a lot of attention. His appearance was already very outstanding, so now he was even more attractive with the bunch of roses. There should be 99 roses in the large bunch. In an instant, it aroused jealousy among the females. They wondered who the lucky girl that owned such a handsome romantic boyfriend was, and they wished that they could be his girlfriend. Many women took out their phones and took several photos of Ling Xiaoting. Then they posted his photos in their WeChat moment and expressed their envy. When Gu Ning walked out and saw Ling Xiaoting standing there with a large bunch of roses, she was astonished, but she was touched too. With a happy smile on her face, Gu Ning trotted to Ling Xiaoting. After Gu Ning reached Ling Xiaoting, the public saw her and was amazed by her extraordinary beauty. It was true that a handsome man always matched a beautiful girl. Those who had a plain face could only watch from the side. Before long, some people recognized Gu Ning. It turned out that this extraordinarily handsome man was her boyfriend. They had seen his photos on the internet and could see that he was very handsome, but they didn't recognize him until Gu Ning showed up. After that, more and more people took out their phones to take photos of this beautiful couple. Happy Valentine's Day! Ling Xiaoting handed the bunch of roses to Gu Ning. Thanks! Gu Ning took the flowers and thanked Ling Xiaoting, but she didn't have a gift for him. I'm sorry, I didn't prepare a gift for you, said Gu Ning with slight embarrassment. You're the best gift for me? Ling Xiaoting smiled at her and said meaningfully. Gu Ning flushed at once. She gave Ling Xiaoting's glare, but Ling Xiaoting only felt aroused. They hadn't had sex for a long time after all. He subconsciously swallowed, but there were too many people in the airport, otherwise he would have given her a long, passionate kiss. All right, let's go. Saying that, Ling Xiaoting held Gu Ning's hand and walked away under everyone's jealous gaze. As soon as they were gone, people who recognized them began to talk about them. Jesus, he's Goddess Gu's boyfriend. He's extremely handsome. I didn't recognize him until Goddess Gu showed up. Right, people are usually prettier than their photos, and he has a very natural air of elegance. I think he must be a soldier. Even if he's a soldier, he can't be an average soldier. Of course, an average soldier doesn't deserve Goddess Gu. I think he must be a soldier of a high rank and must be born in an influential family too. I agree. Oh, I'm so jealous of Goddess Gu. She isn't only perfect, she also has such a handsome boyfriend. Right? When Gu Ning and Ling Xiaoting arrived at the city center, it was 6 p.m., so it was time for dinner. Ling Xiaoting didn't take Gu Ning back to the Sihiyuan, and instead took her to a fancy restaurant. Since it was Valentine's Day, it was nice for them to have a candlelit dinner. Although it wasn't the first time that they had a candlelit dinner, they didn't do it very often. Therefore, it was a rare experience for Gu Ning, and she felt very touched and excited after walking into the romantically set-up room. Girls would rarely say no to romance. Gu Ning was mature, but she also loved romance. When the waiter left, Gu Ning directly hugged Ling Xiaoting. With her eyes full of love for him, she looked at him and said, Xiaoting, thank you for everything. I love it. I really love it. Seeing Gu Ning's mouth moving, Ling Xiaoting had a desire to suck it. Right when he had that idea, Gu Ning finished and kissed his lips. Ling Xiaoting was surprised by her sudden move, but the next second he passionately kissed her back. The two had a long passionate kiss, and Ling Xiaoting almost lost control of himself. Gu Ning was also afraid that the waiter might suddenly come in and catch them kissing. It would be embarrassing. Therefore, she moved away after a moment. Ling Xiaoting was disappointed, because he wasn't satisfied, but he understood what they couldn't do right here. Looking at Gu Ning with strong desire, he swallowed and exhaled heavily. Ning Ning, I think we will make it till daybreak tonight. Gu Ning clearly knew what Leng Xiaoting was implying, and she flushed in an instant. Without a word, she went to sit by the table. When are you leaving? Asked Gu Ning. Tomorrow, said Leng Xiaoting. Actually, he should be leaving today, but it was Valentine's Day and he didn't have to leave right now, so he stayed and spent the day with Gu Ning. I've never asked you about your work, but I heard from your mother that she can join you in the future. So I want to join you too. Why don't you talk about it with the president? Said Gu Ning. She admitted that she was a little jealous because Yunyao could fight with Leng Xiaoting, but she couldn't. She knew that Jing Yunyao used to be a soldier and even had a title of major. It was very normal that Jing Yunyao was allowed to join Leng Xiaoting. In addition, Wei Lingfeng needed a strong soldier like Jing Yunyao. However, Gu Ning didn't think she was worse. She wasn't as strong as Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao, but she could defeat monsters and ghosts. Leng Xiaoting actually didn't want Gu Ning to join them, but he didn't have the heart to turn her down. As a cultivator, it was unavoidable for Gu Ning to deal with monsters and ghosts. Whether he allowed Gu Ning to join them or not, she had to face it. Moreover, Gu Ning had helped him when he carried out tasks, but the senior officials weren't aware of that. Leng Xiaoting had thought about that. If they needed Gu Ning's help next time, the same thing that happened to Jing Yunyao might happen to Gu Ning as well. Therefore, it was necessary for Leng Xiaoting to make it clear with Wei Lingfeng. Other people didn't need to know about it, but Wei Lingfeng must be aware. In that case, if anyone reported it to Wei Lingfeng could handle it well. Sure, I'll talk about it with the president, said Leng Xiaoting. Really? Gu Ning actually didn't have much hope. If Leng Xiaoting turned her down, she would be disappointed, but wouldn't force him. But unexpectedly, Leng Xiaoting agreed. So she was very excited. Well, what can I say? Other people refuse to work in danger, but you want to be involved. Leng Xiaoting was amused, but he understood that Gu Ning wanted to fight together with them. He was deeply touched by that. Although he was also worried about Gu Ning's safety, it didn't mean that Gu Ning would be completely safe if she didn't join them. At least, they could protect Gu Ning from being injured if they fought together. I just want to fight together with you, said Gu Ning. Leng Xiaoting couldn't change Gu Ning's mind, so he agreed. Before long, their dishes were placed on the table. They also had some red wine because it wouldn't affect them. After the candlelit dinner, they went to see a movie which was a romantic film specially for Valentine's Day. Gu Ning thought it would be over after they finished dinner, so she was surprised that Leng Xiaoting also bought film tickets. In order to prevent them from being recognized, Leng Xiaoting booked tickets for back seats and they didn't go into the theater until the movie was about to begin. He was right, and indeed nobody recognized them. Chu Peihan visited the capital yesterday, so because she was single, she asked Shi Xiaoya to hang out. When they shopped during the day, it was only the two of them. However, when they went to have a meal, Han Chenglin joined them. Due to Shi Xiaoya, Han Chenglin learned that Chu Peihan was in the capital, so he called and invited her to share a meal. Chu Peihan turned him down, because she already had an appointment with Shi Xiaoya. In addition, it was Valentine's Day, so she didn't think that she should have a meal with a boy. If it had been a normal day, she would have accepted Han Chenglin's invitation. Then Han Chenglin said that she could come with Shi Xiaoya. He wanted to spend some alone time with Chu Peihan, but he understood that she wouldn't agree, so he could only ask her to bring Shi Xiaoya along. If Chu Peihan ate with Han Chenglin and Shi Xiaoya, it wouldn't seem strange, so she agreed. Anyway, she didn't really want to say no to Han Chenglin. Therefore, three of them had dinner together. After having dinner, Han Chenglin invited them to watch a film together. Because Shi Xiaoya was with them, Chu Peihan agreed. Shi Xiaoya did her best to be invisible and didn't talk to them along the way, in order to leave more space to Chu Peihan and Han Chenglin. To make it happen, she even deliberately walked a few steps behind them and pretended that she was answering a call. By all means, she wanted to give them more chances to get to know each other. Han Chenglin was her cousin after all, and he even paid her to help him. Actually, if Han Chenglin didn't give her money, she wouldn't bother. She was worried that Chu Peihan might be mad at her if she found out about their real relationship. Upon thinking that Chu Peihan would be angry with her after knowing the truth, Shi Xiaoya felt bad. She treated Chu Peihan as a close friend, but if it was possible, she really hoped that Chu Peihan could become her cousin-in-law. In that case, they would be a family. Shi Xiaoya agreed to help Han Qinglin because Han Qinglin was a good man. Even though he seemed to be a bad guy on the surface, he was actually reliable. Shi Xiaoya had a positive opinion about Han Qinglin, not because he was her cousin, but because he was actually a good man. However, it wasn't up to her, it was Chu Peihan's decision. No matter how good he was, he might still treat people differently. Whether Chu Peihan thought that Han Qinglin was her Mr. Right depended on how well they got along with each other. Nevertheless, Shi Xiaoya hoped that Chu Peihan could give Han Qinglin a chance. In fact, Shi Xiaoya had planned to keep her real relationship with Han Qinglin's secret for a while longer, so she didn't expect it to be exposed today. After they arrived at the movie theater, they saw a familiar face who turned out to be a family member. The moment Shi Xiaoya saw her family member, she had a premonition, but it was too late for her to run away now. Updates by Hi, Cousin Qinglin, Cousin Xiaoya. What a coincidence. Did you come to see a film too? It was an energetic and handsome 20-year-old boy who was talking to them. The next moment, he turned to look at Chu Peihan, then gave a glance at Han Qinglin. Hey, Qinglin, is this your girlfriend? Before Han Qinglin could say anything, the boy greeted Chu Peihan. Hi, nice to see you. My name is Han Zhishi. I'm Han Qinglin's cousin, and Shi Xiaoya's. Shut up. Shi Xiaoya and Han Qinglin immediately interrupted him, but unfortunately it was too late. Chu Peihan thought that he was only Shi Xiaoya's cousin, but unexpectedly he was also Han Qinglin's cousin. In that case, Shi Xiaoya and Han Qinglin were cousins too. Realizing that, Chu Peihan was shocked and angry. She couldn't accept it. Why did they keep it a secret from her? Although they could choose not to tell her about their real relationship, at this moment Chu Peihan felt she had been fooled. Peihan, please let me explain. Knowing that it was impossible for them to keep it a secret from Chu Peihan any longer, Han Qinglin felt he needed to be honest with her in case she got angry. He hoped that Chu Peihan could give him a chance to explain. What's wrong? Han Zhishi had no idea why Shi Xiaoya and Han Qinglin rushed to interrupt his self-introduction. Why did Han Qinglin need to explain their relationship? Did he do something wrong? Nothing. Chu Peihan was mad, but she still composed herself. She was reluctant to embarrass anyone, so she forced a smile on her face. Afterwards, she turned to stare at Shi Xiaoya and Han Qinglin, but they were too guilty to meet her eyes. Well, I just lost interest in the film. Why don't we go have some coffee? Chu Peihan said, clenching her teeth in anger. She was quick-tempered, but sometimes she could also curb her anger. No matter why they kept their relationship a secret from her, she wanted to hear their explanation. After all, she regarded Shi Xiaoya as a close friend, and she believed that Shi Xiaoya wouldn't hurt her. Han Qinglin also treated her nicely. Therefore, she curbed her anger and didn't lose her temper right away. Hearing that, Shi Xiaoya and Han Qinglin understood that Chu Peihan was willing to give them a chance, so they agreed at once. They really needed to talk about it now. After that, they walked away, leaving the confused Han Zhishi behind. Han Zhishi didn't follow, because he already had an appointment with his friends. He couldn't stand his friends up. Along the way, there were many people, so Han Qinglin and Shi Xiaoya said nothing. The two of them hated Han Zhishi to death right now. If it hadn't been for him, their real relationship wouldn't have been exposed. At least not today. At the same time, they regretted doing it. They should have told Chu Peihan about their real relationship earlier. If they did that before today, Chu Peihan wouldn't be so mad now. However, it was too late. There was a cafe next to the movie theater, so they went there and found a table at the corner. Since they were in a cafe, they ordered some drinks. Once the waitress was gone, Han Qinglin opened his mouth before Chu Peihan said anything. Peihan, we didn't keep our family relationship a secret from you on purpose. We didn't mean to hurt you either, but... Saying that, Han Qinglin suddenly found it difficult to continue, because he would have to confess his affection for Chu Peihan after that. He was willing to do that, But he wasn't prepared and was afraid that Chu Peihan might be scared. He was also afraid that she would reject him. Han Chunglin seemed thick-skinned, and as if he was afraid of nothing, but he was different in front of the girl he liked. He cared about Chu Peihan, so he got nervous. "What?" Chu Peihan asked in a flat voice. Sure, Xiaoye got anxious for Han Qinglin, because she didn't know how to explain it to Chu Peihan. It would be best if Han Qinglin could finish the explanation on his own. Han Qinglin took a deep breath. Although he was afraid that Chu Peihan would reject him, it would be hard to explain it if he didn't confess his affection for her right now. Chu Peihan would probably be angrier and might believe that they were making fun of her. It would hurt her and he would lose any chance to chase her in the future. Therefore, after taking a deep breath, Han Qinglin said seriously to Chu Peihan, "Chu Peihan, I have had a great interest in you from the day we met. I did everything trying to be closer to you. After a while, I realized that I'm not just interested in you. I fell in love with you. Once I learned that you and my cousin Xiaoye are classmates and you two are close friends, I bribed her. I told her not to tell you about our family relationship. She told me your schedule, so I could meet you by chance. I just wanted to see you more often. I thought that I could confess my affection for you after we became more familiar, but I didn't expect to run into Han Jeshi today. He ruined my plan." Hearing Han Qinglin's confession, Chu Peihan was struck dumb. It was beyond her imagination that Han Qinglin fell in love with her. What surprised her more was that her heart began to pound in excitement. Was she happy about that? Why? Did she like Han Qinglin too? No, she didn't think so. Maybe she had a good impression of him, but it could hardly be considered love. Suddenly, Chu Peihan didn't know what to say. She really wanted to escape right now. As a result, she directly stood up and said, "I don't want the coffee anymore. Sorry, I gotta go." The moment she finished, she ran outside. "Hey!" Sure, Xiaoye wanted to stop her, but Han Qinglin was faster, so she decided not to follow them. After all, it wasn't appropriate for her to be the third wheel, and the coffee they ordered was already on the table. She couldn't waste it. Han Qinglin caught up to Chu Peihan at the door and pulled her back. He knew it wasn't good, but he didn't know what else he could do right now. "Peihan, I mean every word I just said. I know you don't hate me so much now. Can you give me a chance?" said Han Qinglin seriously. After being pulled by Han Qinglin, Chu Peihan was very nervous. She had no courage to look at him. "It's such a surprise. I need some private time to think about it," she said, struggling hard. Given Chu Peihan's skills, it couldn't be easier for her to get rid of Han Qinglin, but she didn't want to hurt him, so she didn't use a lot of force. "I'm afraid you'll disappear from my life." Han Qinglin was a little aggrieved. "No, I won't. Please let me go now," said Chu Peihan subconsciously. She was scared by Han Qinglin's sudden confession and had no idea how to face it, but she didn't really have the intention of rejecting him. She just panicked. Given her personality, if she disliked a man, she would reject him without hesitation. Only when she wasn't sure of her feelings would she hesitate. Chu Peihan never paid much attention to a romantic relationship, let alone being entangled. "I can send you back to school," said Han Qinglin. He didn't want her to leave alone, even though she was a very strong girl. In fact, Chu Peihan would be safer alone than he would be, but he was worried about her right now. "No, I'll go back on my own," said Chu Peihan with determination. "Send me a message when you arrive. All right?" Knowing that Chu Peihan was determined, Han Qinglin didn't dare to force her, in case she got mad. He could only ask her to send him a message after she arrived so that he could know she was safe. "Sure." Chu Peihan agreed in order to stop Han Qinglin from sending her back to school. After that, Han Qinglin let Chu Peihan go and she immediately ran to the subway station. At this moment, Chu Peihan's cheeks were hot and red. She even felt too embarrassed to be in public. Watching Chu Peihan run away, Han Qinglin didn't return to the cafe until she totally disappeared from his sight. He wanted to follow her till she was safely back at her school, but he understood that Chu Peihan would easily notice him if he really did that, and he was reluctant to anger her. Therefore, Han Qinglin didn't follow her. He could only wait till she sent him a message. When Han Qinglin came back alone, Shi Xiaoya wasn't surprised, but she wasn't sure of Chu Peihan's attitude. So she asked, "Hey, what did she say?" "She said it's a big surprise and she needs some time to think about it," said Han Qinglin. Because he didn't know that Chu Peihan also had a good impression of him, he was a little anxious. "Obviously, she has a good impression of you. It just happened too suddenly, so she doesn't know what to do. She just needs some time to think about it. Given what I know about her, she wouldn't run away if she has no feelings for you. She would just reject you without hesitation," said Shi Xiaoya. She was certain that Chu Peihan had a good impression of Han Qinglin, but she didn't know whether Chu Peihan liked him. After all, she hadn't talked about it to Chu Peihan. "Really?" Han Qinglin's face lit up. Actually, he knew Chu Peihan's personality very well, but he was still afraid that Chu Peihan might reject him. "Just give her some time. I won't go back to school today. I'll go to school tomorrow," said Shi Xiaoya. She didn't dare to face Chu Peihan right now, so she decided to avoid her for the time being. After that, Han Qinglin drove Shi Xiaoya home. Although Shi Xiaoya didn't go back to school, she still sent Chu Peihan a message of apology. "Shi Xiaoya. Peihan, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have kept it a secret from you. But I didn't mean to hurt you. I know I approached you for a purpose, but I was forced to do that. I hope you can forgive me. And my cousin really likes you. He's a good man. Otherwise I wouldn't have agreed to help him. I've always treated you as my best friend and close sister. I promise I won't push you into trouble. I don't know whether you will be a good match because it takes time to get to know each other. But if you think my cousin isn't a bad guy, please give him a chance. You can break up with him if he isn't the right one for you." Shi Xiaoya didn't tell Han Qinglin about the message she sent to Chu Peihan. When Chu Peihan read the message, her anger towards Shi Xiaoya quickly went away. In fact, she wasn't really mad at Shi Xiaoya, and Shi Xiaoya's reasons weren't unacceptable. But should she give Han Qinglin a chance? She didn't know. Her mind was in a total mess. She didn't think that Han Qinglin was a bad guy. Actually, she had a very good impression of him and honestly didn't hate him. Instead, she liked him. However, she never planned to get into a romantic relationship within this or next year. So Han Qinglin's sudden confession threw her into confusion. Even though Shi Xiaoya said that she could give him a chance and break up with him if he wasn't the right one, she felt it was a hard decision. It would be irresponsible if she got together with Han Qinglin only because she wanted to try a romantic relationship. She was also aware that not every couple ended up getting married in the end. She wasn't naive and understood that she might not have good luck and find her mister right after a single try. Like what Shi Xiaoya said, it would take time to know whether she found the right man. Anyway, if she was sure of it, she wouldn't hesitate. But now she hesitated to accept Han Qinglin's love for her. However, she didn't want to reject Han Qinglin either. She had no intention of wasting Han Qinglin's time by not accepting him and not rejecting him. She simply felt that she needed more time to get to know him better. Chu Peihan didn't reply to Shi Xiaoya's message, because she didn't know what to say. After waiting for a long while, Shi Xiaoya understood that Chu Peihan must be thinking about it seriously. She felt guilty for keeping her family connection with Han Qinglin a secret from Chu Peihan, but she didn't regret doing that. Back in their school, Chu Peihan took out her phone. She thought for a while, then sent Han Qinglin a message and told him that she had arrived. Whether she accepted Han Qinglin or not, they were still friends. So to prevent him from worrying about her, she decided to send him a message. When Han Qinglin received Chu Peihan's message, he had just driven Shi Xiaoya back home. Watching Shi Xiaoya walking into the block, he sat in his car by the side of the road. Han Qinglin was really worried that he might not receive Chu Peihan's message, and he wouldn't feel relieved until he saw it now. Afterwards, Han Qinglin replied to Chu Peihan, "Peihan, I was very serious tonight. I know it's too sudden for you, and you don't know what to do. I actually didn't plan to do it so early precisely because I was afraid that it would be too sudden. But my family connection with Xiaoya was exposed and I didn't want you to misunderstand us. I hope we can still be friends. I won't force you to give me an answer right now. I just hope that you can give me a chance to pursue you till you're willing to accept me." Reading Han Qinglin's message, Chu Peihan was lost in thought for a long while. She remembered how they met by chance every time. Once in a karaoke bar, Shi Xiaoya went out for a while, then came back with Han Chenglin. Shi Xiaoya said that they met by accident. Once in a park, she had an appointment with Shi Xiaoya, but Shi Xiaoya was delayed by something. Then she saw Han Chenglin. In the end, Shi Xiaoya was half an hour late. Obviously, Shi Xiaoya wanted to give Han Chenglin more time to be alone with her. Such an accident had happened many times. In fact, Chu Peihan didn't feel mad at all when she remembered all the above, because Shi Xiaoya didn't hurt her. Shi Xiaoya simply wanted to set her up with Han Chenglin out of goodwill. Now she wondered whether Han Chenglin came to City F for a business trip in order to see her. Thinking of that, Chu Peihan suddenly felt touched. She could see how much Han Chenglin cared about her. However, she still felt it wasn't easy for her to accept Han Chenglin right now. After a long while, right when Han Chenglin thought that Chu Peihan wouldn't reply to him, Chu Peihan sent him a message. Chu Peihan, thank you for your understanding. It's indeed a big surprise for me. I honestly don't know how to face you. I'm sorry, I can't give you an answer right away either, because we're not very familiar. As for the chance you want, I think you can ask yourself for it. No one else can give you a chance. Alright, that's it. I need to go to bed now. Actually, Chu Peihan agreed to give Han Chenglin a chance, but she didn't say it straightforwardly. If she did, it might make Han Chenglin think that she already accepted him. She didn't want to fool him. Chu Peihan didn't really go to sleep, and she simply had no idea what to say to Han Chenglin. Reading Chu Peihan's reply, Han Chenglin understood her meaning, so he was very happy. At least, Chu Peihan didn't reject him and was willing to get to know him better. He also knew that Chu Peihan couldn't go to bed so early, but he understood that he shouldn't bother her, so he simply sent her a good night. It was Chu Peihan who refused to talk with Han Chenglin any longer, but she somehow felt upset when she read his message. After watching the film, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting returned to Mid-Level's mansion. Back in the house, Gu Ning received another surprise. Leng Xiaoting had not only prepared flowers for her today, he also prepared a necklace for her in the middle of the bed in the master bedroom. The necklace was surrounded by rose petals in the shape of a heart. Where did you learn all of this? Gu Ning asked Leng Xiaoting. From the internet, said Leng Xiaoting honestly. He didn't say that it was his idea just to make Gu Ning feel more touched. Normally, if it was his own idea, it would be more sincere. However, Gu Ning didn't care about that, as long as Leng Xiaoting treated her sincerely. If he didn't, he wouldn't have spent time doing his homework on the internet. In addition, Leng Xiaoting had no sense of romance, so it would be really difficult for him to become romantic by himself. Thanks, I love it. Gu Ning smiled. No matter what Leng Xiaoting sent her, she loved it very much. Won't you do something to prove it? Leng Xiaoting wasn't satisfied with Gu Ning's verbal thanks. He wanted something physical. Hearing that, Gu Ning kissed Leng Xiaoting's lips at once. She only wanted to give him a kiss, then move back, but Leng Xiaoting wouldn't allow her to leave. The moment Gu Ning touched Leng Xiaoting's lips, Leng Xiaoting hugged her tightly and kissed her back passionately. After that, they couldn't stop and got busy. I haven't showered yet, said Gu Ning, trying to push Leng Xiaoting away. It doesn't matter. I don't care. I didn't have a shower either. Do you care about that? Said Leng Xiaoting. He couldn't wait a second longer, so he didn't care whether they had a shower or not. Anyway, they took a shower almost every day, so they weren't dirty. And even if they were dirty, they didn't care about that. Nope, Gu Ning said. Then we don't need to take a shower. We can do that after we have sex, said Leng Xiaoting in a domineering tone. They had a passionate sex for a whole night and didn't stop until both of them were exhausted. The next morning, Leng Xiaoting made breakfast for them. Gu Ning asked him whether there was an emergency at work. Otherwise, if it was possible, he could drive her to her company along the way. She just didn't want to be alone at home, since it was boring. It wasn't an emergency, so he drove Gu Ning to the headquarters of the Shengning organization first. Then he left. Before Leng Xiaoting left, he told Gu Ning that he would have a meal with her before going back to the military base. Gu Ning agreed. Leng Xiaoting needed to go see Wei Lingfeng and talk to him about Gu Ning. Since he promised Gu Ning, he thought that he should deal with it as soon as possible. Because it was Saturday, Wei Lingfeng was free, so Leng Xiaoting directly went to the Wei family's house to see him. However, he gave Wei Lingfeng a call before he went. After making sure that Wei Lingfeng was home, Leng Xiaoting set off with his permission. In the Wei family's house, Wei Lingfeng was working in his study. So Leng Xiaoting went straight to the study after exchanging greetings with Mrs. Wei. Once Leng Xiaoting came, Wei Lingfeng stopped working. If Leng Xiaoting wanted to talk with him about something face-to-face, it had to be very important. "Have a seat," said Wei Lingfeng. Leng Xiaoting sat down at once. They were very close, so there was no need to waste time on courtesies. Moreover, they were in the Wei family's house right now. They weren't outside. "The water is boiling. You can have some tea if you want," said Wei Lingfeng. "Sure," said Leng Xiaoting, then prepared a cup of tea for himself. I came today to talk about people with magical powers." "Oh, what happened?" Wei Lingfeng got interested and excited at once. "In fact, my fiancée also has superpowers. She has also helped me deal with some tasks. She has even killed some monsters and ghosts on her own before. Now she wants to join us in carrying out special tasks. She doesn't want to be dragged into trouble in the future. After all, my mother has already gone through that. So I needed your opinion. If it's possible, please give her an identity for convenience," said Leng Xiaoting. In fact, Leng Xiaoting understood that Wei Lingfeng was more than willing to let Guning join them. After all, he needed a team made of people with superpowers. Hearing Leng Xiaoting's words, Wei Lingfeng was struck dumb for a second. Leng Xiaoting's fiancée also had superpowers? She wanted to join the Red Flame in doing special tasks? Of course, Wei Lingfeng answered at once. He was indeed more than willing to hear that. The more people with superpowers joined them, the safer they would be. In the old days, before monsters and ghosts showed up, Wei Lingfeng wouldn't allow an outsider to join them in carrying out special tasks. It was a matter of disciplines. However, now it was different. Ever since he learned that monsters and ghosts really existed, he badly wanted a team of people with superpowers to deal with them. The Red Flame could only get awards from the government if they went to kill monsters and ghosts. There was no additional income. Normally, after they killed their targets, they only needed to hand half of their wealth to the government. As for the other half, they would share it. Anyway, they didn't carry out those tasks for the money. They would accept the money, but they cared more about their country's safety. Will her parents agree? Wei Lingfeng suddenly asked worriedly. He was happy to know that Guning was willing to join them, but he had to think about more than just his own benefits. He had heard a lot about Leng Xiaoting's fiancée, Guning, and he had a deep impression of her. At such a young age, she made a lot of unbelievable achievements. Now he learned that she also had superpowers. He understood how she became so successful. Only people with superpowers could be so extraordinarily powerful. Her parents don't know that she has superpowers. We can't tell them either. In fact, even if her parents knew about it, they couldn't stop her. It's the duty of people with superpowers to kill monsters and ghosts. As a result, she's destined to run into these monsters and ghosts. I believe she can make decisions on her own, said Leng Xiaoting. Even he couldn't stop Guning. As cultivators, they existed to kill monsters and ghosts. Well, if so, she can make the decision on her own, said Wei Lingfeng. He understood why Guning wanted to keep it a secret from her parents. After all, the fewer people who knew about it, the better it was. Actually, if Leng Xiaoting belonged to another faction, Wei Lingfeng might not have known either. She's still a student. She has her own career to manage. She can't stand by 24/7 like us, but as long as she has nothing important to deal with, she'll join us, said Leng Xiaoting. Although he agreed to let Guning join them, he had no intention of taking her with them every time. He didn't want to exhaust her. Of course, said Wei Lingfeng. Since Guning had the idea of serving their country, Wei Lingfeng wouldn't ask too much from her. After that, Leng Xiaoting left. Wei Lingfeng and Mrs. Wei hoped that he could stay and share a meal with them, but he declined. He said that Guning was waiting for him at home and that he would be returning to the military base afterwards. Knowing that, Wei Lingfeng and Mrs. Wei didn't insist. Wei Lingfeng told Leng Xiaoting that he wanted to invite Guning to share a meal at his home. It wasn't a courtesy, he really just wanted to meet Guning, who was such a talented girl. Leng Xiaoting nodded. After he left the Wei family's house, he directly went to the Shengning organization. Once Leng Xiaoting arrived, Guning asked him, "How is it?" "The president agreed," said Leng Xiaoting. "Wonderful." Guning was excited, but Leng Xiaoting put on a resigned look. After that, he took out a certificate and handed it to Guning. "This is your certificate. From now on, you're an extra teammate of the Red Flame. It contains signatures and seals from me and the president. If anyone dares to question your qualifications in the future, you can show this to them." Guning was an extra teammate, not a formal one. There were rules in the Red Flame, and they couldn't appoint a new member or fire a member randomly. Guning and Jing Yunyao were able to be their extra members simply because they had superpowers. In addition, they were Leng Xiaoting's fiancé and mother, so it was best that Leng Xiaoting managed them. After all, not all of the members of their team were aware that monsters and ghosts really existed. The Red Flame? Shouldn't it be the Burning Flame? Guning asked in confusion. Because she had visited Leng Xiaoting's military base before, she knew that it was called the Burning Flame. Since Guning had already joined the Red Flame, Leng Xiaoting felt it was necessary for her to know more about them. Moreover, he had complete trust in her. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting explained, "The Burning Flame is a special army, and I am its head. Su Jinchen and my other brothers are deputy leaders of the Burning Flame. Each of us leads a corps, but normally there are other leaders training the soldiers. 12 of us, including me, Su Jinchen, Ai Weichen, Chun Meng, Xian Bei, and Ximing, make up a special team called the Red Flame. The Red Flame doesn't listen to any of the military forces. We have the power to work independently. As for the excellent soldiers in the Burning Flame, they are substitutes for the Red Flame. However, the Red Flame never goes public, so only senior officials in the government and senior officers in the military are aware of it. That's also the reason why I didn't tell you any details." "Please don't blame me," said Leng Xiaoting. Although he knew that Guning was very considerate, he cared about her feelings. "Of course I won't. I know it's highly confidential. I never asked you about the tasks you carried out either," said Guning. She obviously wouldn't blame Leng Xiaoting for that. Guning understood that some special people couldn't make their real identities public. They even kept it a secret from their families. They needed to protect themselves. Besides, they also needed to disguise themselves as other people when they carried out tasks. If they successfully finished their tasks, it would be best. If not, their enemies might get revenge on their families if their real identities were exposed. Although Leng Xiaoting was aware that Guning wouldn't blame him, he still couldn't feel calm until he heard her answer. After that, it was time for lunch, so they went out to eat. They didn't eat at the dining hall of Guning's company, not because the food provided by the Shengning organization wasn't delicious, but because they were constantly the focus of people's attention, which made them feel uneasy. Most importantly, they preferred to have some private time. After the meal, Leng Xiaoting drove Guning back to her company, then left. In the afternoon, Lu Zhan came. Knowing that Guning was in the company, he went to see her. However, it was nothing important, he simply went to chat with her. He told Guning that Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower would start shooting tomorrow, and said that if she had time, she could attend the ceremony. Guning didn't agree right away because she needed to see whether she was free tomorrow, but if she had time, she would go to the ceremony. Lu Zhan didn't force her. He only told her that the shooting would begin at Qianling Mountain. Because Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower was a fantasy drama. They shot in mountains most of the time, and Qianling Mountain was a great choice. It was cold recently, so there weren't many visitors at Qianling Mountain. Because the altitude of Qianling Mountain was a little high, it was much colder at the top than at the bottom, so fewer people climbed up to the top. Upon hearing that they would shoot at Qianling Mountain, Guning wanted to have a look, but she needed to wait till tomorrow. That afternoon, Chu Peihan called Guning and also told her that the shooting of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower would begin tomorrow. Chu Peihan asked her whether she would go. As a supporting actress, Chu Peihan would be present at the launching ceremony. However, Guning didn't give Chu Peihan an affirmative answer either, because she couldn't be sure until tomorrow. Shi Xiaoye went to school at 2 p.m., but didn't have the courage to meet Chu Peihan. Because Chu Peihan hadn't replied to her message yet, she didn't know how Chu Peihan felt right now. At 3 p.m., Shi Xiaoya couldn't wait any longer and sent Chu Peihan another message. Shi Xiaoya, Peihan, are you still mad at me? I'm sorry, can you forgive me? Reading Shi Xiaoya's new message, Chu Peihan suddenly remembered that she hadn't replied to Shi Xiaoya yet. Was she still mad at Shi Xiaoya? In fact, her anger towards Shi Xiaoya already went away after she returned to their dormitory yesterday. Without delay, Chu Peihan replied to Shi Xiaoya. Of course not. Shi Xiaoya was cheered up when she read Chu Peihan's reply. Shi Xiaoya, can I go to see you? Chu Peihan, sure, but don't talk about Han Qinglin or I'll chase you out. Shi Xiaoya, no problem, I won't mention his name at all. After that, Shi Xiaoya went to see Chu Peihan, and they didn't speak about Han Qinglin at all. Although they had an argument last night, they were still good friends. At 5 p.m., Gu Ning left her company and headed to the Sihiyuan. When she was alone, she preferred to go to the Sihiyuan because there were more people in the Sihiyuan and she loved the company. In the cultivation world, Jing Jining could only cultivate all day long. However, he had patience and had no intention of running out. Even if he dared, Jing Yaorong would know, since Jing Yaorong's people were still watching him. Anyway, every time before he came back to the cultivation world, he settled everything in his business so it wouldn't be a problem even if he was absent for a long while. Jing Yaorong didn't stop watching Jing Jining. He didn't allow Jing Jining to leave the cultivation world, and at the same time, he also sent out people to look for Jing Yunyao in the mortal's world. However, after so many days he still found nothing. Therefore, he doubted whether Jing Yunyao was still in the capital. Anyway, Jing Yaorong's people weren't incompetent, and one of them came back to report good news to Jing Yaorong today. The man had found Yunyao, but he wasn't sure whether Yunyao was Jing Yunyao, because he failed to get more details. Although not many people in the Jing family were aware that Jing Yunyao was still alive. Jing Yaorong's henchmen clearly knew. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been sent out to collect information about her. In the study at the East Yard, in the Jing family's house, Jing Yaorong sat in front of his table, listening to his henchman's report about Jing Yunyao. This woman is called Yunyao. She's the daughter-in-law of the Lung family, the leading family of the 4 major families in the capital. 17 years ago, she and her husband went out to do a task, but were killed by their enemy at Kunlun Mountain. However, not long ago, she suddenly came back. Although I'm not sure that she's Jing Yunyao, their names are basically the same. Moreover, she died on the exact same date as Jing Yunyao, so I thought you'd need to know this. The man heard about it at a business meal in the mortal world. He dined with people from high society, so he was able to hear the information about the Lung family. Although Jing Yaorong's subordinate didn't know whether Yunyao was Jing Yunyao, Jing Yaorong believed that it must be. 17 years ago, she and her husband were killed at Kunlun Mountain, but she suddenly showed up not long ago. It must be Jing Yunyao. Only he was aware that Jing Yunyao died at Kunlun Mountain. As for people in the mortal world, they wouldn't know her real identity. This woman called Yunyao has a son, whose name is Lang Shouting. He's 27 years old. He has a very important position in the mortal world, and he's the youngest major general in the mortal world, said the subordinate. Hearing that, Jing Yaorong squinted in surprise and mockery. Yunyao's son? She already had a 27-year-old son. In that case, she was together with that mortal 2 years after she left the cultivation world, but he didn't find out about it until over a dozen years later. It seemed that he had paid too little attention to Jing Yunyao. How come he had no idea that she already had a son? Her son was even the youngest major general in the mortal world, which meant that he was very outstanding. Anyway, Jing Yaorong didn't think that Lung Shouting could be his match. All right, you can go now. You don't need to go out again, said Jing Yaorong. He didn't tell his subordinate that the woman was Jing Yunyao, but he told the subordinate to stop investigating. Because of that, the subordinate was sure that the woman was Jing Yunyao. However, as Jing Yaorong's henchman, he knew that he should keep it a secret. Sure, said the subordinate, then stepped out. Sitting on the chair, Jing Yaorong kept on thinking about Jing Yunyao. Unexpectedly, she married into the Lung family, the leading family of the 4 major families in the capital. Back then, he didn't bother to find out whom Jing Yunyao married. He only got angry once he learned that she got together with a mortal. Without delay, he found her and killed her before returning to the cultivation world. Besides, he couldn't do anything to the mortals, because Tiandazong would punish him. He was unwilling to pay his life for those mortals. As for Jing Yunyao's husband, it was a poor man with bad luck. In fact, Jing Yaorong had no intention of killing him, but he refused to leave Jing Yunyao, and Jing Yaorong accidentally knocked him off the cliff. It wouldn't be a big problem as long as Tiandazong was unaware of it. When Jing Yaorong went to kill Jing Yunyao, he injured her with sharp stones first, then he watched her fall from a high cliff. He believed that she couldn't survive, so he left, but surprisingly she didn't die. Instead, she had reached a very high level now. Jing Yaorong was full of regret. He should have made sure that Jing Yunyao was completely dead before he walked away. If he had done that, he wouldn't be in trouble right now. After all, it had become really hard for him to deal with Jing Yunyao now. Jing Yunyao had reached the Yuan Ying period, and she also had Shangguan Yang's support. Even though he knew that Jing Yunyao had already reached the Yuan Ying period, he believed that she must be in the early stage. If he encountered her, he didn't think that he would be unable to defeat her. He was also in the early stage of the Yuan Ying period, but there was still a difference. Jing Yaorong had reached the early stage of the Yuan Ying period many years ago, so he was very familiar with the skills. He should be stronger than a cultivator who just reached the same level as him. Therefore, Jing Yaorong believed that Jing Yunyao was no match for him, although she reached the Yuan Ying period too. It was true that Jing Yunyao just reached the Yuan Ying period 2 years ago, while Jing Yaorong had achieved that stage about 7 years ago, but Jing Yaorong was still in the early stage while Jing Yunyao had already reached the soul out of body stage. If Jing Yaorong learned about that, he would certainly be stunned. Jing Yaorong didn't share the news with anyone else. When it was dark outside, he sneaked out of the cultivation world to visit the mortal world. The Lung family was the top family in the capital, but cultivators believed that they were superior to mortals. As a result, Jing Yaorong didn't think the Lung family was that important. He wouldn't hurt the Lang family's members, including Jing Yunyao's son whose name was Lang Xiaoting, since they were mortals, and he would be punished by Tiandazong if he injured them. He just wanted to see whether Jing Yunyao was there. What would he do after finding Jing Yunyao? He didn't know, but what he needed to do right now was to find Jing Yunyao. Even though he had no idea where the Lung family's house was and whether Jing Yunyao was there, he felt it was necessary to pay a visit. Once Jing Yaorong was out of the cultivation world, he took out his magical sword, then flew straight to the capital. Jing Yaorong went to a suburb near the capital. He got down at a mountain with no one around. Then he went to take a taxi by the roadside. Before the taxi came, he had found the address of the Lung family's house. However, it wasn't detailed, so he only knew the rough area. After he got in the taxi, he told the driver an address that was near the area. He decided to slowly search for the Lung family's house when he arrived. The area the Lung family lived in was full of rich and powerful people. It was a large area, so it wouldn't be easy for Jing Yaorong to find the Lung family's house. He hoped that he would have good luck and see members of the Lung family. Because there were photos and introductions of senior officials on the internet, Jing Yaorong had seen pictures of Master Lang, Lang Yuanqian, and Lang Yuanhan. Therefore, he should be able to recognize them if he saw them. Their address definitely wasn't listed, but some internet users had some clues. So Jing Yaorong learned about the area the Lung family lived in with the help of the clues. In fact, the addresses of many senior officials, rich people, and celebrities were already exposed on the internet. Jing Yaorong didn't think it was very likely for him to see members of the Lung family, because it was very late now. The Lung family should be asleep. As a result, after walking around this area, Jing Yaorong still had no idea where the Lung family's house was. He couldn't search each of the houses. In addition, when he walked by those houses, he didn't feel any cultivators, which meant Jing Yunyao couldn't be in the Lung family's house even if the Lung family really lived here. Jing Yaorong couldn't find Jing Yunyao, so he left after a while. The capital was a very large city, and he couldn't finish the tour within a short time. However, he didn't want anyone to know that he had visited here, so he thought that he should leave early. Back in the Jing family's house, Jing Yaorong didn't go back to his room. Instead, he directly went to his study, then sat there alone, thinking about something quietly. Although he said that he had confidence, he was a little worried. After all, Jing Yunyao was at a totally different level now. That night, Gu Ning told Jing Yunyao that she had become an extra member of the Red Flame now, and she could join the Red Flame in carrying out tasks publicly in the future. As a cultivator, it was unavoidable for her to deal with monsters and ghosts. So Jing Yunyao didn't think it was a bad thing. Actually, it was good news. The other major families couldn't wait to have something on Leng shouting. If what had happened to her last time happened again, it could become a serious problem. Leng Shouting could handle the report, but she didn't want to damage his reputation. Leng Shouting worked so hard and had done a lot for their country. Search RN? No. L? RG, he shouldn't bear the blame just because other people were jealous of him. Great, in that case we don't need to be worried that someone will report us again. But you're still a student. You also have a company to manage. I hope you can still pay more attention to your own life. We can handle the tasks, and there won't be a problem. If we need you, we'll let you know. Don't be too busy, said Jing Yunyao. Although she could help Leng Shouting deal with all the problems, she didn't think Gu Ning's involvement was meaningless. In fact, Gu Ning was of great help for the Red Flame. They didn't work as a team every time they did a task. In other words, they normally worked separately, so none of them knew which of them would encounter danger. Accordingly, when they worked separately, there must be a strong leader in each smaller team so that they would be safe. Otherwise, if a smaller team without a cultivator encountered monsters and ghosts, all the teammates would be in great danger. Only when there were monsters and ghosts would Gu Ning and Jing Yunyao join the Red Flame. If it was a normal task, the Red Flame would deal with it by themselves. Sure, I know, said Gu Ning. She understood that Jing Yunyao cared about her. Gu Ning didn't need to join them in every task, and she simply wanted to do tasks along with them. Since she was Leng Shouting's subordinate now, she needed to listen to his orders. She could only make decisions on her own when she ran into monsters and ghosts alone. The shooting of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower would begin at 10:28 a.m. So because Gu Ning was free, she decided to go there. Before she set off, she called Chu Peihan and planned to drive her there. However, because the way to Qianling Mountain didn't go through Haiqing District, she could only meet Chu Peihan at an appointed place. Gu Ning called Chu Peihan at 8 a.m. At that time, Chu Peihan had just packed up and was ready to go out. Once Chu Peihan received Gu Ning's call, she went out and took a taxi to meet Gu Ning. About 20 minutes later, Chu Peihan arrived and waited for 7 more minutes till Gu Ning came. Because Gu Ning came from the city center, she spent more time on the road. Although Shi Xiaoya also played a role in Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower, it wasn't an important role. She didn't need to attend the launching ceremony. If she wanted to join the activity, she could go, but she was on her period today, so she preferred to stay at home. After Gu Ning met Chu Peihan, they went to Qianling Mountain together. However, Gu Ning soon noticed that Chu Peihan wasn't right today. Normally, Chu Peihan was very talkative whenever she met Gu Ning, but today she barely said anything. Besides, she looked upset. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Gu Ning asked. Nothing, said Chu Peihan. She didn't deliberately keep it a secret from Gu Ning, but she honestly had no idea how to put it. Stop lying to my face. There must be something wrong. If you're willing to tell me, we can talk about it. If not, I won't insist, said Gu Ning. They were close, but Gu Ning respected Chu Peihan and wouldn't force Chu Peihan to tell her what she didn't want to say. Sometimes, Gu Ning might force Chu Peihan when the situation got serious, but normally Chu Peihan only needed care. Not everyone was willing to tell other people about their difficulties because it might bother their friends. In addition, friends could also laugh at you. Well, that wouldn't happen between Gu Ning and Chu Peihan. Anyway, Chu Peihan was upset, but it wasn't a big problem. Therefore, since it wasn't serious, it was better if she faced it. No one could really help you, and friends couldn't help you forever. You could only grow up when you learned to deal with difficulties on your own. Whether you succeeded or failed, you could improve yourself by accepting challenges. Alright, Chu Peihan didn't have a serious problem right now. I can tell you about it, but I don't know how to put it. I'm in a total mess now, said Chu Peihan. She was willing to share it with Gu Ning, but didn't know how. Is it about a romantic relationship? Did you fall in love with someone? Doesn't he like you? Are you sad because of that? Gu Ning joked, not meaning it. Yes, it's about a romantic relationship, but that's not the case. A boy just confessed his affection for me, but I don't know whether I like him as much as he likes me, said Chu Peihan. She still didn't have a clear idea now. It wasn't unwanted, but she felt very uncomfortable. She could not eat or sleep well. She said that she needed more time to get to know Han Chenglin better, but she couldn't stop herself from thinking about it. In fact, even Chu Peihan didn't realize that she cared more about Han Chenglin than she thought. Yesterday morning, Han Chenglin sent her a message of greeting and asked her whether she had finished lunch and what she had at noon. That night, he kept on chatting with her on WeChat and said good night to her when it was late. Even this morning, he sent her a message of greeting as usual. Being cared for by someone made her feel as if life was really beautiful. There were other boys who had chased Chu Peihan before, and they had also done the same thing, but she only felt that they were annoying. Only when a boy she liked did that would she feel happy. Upon hearing Chu Peihan's answer, Gu Ning had a name in her mind, but she pretended that she knew nothing about it. Is it Han Chenglin? She asked. How could you know it? Chu Peihan was shocked. I could see that he liked you long ago, said Gu Ning. What? Chu Peihan flushed. Unexpectedly, Gu Ning had already seen that Han Chenglin liked her, while she had no idea. She didn't know until Han Chenglin told her. So what's bothering you now? Gu Ning asked. You know that we had an unpleasant first meeting, so I was mean to him for a long time. But afterwards I found out that he isn't a bad guy and I changed my attitude towards him. Actually, I never had special feelings for him. I didn't know that he and Shi Xiaoye are cousins until the day before yesterday. Then I learned that I didn't meet him by accident, but because he bribed Shi Xiaoye. When their family connection was exposed, he confessed his affection for me. He said that he did everything just to be close to me, said Chu Peihan. Gu Ning was also very surprised when she heard that Han Chenglin and Shi Xiaoye were cousins, but she could see that Chu Peihan's every meeting with Han Chenglin always had something to do with Shi Xiaoye, so she wasn't surprised that Shi Xiaoye was bribed. Even then, Gu Ning didn't think it was unacceptable that Han Chenglin and Shi Xiaoye kept their family connection a secret from Chu Peihan. After all, they didn't mean to hurt Chu Peihan. And, Gu Ning asked, it's such a big surprise to me. I didn't know what to do, so I directly ran away, said Chu Peihan. If so, you didn't reject him either? Gu Ning asked again. No, but I didn't accept him, said Chu Peihan. You didn't reject or accept him, which means you're impressed by him, said Gu Ning. Couldn't be more obvious. If Chu Peihan didn't like him at all, Chu Peihan would have directly rejected him. She wouldn't be bothered by it afterwards. When Gu Ning pointed it out, Chu Peihan was embarrassed, but she decided to be honest with Gu Ning. He's indeed impressive, but I don't think I'm in love with him. I hesitated, so I didn't say yes. I don't know. I have no idea what to do now. I understand. You never had the idea of becoming his girlfriend, so you were surprised when he confessed his affection for you. You were not prepared for it, so you just need some time. Actually, I think Han Chenglin is a good boy. If you have a good impression of him, I think you can get to know more about him. You don't need to rush. You can make the decision after being sure of your feelings for him, said Gu Ning. Gu Ning wasn't telling Chu Peihan to stay in an ambiguous relationship with Han Chenglin, but it took time for people to get to know each other better. If they weren't sure whether they really loved one another, it would be irresponsible if they rushed to get together. Moreover, if a boy really liked a girl, he would be willing to wait. He wouldn't think it was a waste of his time, and he wouldn't easily give up. If he gave up right after trying once, it only proved that he didn't like the girl very much. Yeah, that's what I said to him, said Chu Peihan. Although she was also worried that Han Chenglin might be disappointed, she had already made up her mind. If he gave up just because he needed to wait for a while longer, it meant that he didn't really like her. Chu Peihan also wouldn't keep Han Chenglin waiting for too long. She was reluctant to waste his time. If she still hesitated to be his girlfriend after spending more time with him, she would apologize to him, then leave him. "Are you all right with Shi Xiaoye?" asked Guning. "I was mad at the beginning, but my anger went away after a short while. It isn't a big deal and she didn't mean to hurt me. She simply wanted to set me up with Han Chenglin. We're fine now," said Chu Peihan. "That's great," Guning said. Halfway there, Guning received a call from Bailey Zhongxue. "Guning, I'm at Qianling Mountain now. I heard that the shooting of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower is beginning today. Will you come?" asked Bailey Zhongxue. She just left the Cultivation world today and was ready to go back to school, but as soon as she came out, she heard that the shooting of the new drama produced by Gu Ning's company would be starting at Qianling Mountain today, so she decided to ask Gu Ning whether she would come. If Gu Ning was coming, she would wait for her. They could go to have a look, then go to school together. "Sure, I'm on my way. If you want to go with me, wait for me. I should be there in 20 minutes, said Gu Ning. "Great. I'll wait for you," said Bailey Zhongxue. What's Bailey Zhongxue doing at Qianling Mountain? Chu Peihan sat on the front passenger's seat, so she heard their talk on the phone. "I don't know. Perhaps she's there for fun," said Gu Ning. She obviously couldn't tell Chu Peihan that Bailey Zhongshue's home was in the Cultivation world next to Qianling Mountain. "Oh," Chu Peihan asked that question casually. She didn't have to know the answer. 20 minutes later, Gu Ning and Chu Peihan reached the parking lot at the foot of Qianling Mountain. As soon as they arrived at Qianling Mountain, they sensed several cultivators. It was where cultivators usually went in and out, so it was quite normal that there were cultivators. Because there weren't many visitors at Qianling Mountain during this season, search RN, WN0, L, RG Gu Ning and Chu Peihan saw Bailey Zhongxue the moment they entered the parking lot. Bailey Zhongxue also recognized Gu Ning's car, so she immediately walked towards them. When Bailey Zhongxue saw Chu Peihan, an idea dawned on her and she said, "Oh, I just remembered that you'll be playing a role in Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower. Well, it seems I'm not important in your heart. You didn't remember that until you saw me. It hurts." Chu Peihan acted sad. "Come on. I've been too busy recently, so I forgot about it. The idea dawned on me the moment I saw you," Bailey Zhongxue explained. She stayed in the cultivation world all the time during the vacation and spent every day cultivating. There wasn't any signal or internet in the cultivation world, so she couldn't use her smartphone. Her phone couldn't receive a signal until she came out today. Hearing that Bailey Zhongxue was very busy recently, Chu Peihan remembered that Bailey Zhongxue was totally absent during the vacation, so she asked, "What have you been busy with this vacation? I even felt as if you disappeared. You said nothing in our WeChat group and didn't even reply to my messages. Will you believe it if I tell you my family dumped me deep in a mountain for training?" Bailey Zhongxue asked. She needed a persuasive reason. "Fine, I accept that explanation." Chu Peihan didn't doubt it, because Bailey Zhongxue must have received training for a very long time given her extraordinary skills. In addition, Bailey Zhongxue had told them that she spent almost every vacation training. Although Chu Peihan wasn't clear about Bailey Zhongshue's family background, she knew that Bailey Zhongxue couldn't be from an ordinary family. She didn't ask for more details. Neither did Bailey Zhongxue offer any. After that, they climbed up the mountain. Due to the high altitude of Qianling Mountain, there were cable cars. However, Gu Ning and her friends had practiced kung fu for many years, so it wasn't difficult for them to climb up a high mountain. They didn't need to take a cable car. Instead, they directly walked. Most importantly, they had enough time to get to the top of the mountain on foot. It might take ordinary people slightly more than an hour to get to the top, Qianling Temple, but Gu Ning and her friends only spent 40 minutes on the road. They didn't even speed up. If they sped up, they could arrive within half an hour. If they ran, it would be even faster. Actually, if it was only Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue, they could get to the top within a few minutes by using Qinggong. However, there were visitors around, so they wouldn't use Qinggong. Because some people also heard that the shooting of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower would begin at Qianling Mountain today, they came here for fun. Qianling Temple was the main temple of Qianling Mountain, so it was also the shooting set of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower. There used to be a sect at Qianling Temple, so it was very suitable for the drama. Although it had been rebuilt, it kept the same style. Normally, only about a dozen people stayed at the top, but today there were about 200 people. Among them, 40 people were the crew of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower. About a dozen were guests invited by Lu Zhan, while 6 people were representatives of other entertainment companies. And about 20 people were reporters, while the rest of the people were visitors and people who came to watch the launching ceremony of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower. The launching ceremony of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower wasn't grand, because Lu Zhan preferred to keep it simple. He only invited familiar faces. It was just a launching ceremony, and they didn't need to advertise it. Therefore, there weren't many guests. They would do the publicity after shooting began. By the time Gu Ning and her friends arrived at the destination, the launching ceremony would begin half an hour later. All the staff were present and the equipment was ready. Only a few of the actors were absent, but they would arrive soon by cable car. Therefore, they could begin according to the schedule. Normally, the crew picked a good time for the launching ceremony, so they wouldn't delay it. Because there was no road towards the top at Qianling Mountain, they moved their equipment up by cable cars. It was heavy, but they divided it into several groups and moved them up several times. Even though the equipment was heavy, each piece didn't weigh more than 100 kilos. A cable car could accommodate 6 people, and a person weighed about 100 kilos, so each cable car could move 2 or 3 pieces of equipment up the mountain. As soon as Gu Ning showed up, everyone said hi to her. Because Chu Peihan was an actress and she attended the ceremony as an actress too, she went to see the other actors. If she stayed with Gu Ning all the time, there might be rumors. Actors from other entertainment companies didn't welcome Chu Peihan, not because there was a grudge between them, but because Chu Peihan was Gu Ning's friend. They believed that Chu Peihan relied on Gu Ning to get the role. Because the role was very pleasant and impressive, many actresses competed for it. However, since they failed to get the role, they turned to other roles. Several actresses who were good at acting successfully got a role in the drama. Only actors from Fenghua Entertainment were aware of Chu Peihan's acting skills and Lu Zhan's emphasis on fairness. So they knew that Chu Peihan won the role using her abilities, not her relationship with Gu Ning. Peihan, I'm so envious of you. You came here along with Goddess Gu. Everyone knows that you two are friends. You're so lucky that you have a close friend who's a successful businesswoman. You can easily get such an important role. Once Chu Peihan walked over, an actress approached and talked to her. The actress seemed naive and kind on the surface, but her words were really harsh. If she was really a naive girl, she might be a little dumb seeing as she said something like that publicly. However, if she acted naive, she would seem calculating. In Chu Peihan's eyes, the actress was simply a calculating girl. Although the girl was only 24 years old, she wasn't new. In fact, she had joined this industry for 5 years. She couldn't be that naive. The entertainment industry was extremely complicated. Whoever joined it would become complicated too within 2 or 3 years. There were naive or dumb people, but they couldn't easily be seen. The actress was good at acting, but it was an act after all. No one, especially staff in the entertainment industry, would be fooled by her. Chu Peihan wasn't mad. Not because she was tolerant, but because she didn't bother to pay much attention to the unimportant girl. In fact, she slighted the girl. With a vague smile, Chu Peihan said, "Lu Yun, I relied on my own abilities instead of my connections to get the role of Shao Qi. Please don't cause misunderstandings by saying that. Anyway, Director Lu enjoys a good reputation in this industry. We all know what kind of person Director Lu is. Because Lin Liyun joined the entertainment industry earlier than Chu Peihan and was older, Chu Peihan talked to her politely. It was a rule in this industry. Even if they were competitors or even enemies, they had to be polite to each other, at least in front of other people. Upon hearing Chu Peihan's reply, Lin Liyun panicked a little. She thought that Chu Peihan was a girl without much social experience. But unexpectedly Chu Peihan was much smarter than she thought and easily saw through her. Lin Liyun was reluctant to admit what Chu Peihan just said. So she acted innocent and explained, Peihan, don't get me wrong. I didn't mean that. I believe that you relied on your own abilities to get this role. I just heard a rumor that you were selected because of your connections. I was confused. Please don't be mad at me. Chu Peihan was Gu Ning's friend, and even Lu Zhan approved of her. So Lin Liyun didn't dare to offend Chu Peihan. She only said that to Chu Peihan because she was jealous. But Chu Peihan clearly wasn't easy to bully. Oh, can you tell me who told you that rumor? Chu Peihan didn't believe a word Lin Liyun just said, so she asked her meaningfully. Staring at Chu Peihan's expression, Lin Liyun understood that Chu Peihan didn't believe her. However, she still continued to act innocent. I heard some people talking about it a few days ago, but I can't remember who started the rumor. Liyun, you joined the entertainment industry years ago. You shouldn't be so innocent. I don't think you should believe whatever other people say without proof. It won't do you any good if you spread the rumor. Chu Peihan deliberately reminded Lin Liyun to be careful. Since it was just because Lin Liyun was jealous of her, Chu Peihan didn't bother to make it a serious issue. You're right. Thanks. Lin Liyun was angry from the humiliation, but she had to be nice on the surface. In the argument against Chu Peihan, Lin Liyun had totally failed. Even though they talked in a low voice, several people around them still heard their conversation, but none of them got involved. However, they secretly disdained Lin Liyun. Whether Chu Peihan got the role through her abilities or connections, Lin Liyun shouldn't make it public. Even if Chu Peihan won the role using her connections, it was undeniable that she was good at acting. In addition, her appearance was very suitable for Shao Qi. Chu Peihan was like a tomboy, but she had a very gentle look when she was quiet. Therefore, strangers might think that she was easy to bully. Only people who knew her well wouldn't be deceived by her appearance. Su Tonghua didn't hear what they were talking about, but she could see that it wasn't a pleasant conversation. She also knew that Lin Liyun wasn't as innocent as she seemed on the surface. Lin Liyun must have verbally attacked Chu Peihan. When Chu Peihan walked over, Su Tonghua asked her with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Do I seem affected?" "I'm not easy to bully." Chu Peihan smiled. Knowing that Chu Peihan was fine, Su Tonghua was relieved. She agreed that Chu Peihan wasn't easy to bully. Su Tonghua and Chu Peihan had exchanged phone numbers, and they sometimes chatted with each other, so they had a good relationship. Accordingly, Su Tonghua cared about Chu Peihan and wasn't just gossiping. On the other side, Gu Ning was talking with Lu Zhan and some other guests who came to the launching ceremony of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower. After a while, she walked over to chat with Su Tonghua, Han Lingshuan, and Bai Lin. When it was 20 minutes away from the ceremony, Chao Hanchen arrived. Everyone was ready 10 minutes later, so at the appointed time, a host went on the stage to make a speech. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the launching ceremony of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower. This drama is being produced by Fenghua Entertainment, directed by famous director Lu Zhan, and is starring Chao Hanchen, Su Tonghua, Han Lingshuan, Bai Lin, and other well-known actors. It tells a story of, now, the crew will formally start the shooting at today's launching ceremony by lighting incense sticks together. Let's wish Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower a smooth shooting and a high rating." The moment the host finished, all the important guests, main actors, and Gu Ning burned incense sticks with one accord. After that, Lu Chao as the boss gave a speech. Gu Ning didn't come today as the boss. Then the producer and director gave a speech. In fact, the producer and director was both Lu Zhan. After Lu Zhan gave a speech, the main actors went on the stage to say a few words. Finally, the director announced the formal beginning of the shooting and lifted the red cloth on the video camera. In the end, they took a group photo, which was the end of the launching ceremony. Although the launching ceremony was over, the shooting didn't start right away. The guests and reporters needed to have a meal together first. The restaurant was at the foot of Qianling Mountain. It wasn't large, but it was a scenic spot, so there were good restaurants. They often ate very delicious food, though the crew usually had takeout during the shooting. Gu Ning also stayed and shared a meal with the other people. And because Bailey Zongxue came with Gu Ning, she stayed too. After the meal, some people left, while the whole crew of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower stayed for a meeting. Gu Ning didn't join them, so she went to walk around with Bailey Zhongxue. When Chu Peihan was done, they would leave together. Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue went to a square. When it was only the two of them, Bailey Zhongxue said, "Oh, Senior Shangguan's house has been built. I walked by it the other day, and I took some photos. Do you want to see it?" Saying that, Bailey Zhongxue took out her phone and showed Gu Ning the pictures. Gu Ning had a look and thought it was beautiful. It was Shangguan Yang's house, but it was also another home for her and Leng Xiaoting. They were cultivators, so they could live much longer. They couldn't stay in the mortal's world forever. After dozens of years, people who were the same age as them would die, while they still aged slowly. It would be strange and cause unnecessary trouble if they showed up in public again. As a result, they would disappear from the public by then. "There are more," said Bailey Zhongxue. Then Gu Ning saw more. However, she noticed Jing Jining's back in the third picture. Although there was only his back, Gu Ning immediately recognized it. Because Gu Ning didn't know that Jing Jining was forbidden to leave the cultivation world, she wasn't surprised that Jing Jining was in the cultivation world now. After all, it was where Jing Jining's home was located. Jing Jining stayed at home to cultivate these days, but he sometimes went out for a walk. Anyway, Jing Yaorong only forbade him to leave the cultivation world, not the Jing family's house. Therefore, Jing Jining went to see Shangguan Yang's house once in a while. However, when he went out, Jing Yaorong's people would follow him. "When will you move in?" asked Bailey Zhongxue. "When it's not appropriate for us to continue to stay in the mortal world. Dozens of years later, our peers will age and die. At that time, we'll leave the mortal world and live with other identities. Otherwise, people might think we're monsters if we stay young. I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble," said Gu Ning. Actually, it was sad that all of her friends would become very old while she could still stay young. It meant that they would soon leave her. Her parents and other family members would leave her as well. Right? It makes me sad when I realize that my friends will age much faster than me. Bailey Zhongxue felt Gu Ning. "I didn't have many friends in the cultivation world before. There aren't many people in the cultivation world actually, and people spend most of their time cultivating. I can only play with my own sisters. I studied in the outside world, but the friends I made always quarreled with me about some unimportant things. I rarely had a long friendship. Luckily, I met you afterwards. Although I had to keep my real family background a secret, we're real friends. So it's really hard to see my close friends age faster than me. Alright, stop talking about that now. No matter what, we have to face it in the future," said Gu Ning. It was sad, but she persuaded herself to accept it. "Great. Let's drop that topic." Bailey Zhongxue nodded and stopped thinking about it. They chatted as they walked till a small forest with no one inside. Because they were talking about cultivators, they needed to stay away from the crowd. However, Gu Ning suddenly felt a cultivator rapidly running towards them. The cultivator seemed weak, which meant he or she was at an average level. Gu Ning sensed the cultivator before Bailey Zhongxue, so she directly turned around to look at the cultivator. It was a girl who was about 17 years old. She was pretty, but her level wasn't high, so her real age should be slightly above 20. She looked angry, staring straight at Bailey Zhongxue. Obviously, Bailey Zhongxue was her target. "Someone is going to attack you," Gu Ning reminded Bailey Zhongxue. Hearing that, Bailey Zhongxue turned around and also saw a girl walking towards her not far away. They could feel each other now, but there were many cultivators going in and out at Qianling Mountain, so they weren't surprised. However, Bailey Zhongxue's level was comparatively low, so she couldn't be sure that the girl was targeting her until she saw the girl. Upon seeing the girl, Bailey Zhongxue was mad. Obviously, she didn't want to see the girl, but the girl was already coming, so she didn't avoid her. "What a shameless girl. Can't she leave me alone for a while?" Bailey Zhongxue complained. Gu Ning didn't ask why, because it couldn't be more obvious that there was a grudge between them. Gu Ning understood that she might cause inconvenience if she stayed, so she asked, "Do you need me to leave?" "No need, it's fine," said Bailey Zhongxue. She didn't mind if Gu Ning stayed, Before long, the girl reached Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue. The moment the girl saw Gu Ning's face clearly, she got jealous. But she soon showed disdain because she thought that Gu Ning was just a mortal. Therefore she ignored Gu Ning and turned to stare at Bailey Zhongxue. Bailey Zhongxue, where is Zongyang? She asked. Why are you asking me? Bailey Zhongxue argued in an unpleasant tone. I need to see him, said the girl. Go find him if you want to see him. Why do you come and ask me? I don't know where he is right now, said Bailey Zhongxue. Actually, she knew where Bailey Zongyang was, but she refused to tell the girl. This girl's name was Jing Yuelan, and Bailey Zhongxue didn't think she deserved her older brother. Although Jing Yuelan was a member of the Jing family and there wasn't a gap between their family status, she had a bad character. Jing Yuelan was a member of the Jing family, but she wasn't Jing Yunfei's daughter, nor was she the daughter of a collateral branch or an elder. She was Jing Yunchan's daughter. Because Jing Yunchan's husband married into the Jing family, her daughter inherited her surname. How could you not know? You must know where he is. Jing Yuelan didn't believe Bailey Zhongshue's reply. She knew that Bailey Zhongxue was lying. So, I won't tell you even if I know where he is. Jing Yuelan, let me be honest with you, you're not my older brother's type. Please stay away from him. My family might not care much about a girl's family background and abilities, but we do care about her character. You're not a good girl. Bailey Zhongxue lost her patience. Jing Yuelan? Her surname was Jing. Was she a member of the Jing family? Gu Ning slightly cocked her eyebrow. However, she wasn't sure because they were strangers. You? Jing Yuelan angrily shouted. Bailey Zhongxue, don't be so harsh. Why do you think I'm not a good girl? Stop damaging my reputation. A person without standards wouldn't think that they were bad, because they didn't think that their behavior was wrong. And in this way, Jing Yuelan didn't think her behavior was wrong at all. I'm damaging your reputation? It's not just my impression of you. It's well known to everyone. No one likes you. Only you think of yourself as a good girl. Bailey Zhongxue mocked. Because they had a bad relationship and she hated Jing Yuelan, she didn't hesitate to embarrass her. You? Jing Yuelan was furious at the humiliation. She couldn't defeat Bailey Zhongxue in the argument, so she directly used violence. Seeing that, Gu Ning didn't get involved for the time being. Instead, she stepped to the side and watched them. She knew Jing Yuelan and Bailey Zhongxue were at the same level, so Jing Yuelan shouldn't be able to hurt Bailey Zhongxue. However, if Bailey Zhongxue couldn't win, she would help her then. It wasn't the first time that Bailey Zhongxue had fought against Jing Yuelan, so Bailey Zhongxue immediately reacted once she attacked her. Although they were at the same level, Jing Yuelan was more skilled than Bailey Zhongxue. Because Bailey Zhongxue needed to go to school, she didn't spend much time on cultivation. On the other hand, Jing Yuelan studied in a private school in the cultivation world, so she had more time to cultivate. It was a private school in the cultivation world, but they could acquire the same knowledge that people learned in the mortal world. They couldn't stay in the cultivation world forever, and they would go to the mortal world, so it was necessary for them to obtain knowledge they would use. Because Bailey Zhongxue wasn't as skilled as Jing Yuelan, she started to be at a disadvantage and Jing Yuelan hurt her once in a while. Luckily, there wasn't a huge gap between their abilities, so it wasn't easy for Jing Yuelan to injure Bailey Zhongxue. Do you need help? Gu Ning couldn't stand it any longer, so she asked Bailey Zhongxue. Yes, please. I don't want to waste more time on her. Actually, Bailey Zhongxue also wanted to turn to Gu Ning for help at this moment, but Gu Ning spoke first, so she agreed at once. Bailey Zhongxue was reluctant to waste more time on Jing Yuelan. They always fought against each other till they were out of strength. However, in the past, for the Bailey Zongyang's sake, Jing Yuelan wouldn't fight with Bailey Zhongxue until they were totally exhausted. However, she was angered by Bailey Zhongxue today, so she had no intention of stopping. As a result, if it continued, Bailey Zhongxue would certainly lose to Jing Yuelan. Bailey Zhongxue, don't be so naive. Jing Yuelan snorted, feeling that it was extremely funny when Gu Ning said that she could help Bailey Zhongxue. Gu Ning was immortal, so it was impossible for her to defeat a cultivator. Was it ridiculous? Bailey Zhongxue didn't think so. Let's see, said Gu Ning. then immediately joined the fight. She didn't expose the fact that she was also a cultivator and didn't use magical power. She only used her abilities as a mortal. Because Guning didn't fight alone and was fighting together with Bailey Zhongxue, she didn't need to use all of her abilities. Even though Guning didn't use her magical energy, she was unbelievably strong. Therefore, together with Bailey Zhongxue, she quickly caused Jing Yuelan to be at a disadvantage. Jing Yuelan was amazed, because she didn't expect a mortal to be so strong. After that, Jing Yuelan used her magical energy to attack Guning, but Bailey Zhongxue stopped it. Because Bailey Zhongxue saw that Guning didn't expose the fact that she was also a cultivator, she knew how to work with her. Right when Bailey Zhongxue stopped the magical power released by Jing Yuelan, Guning attacked Jing Yuelan. Guning moved fast and hit accurately, so she easily hit Jing Yuelan. Under the force, Jing Yuelan backed up a few steps and immediately created a distance between them. Afterwards, the two sides stood against each other, but nobody moved. Jing Yuelan didn't move again, because she knew that she was no match for Guning and Bailey Zhongxue when they teamed up. If she continued to fight against them, she would be injured. Anyway, Guning's skills really impressed her. Looking at Guning, Jing Yuelan was full of surprise. She was jealous of Guning's beauty, and was also mad at Guning's cooperation with Bailey Zhongxue. "Who are you? What's your name?" asked Jing Yuelan. She wanted to know more about Guning. Jing Yuelan harbored grudges, so she made up her mind to pay Guning back since she got involved and even defeated her. "Keep it in mind. My name is Guning. If you want to pay me back, come to the capital university. I'm studying economics." Guning beamed at Jing Yuelan, but it didn't mean that she was kind. On the contrary, she was challenging Jing Yuelan. Jing Yuelan understood that very well, so she got angrier. She didn't say anything further to Guning, because she already learned what she wanted to know. Jing Yuelan didn't doubt Guning's reply, because Guning's attitude proved everything. There was no need for Guning to lie to her. Bailey Zhongxue was also aware that Jing Yuelan would pay Guning back, but she said nothing. After all, Jing Yuelan was no match for Guning. Since Jing Yuelan asked for it herself, Bailey Zhongxue wouldn't bother to stop her. "Bailey Zhongxue, if I see you alone next time, I'll surely make you beg for my mercy." Jing Yuelan was reluctant to give in, but she understood that she couldn't win today. Therefore, she stopped arguing with them and directly left after threatening Bailey Zhongxue. She wouldn't forgive Guning either, but she didn't threaten Guning because Guning was a mortal. If she threatened a mortal, Bailey Zhongxue might tell on her. It was very normal for cultivators to compete against each other, so she could threaten Bailey Zhongxue. As long as no one was seriously injured, Tiandazong wouldn't get involved. Their families wouldn't bother to punish them either. Therefore, Jing Yuelan and Bailey Zhongxue always fought against one another whenever they met. Actually, it was not only Jing Yuelan and Bailey Zhongxue. There were many other cultivators who didn't get along and secretly fought against one another. Even if someone was injured, as long as no one took it seriously, it wouldn't be a problem. They usually made it very clear before they had a competition. There would be a witness and evidence to prove that both sides agreed. "Fine. Then I'll tell my older brother how malicious you are," Bailey Zhongxue shouted to Jing Yuelan's back. She wasn't afraid of Jing Yuelan, and she was simply unwilling to waste more time on Jing Yuelan. Hearing that, Jing Yuelan stumbled. She turned around and gave Bailey Zhongxue a glare. Without a word, she left. "Who is she?" When Jing Yuelan was gone, Guning asked. She wanted to find out whether Jing Yuelan was a member of the Jing family. "She's Jing Yuelan, a member of the Jing family. Her mother is Jing Yunchan. Because her father married into the Jing family, she inherited her mother's surname," said Bailey Zhongxue. Guning nodded. Turned out that Jing Yuelan was really a member of the Jing family. No wonder she was so hateful. Jing Yuelan is really a bad girl. She easily gets jealous, but only dares to bully the weak. For example, she likes my older brother, so she has done everything to stop my older brother's other admirers from approaching him. However, she only dares to bully the girls who are weaker than her. She dares not mess with Dongfang Ziyu. Although Dongfang Ziyu isn't my older brother's girlfriend, They are a widely acknowledged perfect match in the cultivation world, but there is no chemistry between them. They simply don't hate each other. My family and the Dongfang family are willing to form an alliance, but it still depends on them, said Bailey Zhongxue. But she suddenly realized that she had gone too far. Oh, where did I go? I was talking about Jing Yuelan, but ended up with my older brother. Anyway, there are many other examples to prove that Jing Yuelan isn't a good girl. She actually has a fiancé, but her fiancé isn't as handsome and strong as my older brother. Her fiancé's family background is also not comparable to my family. Therefore, she keeps on bothering my older brother. During these years, my older brother rarely comes back to the cultivation world, so she can't see him very often. As a result, she started to bother me. She has tried to force me to take her to see him. I honestly don't know why she can be so shameless. Bailey Zhongxue really disliked Jing Yuelan. Unfortunately, she wasn't stronger than her, or she would teach her a lesson. There aren't many good people in the Jing family, said Gu Ning. She had met several members of the Jing family till now, and each of them was very hateful. Only Jing Yunyao and Jing Jining were pleasant to get along with. Right, there are only a few good people in the Jing family. Only Junior Mr. Jing's family is upright and kind. Their patriarch's family is the most hateful. Bailey Zhongxue said, Oh, I must tell you this. The Jing family's patriarch actually had a daughter with his first wife. The girl's name is Jing Yunyao. I heard Jing Yunyao was bullied by her stepmother and step-siblings ever since she was little. She didn't get any attention from her father until she made great progress. However, she ran away from the Jing family afterwards. She left the cultivation world for the mortal world. There is a rule in the cultivation world. Cultivators can't be together with mortals. If anyone dares to break the rule, he or she will be deprived of all their abilities as a cultivator before being chased out of the cultivation world. But I heard Jing Yunyao was killed. It has something to do with her father. I don't know whether it's true, but everyone is secretly saying that. I think it's highly likely to be the truth. Saying that, Bailey Zhongxue gave a sign. If it's true, the Jing family's patriarch is really cruel. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. But he killed his own daughter. Even though she made a mistake, it isn't a reason for him to kill her. Bailey Zhongxue had a deep sympathy for Jing Yunyao. Talking about that, Gu Ning was also affected. Jing Yaorong had indeed tried to kill Jing Yunyao, though luckily Jing Yunyao survived. However, Leng Yuanhan was dead. Therefore, Jing Yunyao and Leng Xiaoting were determined to take revenge. They were almost ready. Before long, they would go to pay Jing Yaorong back in the cultivation world. They stayed in the small forest for a few minutes, before Chu Peihan called Gu Ning, saying that the meeting was over, and they could leave now. After that, Gu Ning told her to meet them at the car, and that they were waiting for her. 5 minutes later, Chu Peihan came. Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue were also ready to leave. Once Chu Peihan got in the car, they drove away. How is it? When will you join the crew? Asked Gu Ning. I'll join them after 3 days. The shooting of my part will last 3 months, so I'm afraid I'll have to spend 2/3 of the time at the set, said Chu Peihan. Although the shooting of her part would last 3 months, she would have time for a rest. She didn't need to show her face in front of the cameras every day, so she could go back to school for classes when she was free. It might affect her studies, but it was unavoidable for a student who studied in a film academy. Moreover, their school allowed her to do it. Actually, since students who went to study in a film academy aimed to become famous, there was no time limit for their debut. Many people hoped that students could finish their education before finding a job. However, the competition was fierce in the entertainment industry. It wasn't easy for them to get a chance to show their faces in front of the cameras. If any one of them could gain some fame, their school would be proud, so they could build their career while they were studying in school. They just needed to keep studying at the same time, and it wouldn't be a problem as long as they could pass the exams. In addition, given Chu Peihan's status, their school had no reason to stop her. She was Professor Gu's student. She had a bright future ahead. Do you plan to take the cruise car? Or drive your own car? If you drive a car on your own, it'll be more convenient. I can prepare a car for you if you want, said Guning. Chu Peihan thought for a while, and also thought that it would be more convenient for her to drive her own car. However, after she joined the crew, she wouldn't need a car most of the time. The transportation at Qianling Mountain was convenient as well, so she didn't really need a car. Most importantly, she was unwilling to occupy Guning's car. Therefore, Chu Peihan made a decision. I know it'll be more convenient if I drive a car on my own, but the shooting will last for a long time, so I don't think a car is really necessary. I prefer not to drive by myself, but if I need it, I'll tell you later. Chu Peihan didn't want to upset Guning. Sure. Since Chu Peihan made her choice, Guning didn't comment on it further. You're a new face. You don't have an assistant and have to deal with everything on your own. But if you need any help, you can turn to Chao Hanshin or Su Tonghua for help. They'll help you, said Guning. In fact, even if Guning didn't mention it, they would go to help Chu Peihan if she needed them. After all, Chu Peihan was Guning's friend, and they got along well with each other. Therefore, they would take care of Chu Peihan whether Guning told them to do so or not. Thanks, said Chu Peihan. When Jing Yuelan was back in the Jing family's house, she met Jing Yunyan, who was about to go out. Because Jing Yuelan was still mad, she looked very unhappy. Oh, what happened? You look angry, Jing Yunyan joked. Jing Yuelan wasn't easygoing, but Jing Yunyan didn't have a bad impression of her. Instead, he treated her even better than Jing Bingjie. Jing Bingjie was more obedient, but she was never close to Jing Yunyan ever since she was little, so their relationship wasn't very good. Jing Yuelan had a bad reputation, but she always played with Jing Yunyan since childhood, so they were very close. I just left the cultivation world and saw Bailey Zongxue at the square of Qianling Mountain. I asked her where Bailey Zongyang is, but she refused to tell me. She even humiliated me. I got mad, so I fought against her, said Jing Yuelan. Because everyone was aware that she liked Bailey Zongyang and was chasing him, she didn't bother to keep it a secret. The Jing family had actually reminded her not to mess with Bailey Zongyang, but she wouldn't listen. Anyway, she hadn't caused any serious trouble, so her family didn't bother to restrict her. I was at an advantage, but Bailey Zongshua's mortal friend helped her, so I was defeated. I didn't expect a mortal to be so strong. If Bailey Zongxue hadn't been there, I would have beaten her shit out, said Jing Yuelan, feeling angrier. A mortal? What's her name? Jing Yunyan thought of Guning at once because the only strong mortal he knew who had a close relationship with Bailey Zongxue was Guning. Guning, a student from the capital university, said Jing Yuelan. It was indeed her, because Guning worked with Bailey Zongxue and defeated Jing Yuelan. Jing Yunyan wasn't surprised. After all, Bailey Zongxue was at the same level as Jing Yuelan. There wasn't a huge difference between their abilities. Therefore, when Guning joined their fight, she only helped Bailey Zongxue a little instead of saving Bailey Zongxue. All right, take it easy. If you meet her again, teach her a lesson then, said Jing Yunyan to comfort Jing Yuelan. Jing Yunyan's words worked for Jing Yuelan, and her anger immediately went away. Of course, if I meet the girl called Guning again, I'll surely teach her a lesson. She only dared to teach Guning a lesson, but didn't dare to injure her seriously. Since if she injured a mortal badly, Tiandazong would punish her. However, I think you better stay away from Bailey Zongyang. It's impossible for you two to be together, said Jing Yunyan. He was proud of Jing Yuelan, but still felt that she and Bailey Zongyang weren't a match. Most importantly, Bailey Zongyang had no interest in Jing Yuelan, so he was afraid it would only cause their family trouble if Jing Yuelan kept bothering Bailey Zongyang. To be honest, the Jing family's reputation was already damaged. He was going to be the new patriarch of their family, so he cared a lot about their family's reputation. No matter what the Jing family had done, whether it was wrong or right, they wouldn't allow other people to judge them. No, I only want Zongyang. He's handsome, outstanding. Jing Yuelan refused to give Bailey Zongyang up, even though Bailey Zongyang never bothered to pay any attention to her. She admired, loved, and pursued him as usual. Her face lit up whenever she talked about Bailey Zongyang. Jing Yunyan shook his head resignedly. He didn't want to say anything further, because Jing Yuelan wouldn't listen. Fine, I know you won't listen, but bear this in mind. Don't cause serious trouble. Do you understand? Jing Yunyan said with a serious expression. Although he had a good relationship with Jing Yuelan, it didn't mean that he had to spoil her under any circumstances. When she didn't cause serious trouble, he could turn a blind eye to her. However, if she caused serious trouble, he wouldn't tolerate it. I know, said Jing Yuelan in an upset tone. She wasn't annoyed by Jing Yunyan's warning, because she knew that he was going to be the new patriarch. It was his duty to protect their family's reputation. On their way back, Gu Ning told Bailey Zhongxue to ask Song Miaoge and their other friends whether they were at school. If they were, they could share a meal that afternoon. Gu Ning would first drive Bailey Zhongxue back to school. Then she would finish the enrollment before going to have a meal with her friends. Bailey Zhongxue immediately called Song Miaoge. Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai had just enrolled, so they were in the dormitory now. Hearing that Gu Ning would be back in a while, they were excited to see her. At the same time, Gu Ning also told Chu Peihan to call Mu Ku and Yu Mixi. Because the enrollment began today, they arrived at school a few days earlier. They had also finished their enrollment, so they were free now. They hadn't chosen a restaurant for dinner yet, but they would let their friends know once it was done. Before long, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue finished enrollment, then they left school together. After thinking for a while, they decided to eat hot pot. All of them liked hot pot, not because it was cheap, but because it was a very good choice for winter. Once they settled on the place, Chu Peihan called Mu Ku and Yu Mixi over. Because their schools weren't far apart and the restaurant they chose was right in the middle, Mu Ku and Yu Mixi arrived at the appointed place right after Gu Ning and the others. However, Yu Mixi didn't seem to be in a good mood, while Mu Ku was trying to please her. Upon seeing Gu Ning and the others, Yu Mixi smiled at them. Obviously, she was only mad at Mu Ku. It was very normal for a couple to have arguments. Moreover, it was their personal affair, so Gu Ning and the others wouldn't ask about it. They just pretended that they didn't notice. For convenience, Gu Ning booked a private room, since if they dined in the hall, their loud conversation might affect other people. During the meal, they talked happily, except for the fact that Yu Mixi ignored Mu Ku. After they finished the meal, Gu Ning couldn't drive each of them back because there were too many people. Bailey Zhongxue was a cultivator, so she could protect herself and some of the girls. Therefore, Gu Ning didn't send Bailey Zhongxue, Song Miaoge, and Zhang Zikai back. Instead, they took a taxi by themselves. After all, there was a short distance. And even if there was a long distance, Bailey Zhongxue and the others wouldn't mind. They didn't want to bother Gu Ning to send them back. There were so many people, and it was impossible for her to send all of them back. Therefore, Gu Ning drove Mu Ku and Yu Mixi back to school first, then sent Chu Peihan to school before returning to the Sihiyuan. As for the conflict between Yu Mixi and Mu Ku, it actually wasn't a big problem. A girl confessed her affection for Mu Ku by sending him a message today, and Yu Mixi read it by accident. It made her unhappy, so she deliberately ignored Mu Ku. Mu Ku directly told the girl that he already had a girlfriend and that he loved his girlfriend deeply. After that, he ignored the girl. However, Yu Mixi still felt uncomfortable, but she was much better after having a meal with her friends. I want to eat ice cream. Go buy one for me. Before they walked into their school, Yu Mixi spoke in slight annoyance. Anyway, since she was talking to Mu Ku now, it meant that she was no longer mad. It's cold. Ice cream isn't good for your body. Mu Ku was very happy that Yu Mixi was willing to talk to him, but he disagreed with her idea. I just want to eat ice cream. Go buy one for me, or I'll do it myself. Yu Mixi acted angry and was about to walk away. She was just really annoyed at this moment. If Mu Ku bought an ice cream for her right now, she wouldn't be mad, but she would be upset if Mu Ku didn't. Even though Mu Ku cared about her health and thought that she shouldn't have ice cream in winter, Yu Mixi was annoyed now, so she didn't really care. All right, I'll go buy it right away. Mu Ku pulled Yu Mixi back at once. In order to stop her from getting angrier, he gave in. The next moment, he ran to buy ice cream for Yu Mixi. Before long, he came back with ice cream and handed it to Yu Mixi. Yu Mixi took it and ate it when she walked ahead, leaving Mu Ku behind. After eating up the ice cream, Yu Mixi's anger completely went away. Are you still mad? Asked Mu Ku. Mad? Why should I be mad? When was I mad? Mixi asked. She didn't admit that she was mad just then. When was she mad? She wasn't mad at all. Muko complained to himself but didn't say it aloud. Anyway, since Mixi wasn't mad, it was already the best result. There was no need for them to talk about it. Well, I wasn't really mad, because you've done nothing wrong. It's the girl's fault. She should be aware that you already have a girlfriend, but she still confessed to you. I know you're innocent. I just couldn't help getting upset for a while, said Mixi. She understood that she shouldn't be mad at Muko, but sometimes it was hard to control her emotions. Besides, people lose their reason in love. I know, said Muko, then held Mixi's hand. Looking at Mixi, he said seriously, it's still my fault that your mood was affected by the girl, but I can't stop other girls from confessing to me. It's their own actions. All I can do is reject them. Mixi, I promise you're the only girl I sincerely like. I love you. All right, I trust you. Stop it now. Mixi seemed to disdain his words, but she was full of happiness. It was dark now, but it was only 8 p.m., so it was still early. Therefore, the two of them had a walk in the small forest hand in hand. There were many couples in their university, so many couples were walking in the small forest. When Guning got back to the Sihiyuan, everyone was chatting casually in the living room, so Guning joined them. Junior Gu, the New Year festival is over now. Can you arrange a job for us to do? Si Jin asked Guning with slight embarrassment, because Guning told them that she would arrange for them to do a job and learn how to drive after the New Year festival. They weren't in a rush to make money, but they felt that they should do something after staying here for such a long time. Guning hadn't forgotten about it, and decided to make the arrangements soon. Sure. I'll arrange for you to do a job tomorrow. You can join my company first. Before you carry out tasks, you need to receive training to become qualified bodyguards. At the beginning, you two will work separately. You'll learn from experienced colleagues. When you're good enough to do a task on your own, you can work together then. But there aren't always tasks every day, so you can learn how to drive when you're free, said Guning. Great. Thank you so much, Junior Gu. Jiang Lilua and Si Jin nodded. Well, you two have only stayed with me for a while, but you already can't wait to go out to work. I'll be alone again, said Shangguan Yang in a sad tone, as if he was Beiji abandoned. However, he was just saying that because they couldn't wander around forever. We've done nothing during this time, and we're getting lazy. If we have time, we'll come back and keep your company after work, said Si Jin to comfort Shangguan Yang. Right, Uncle Shangguan. I'm sure you don't want us to be useless, right? Jiang Lilua said. All right, I know you have a bunch of reasons, said Shangguan Yang unhappily. In fact, he was so used to them being with him recently that he'd feel a little lonely if they suddenly left for work. He had been alone for hundreds of years and never felt lonely before. However, after living in the mortal world for a while, he started to change. He didn't want to be alone any longer. Master Shangguan, when did you start to hate being alone? Guning joked. It's all because of you. I used to be alone every day and never felt bored, but now I can't stand it when I'm left alone at home, said Shangguan Yang, feeling upset. We're only absent for a few days. You can go out and have fun with your old pals. Don't you have many old friends? We'll come back after we're done with our job. You won't be alone, said Guning. You're a liar. You're the one who's absent for most of the time. Shouting isn't in the capital because of his job. But you're in the capital, yet you rarely come back. I sometimes even wonder whether you've forgotten me. Shangguan Yang criticized Guning in annoyance. He knew that Guning was occupied with work and study, but he was unhappy that he was being ignored. Guning felt slightly guilty and rubbed her nose. Well, I have a lot of things to do. I'll visit you more often in the future. Please don't blame me. Did I blame you? Did I? I'm not an unreasonable master. Shangguan Yang denied it emotionally. It seemed as if he was wronged. Although he had no intention to blame Guning, what he just said implied that he was unhappy. Therefore, he wasn't being honest with his feelings. No, you didn't. Guning was amused by his reaction and dropped the topic. Oh, I met my cultivator friend, Bailey Zongxue, at Qianling Mountain today. She showed me the house Uncle Jing built for Master Shangguan. It's almost done. I have some photos of it. Although there is only a gate in the pictures, it looks grand, said Guning, taking out her phone. Then she showed the others the photos Bailey Zhongxue sent her. When Shangguan Yang and Jing Yunyao saw Jing Jining's back, they recognized him with a glance. However, they didn't know that Jing Jining was forbidden to leave the cultivation world and couldn't go out. After looking at the photos, Shangguan Yang was very satisfied. Although he had a low standard for his residence, he was excited to see such a beautiful house. Oh, Master Shangguan, if you're bored, why don't you visit the cultivation world? How about we have a tour there tomorrow? I can settle Senior Jiang and Senior C's job tomorrow morning. Then I'll come back for a meal at noon, and we can go to the cultivation world together, said Guning. She didn't have any premonition, it was only a sudden idea. Great, we can visit it tomorrow afternoon. Shangguan Yang agreed. Since they already built a house in the cultivation world and decided to live there in the future, they should naturally visit there more often and get familiar with people in Tiandazong. Only Shangguan Yang and Guning needed to go, because it wasn't time for Jing Yunyao to take revenge yet. She wouldn't go with them. Knowing that Shangguan Yang and Guning would visit the cultivation world, Jing Yunyao wanted to go there too. But it wasn't the right time. She had to be patient. Anyway, they could soon take revenge in the cultivation world. At 8 a.m., Guning and the others finished breakfast at the Sihiyuan. Then Guning took Jiang Lilua and Si Jin to her company. Although they were offered a job directly by Guning, they needed to be qualified to join the staff. They needed to convince other people that they were hired by Guning, instead of just getting a job due to their relationship with her. After arriving at her company, Guning took them to a training room. Normally, when the bodyguards didn't need to go out and do a task, they went to work according to the schedule, then trained in the training room. They went to work at 9 a.m. and got off work at 6 p.m. When Guning and the others arrived at the company, it was nearly 9 a.m. Even though they only needed to go to work at 9 a.m., they normally came earlier, arriving at about 8:30 a.m. They would put on their training uniform, then go to the training room. At the moment, there were about 70 bodyguards in Guning's security company. They were divided into 5 groups. Each group leader was a professional killer hired by Guning. In addition, among the 70 bodyguards, about a dozen were women. There was no gender limit for this job, and sometimes women were even more suitable to carry out tasks. However, it was a fact that there were more men than women in this industry. Although they normally trained in the training room at the company, they would have field training once a week. After all, the space in the company was limited and they couldn't cause too much noise, because it would affect other staff's work. Ba Tianyang was the chief coach for Guning's security company. Speaking of Ba Tianyang, it was necessary to mention Song Manny. Their romantic relationship was finally public. In other words, they were formally together. Ba Tianyang didn't care that Song Manny had been divorced before, and Song Manny didn't mind that Ba Tianyang used to be a killer. Ba Tianyang honestly told Song Manny that he used to be a killer. Song Manny was very surprised at the beginning, and it wasn't easy for her to accept. However, after they got along with each other for a long time, Song Manny felt that Ba Tianyang was really a good man and she gradually fell in love with him. In addition, since he was no longer a professional killer, he had changed. And he was picked by Guning, so he couldn't be a bad person. Anyway, everyone had a history. No one was perfect, and she didn't think that she had the right to ask for a better man. She felt protected being with Ba Tianyang, not because he was strong, but because he was protective of her. He really cared about her. At this time, bodyguards without tasks came to the training room for their daily routine. Ba Tianyang and the other group leaders were also present. There were dozens of bodyguards in the security company. About a half went out to do tasks while about a dozen were on a vacation. Some just finished a task and would be free for a few days while some had a holiday. Because they didn't have weekends and they could only be off work for a day in a week, they rested in turns. Therefore, there were only 24 bodyguards in the company at the moment. However, no matter how many were there, they still needed to train. When Guning walked in with Jiang Lilua and Si Jin, everyone greeted her. After that, Guning explained why she brought them here. Now, let me introduce you, this is Jiang Lilua and this is Si Jin. Both of them are the new bodyguards hired by me. They've never worked in this industry before, so they know very little about it, but they're excellent at fighting. In order to prove that, you can challenge them as you want, said Guning. Hearing that, they exchanged a glance. Since Jing Liluo and Si Jin were picked by Guning, they believed that they were qualified, but they were excited to challenge them. One man stood out and said, Chairman Gu, I want to challenge Mr. Jiang. He had a very good attitude and didn't want to provoke Jiang Liluo. He simply wanted to make sure of his proficiency. No problem. Jiang Liluo agreed, then stepped forward. After that, they got ready to spar. Jiang Liluo didn't use his magical energy, because Guning had reminded him to control himself when he was fighting with mortals. Only when the mortal was an extremely bad person could he kill them, though he should do his best not to kill. Although Jiang Liluo didn't use his magical energy, he was still much stronger than the man, so he easily defeated the bodyguard in a minute or so. Seeing that, everyone was shocked. It was amazing. The bodyguard who challenged Jiang Liluo was better than most of his colleagues, but he still failed in about a minute. I lost. You're really unbelievable. You have my respect, said the bodyguard. He accepted the result, because he knew that there were people who were better than him. He didn't feel mad when he was defeated. Other people stepped ahead to challenge Jiang Liluo, but all of them failed, so no one went to challenge him again. However, Si Jin was left standing there. So a female bodyguard stood out and said, I think I'll challenge Miss Si. Sure, said Si Jin and walked ahead. Once they were ready, the fight competition began. The female bodyguard was as strong as the male bodyguard, while Si Jin was at the same level as Jiang Liluo, so the spar was over in about a minute too. This time, they were all convinced that Jing Liluo and Si Jin were qualified bodyguards. So, anyone want to challenge them again? Asked Guning. No one answered, which meant that nobody wanted to challenge them again. Great, from now on you'll work together. I hope you can get along well, said Guning. Yes, ma'am, they replied loudly. Afterwards, Guning called Ba Tianyang to have a private talk in her office. Because she planned to let Jiang Liluo and Si Jin join Ba Tianyang's group, Guning told Ba Tianyang to train them first. If there was a task, he could arrange for someone to take them to carry out the task. However, if there were any dangerous tasks, he could assign the tasks to Jiang Liluo and Si Jin. Guning said that, not because she didn't care about their safety, but because they were the best bodyguards in her security company. Once they took action, it would be nearly impossible for them to fail. Ba Tianyang had absolute trust in Guning, so he agreed. After that, Jiang Liluo and Si Jin stayed in the company for training, while Guning went to her office. Jiang Liluo and Si Jin were quick learners. Ba Tianyang only needed to teach them once, so they quickly got familiar with the rules. It surprised Ba Tianyang, and he even wondered whether they had worked as bodyguards before. Although it was the first time that they had worked in this industry, they had done their homework on the internet beforehand. Moreover, they had a very good memory and an agile mind, so they learned quickly. Ba Tianyang only needed to teach them once, and they immediately got familiar with all the rules. However, they hadn't carried out a task yet, so they still needed chances to put their knowledge into practice. Guning left for the Sihiyuan from her company at 11 a.m. and shared a meal with Shangguanyang before going to the Cultivation world. Jiang Liluo and Si Jin had lunch at the company and would go back after they got off work this afternoon. Because there was a long distance between the city center and the southern district, and neither Jiang Liluo nor Si Jin could drive now, they took the subway to work. Guning had told them to learn how to buy tickets, so she believed that they could handle it. If they still didn't know how to buy tickets, they could ask passers-by about it. There were many helpful people nowadays. Back in the Sihiyuan, Jing Yunyao and Miao Jingjing were absent. Guning thought that they must have gone to the flower shop. Therefore, after finishing the meal with Shangguanyang, Guning disguised herself for Qing He. Then she drove Shangguanyang's car to Qianling Mountain. She used Shangguanyang's car instead of hers, because she didn't want anyone to find out who she was. Only Guning and Shangguanyang would go to the Cultivation world this time, so Guning drove. At Qianling Mountain, Guning showed her quality as a cultivator. After parking the car, the two of them took the road towards the Cultivation world. At the boundary at the foot of the mountain, They met Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua by accident. Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua were very surprised to see them, but they also heard that they had built a house in the cultivation world. Accordingly, it was quite normal that they came in and out of the cultivation world. They respected Shangguan Yang, so they greeted him first. Nice to see you, Senior Shangguan. I'm Dongfang Ziyu. Nice to see you, Senior Shangguan. I'm Wu Shunhua. Nice to see you too. Shangguan Yang nodded. He seemed a little arrogant in front of outsiders, and was only nice to his people. Afterwards, Shangguan Yang continued to walk ahead, followed by Gu Ning. As juniors, Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua couldn't leave right away. They could only go when Shangguan Yang was gone. When Gu Ning left, Dongfang Ziyu gave her a glance. She didn't recognize Gu Ning, but noticed that Gu Ning had already reached the heartbeat stage. Gu Ning was only in the mixture stage at their last meeting. Dongfang Ziyu had to admit that she was jealous of Gu Ning's rapid progress. Why couldn't she have such good luck and become Shangguan Yang's disciple? Although it mainly depended on their talent to cultivate, the master's abilities were also very important. Dongfang Ziyu was well known for her talent in the cultivation world, and had a good master, but her master was barely comparable to Shangguan Yang. If Shangguan Yang could be her master, she would be able to break through the golden core stage to the Yuaning period. Even if she couldn't make that much progress, it wouldn't be difficult for her to reach the peak of the golden core stage. After all, there was a huge gap between the two stages. Gu Ning could feel that Dongfang Ziyu glanced at her, but she didn't care. Dongfang Ziyu didn't speak again until Gu Ning and Shangguan Yang were far away. I didn't expect Qing He to reach the heartbeat stage within such a short time. I think she should be in the middle stage or at the peak now. There was obvious envy and jealousy in her tone. Even though she was still at a higher level than Qing He, she couldn't help getting jealous of Qing He's rapid progress. In that situation, Qing He would surpass her within a few years. What? The heartbeat stage? Wu Shunhua was shocked. Because he was in the early stage of the heartbeat stage, he didn't notice it. He didn't sense the difference in Gu Ning's current level because the lower the level a cultivator was at, the weaker his or her senses were. Only cultivators who were at levels above the golden core stage could feel other cultivators' levels. Really? It has only been a short time, and yet she is already in the heartbeat stage? She's even either in the middle stage or at the peak. It's unbelievable. Wu Shunhua felt envious too. He had stayed in the early stage of the heartbeat stage for years and couldn't get any better. He knew that he didn't have much talent, but he also dreamed about becoming a top cultivator. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried, he still made slow progress. Actually, there weren't many cultivators at Wu Shunhua's age in the early stage of the heartbeat stage. His talent and level weren't common in the cultivation world. There were only a few cultivators who were born with great talent. Once Shangguan Yang and Gu Ning reached the foot of the mountain, Shangguan Yang took out his magical sword and directly carried Gu Ning to the entrance of the cultivation world. After they entered the cultivation world, they still rode the magical sword till the center. There weren't many cultivators who could fly with a sword in the cultivation world, so they immediately attracted a lot of attention along the way. Many cultivators had heard of Shangguan Yang, but not many had met him in reality. Only members of the major families and the participants had shown up at the Kung Fu competition last time. Not many ordinary citizens went there, so they didn't know Shangguan Yang. Because they rarely saw the elders of Tiandazong, they thought that Shangguan Yang might be an elder. Anyway, they didn't recognize him, so no one greeted him. After Shangguan Yang and Gu Ning arrived at the center, they went straight to see their house. It was their first visit and they actually didn't know where it was. But Gu Ning had seen photos of it, so she quickly found it with the help of her jade eyes. Since they were in the cultivation world, they should naturally go to see Jing Jining, but they didn't know where the Jing family was. Even if they knew where it was, they couldn't go to see Jing Jining at the Jing family's house. They were unwilling to meet other members of the Jing family, so Gu Ning and Shangguan Yang went to their residence first. Then they would invite Jing Jining over. Before they went inside, they met several disciples from Tiandazong. As soon as they saw Shangguan Yang, they walked towards them. Nice to see you, Senior Shangguan. I'm Yang Ping, a disciple from Tiandazong. Nice to see you, Senior Shangguan. I'm Lu Min, a disciple from Tiandazong. They greeted Shangguanyang. Shangguanyang and Gu Ning had met them before, but didn't know their names. Nice to see you too, Shangguanyang replied, then asked, Are you busy now? Shangguanyang wanted them to help him bring Jing Jining over, but they had to have time to do that for him. We're not. We're free these days, so we're wandering around on the street. Right? Upon hearing Shangguanyang's question, they knew that he needed them to do something for him. Well, I need someone to do me a favor now. Would you please help me? Shangguanyang asked. Of course, Senior Shangguan. Whatever you need, we're more than willing to help, they said sincerely. They were unimportant people, and felt very honored that they were able to exchange greetings with such an important figure like Shangguanyang. They were indeed more than willing to help Shangguanyang. Great. Please help me visit the Jing family and ask Jing Jining to come to my residence to see me, said Shangguanyang. He was very nice to them. They thought it might be something very important, and they got nervous in case they couldn't do it well, so they were all relieved when they heard that Shangguanyang only needed them to call someone over. No problem. We'll go to the Jing family's house and tell Lord Jing to come to see you right away, answered Yang Ping. Thank you so much, said Shangguanyang. It's our pleasure. Well, I guess we need to go now, said Yang Ping. Then they immediately left. Onlookers figured out Shangguanyang's identity when they noticed that disciples from Tiandazong spoke to him respectfully, so they also stepped forward to say hi to Shangguanyang. However, they only exchanged greetings and didn't bother Shangguanyang. In fact, they didn't dare to waste his time. Shangguanyang replied to all of them politely. Before long, Shangguanyang and Gu Ning arrived at Shangguanyang's residence. Because the house wasn't completely finished, there were still people busy building. They didn't know Shangguanyang and Gu Ning, but they were polite to them after Gu Ning told them their identities. They didn't doubt Gu Ning's words, because nobody would dare to disguise himself as Shangguanyang. The cultivation world wasn't large, so if anyone dared to do that, it would soon be exposed. After that, some of the construction workers took them inside. Only the outer layer of Shangguanyang's residence wasn't finished yet, so the inside was already furnished and decorated. At the same time, Yang Ping and the others arrived at the Jing family's house. Although they were just disciples in the primary level of Tiandazong, the Jing family's security guards didn't dare to slight them. We're disciples from Tiandazong. Is Lord Jing home? We need to see him, said Yang Ping politely. He wasn't arrogant at all. Some disciples from Tiandazong might look down their noses at ordinary citizens, but only a few of them did that. Most disciples were modest. Yes, please wait for a while. I'll deliver the message right now. The domestic servant didn't know that Jing Jining was forbidden to leave, so he told the truth when someone asked him about Jing Jining. He thought that it was Tiandazong that wanted to see Jing Jining, so he didn't dare to delay it. Nor did he ask them why they wanted to see Jing Jining. Thanks, said Yang Ping. After that, the Jing family's domestic servant went inside to deliver the message. No one stopped him along the way, so he smoothly went to the southern yard. Jing Jining was also there, so the domestic servant successfully saw him. After that, the domestic servant told Jing Jining that several disciples from Tiandazong wanted to see him. Then Jing Jining followed them out. On his way out, he met Jing Yunyan. Hey, Jining, where are you going? Jing Yunyan asked. A few disciples from Tiandazong want to see me outside. I'm going to see them, said Jing Jining. He also thought that Tiandazong wanted to see him. He had no idea that it was Shangguanyang who wanted to see him. Oh, I'll go with you, said Jing Yunyan. He wouldn't stop watching Jing Jining, in case Jing Jining spread any news. Whatever, said Jing Jining casually. In fact, whether they paid special attention to him or not, it wouldn't change anything. Even if he said nothing, Jing Yunyao would still come. The final result wouldn't change just because of him. Afterwards, Jing Yunyan followed Jing Jining out. Outside the gate, they saw Yang Ping and his companions. Nice to see you, Lord Jing. Yang Ping and the others politely greeted Jing Jining and Jing Yunyan. Although Jing Jining was unfamiliar with them, he still knew their names. Hi, Junior Yang. What can I do for you? Lord Jing, it actually isn't us, but Senior Shangguan wants to see you.
He came to the cultivation world. Now he's in his residence. He asked us to invite you over, said Yang Ping. Knowing that it was Shangguan Yang who wanted to see Jing Jining, both Jing Yunyan and Jing Jining were greatly surprised. I'm sorry, Jining has something else to deal with. I'm afraid he can't go. Please pass our apologies to Senior Shangguan. Jing Yunyan was afraid that Jing Jining might say something inappropriate after meeting Shangguan Yang. So he opened his mouth and stopped them at once. Was it just a coincidence that Shangguan Yang came to see Jing Jining at this moment? Did Shangguan Yang know anything? Did Jing Jining send someone to tell Shangguan Yang behind their backs? Was that the reason why Shangguan Yang wanted to see Jing Jining now? Whether it was a coincidence or not, he had to stop Jing Jining from meeting Shangguan Yang. Oh, do I have something else to deal with? How come I didn't know that? Jing Jining argued with Jing Yunyan. He understood what Jing Yunyan wanted to do, but Shangguan Yang was already here. He couldn't stop him from meeting Shangguan Yang. Jing Yunyan was aware that Jing Jining refused to listen to him, so he warned him coldly. It's the Patriarch's order. I think you should know. We'll talk about that after I meet Senior Shangguan, said Jing Jining. He didn't bother to ask for permission, because Shangguan Yang came to see him. How could you disobey the Patriarch? Jing Yunyan threatened. Why are you stopping me from seeing Senior Shangguan? It's not often for Senior Shangguan to visit the cultivation world. He wants to see me. You have no reason to stop me. If other people hear that, they might think that you don't get along with Senior Shangguan and even disdain him, said Jing Jining, because he clearly knew Jing Yunyan's intention. Bullshit. I don't dislike Senior Shangguan at all. Why are you trying to hurl the blame on me? Jing Yunyan questioned angrily. Actually, he indeed disliked Shangguan Yang because Shangguan Yang had a relationship with Jing Jining and Jing Yunyao. If it weren't for Shangguan Yang, they wouldn't be so afraid of Jing Yunyao. However, although he disliked Shangguan Yang, he didn't dare to disdain him. It was precisely because he was in awe of Shangguan Yang that he stopped Jing Jining from seeing him. Therefore, he disliked Shangguan Yang, but wouldn't let Shangguan Yang know. He was reluctant to have a grudge against Shangguan Yang. Therefore, since there were other people with them and they were sent here by Shangguan Yang, Jing Yunyan had to deny it. If not, why do you still want to stop me? Jing Jining asked deliberately. I don't want to stop you, but the Patriarch wants to see you, said Jing Yunyan. He looked serious on the surface, as if it was true. I've stayed at home for so long, but the Patriarch never bothered to see me. Why does the Patriarch order to see me right when Senior Shangguan calls for me? Is it just a coincidence? Said Jing Jining sarcastically. Given the situation, Yang Ping and the others realized that the Jing family's Patriarch didn't need to see Jing Jining at all. But Jing Yunyan was trying to stop Jing Jining. They didn't know why Jing Yunyan wanted to do that, but they chose to listen to Shangguan Yang. Therefore, Yang Ping said, Please, Senior Shangguan has something important to talk about with Lord Jining. If Lord Jining doesn't go, Senior Shangguan will come in person. Hearing that, Jing Yunyan understood that it would be more complicated if Shangguan Yang came and found out that Jing Jining actually wasn't busy. If so, you can go, but I need to go with you. Jing Yunyan made the decision when he realized that he couldn't stop Jing Jining today. If he was present, Jing Jining couldn't tell Shangguan Yang what he shouldn't say. Whatever you want, but if Senior Shangguan wants you to leave, you can't blame me. Jing Jining didn't stop Jing Yunyan, because he didn't want to argue with Jing Yunyan right here. It wouldn't change anything whether other members of the Jing family knew that Jing Yunyao was still alive. Even if they heard about it, it wouldn't make any difference. After all, they couldn't do anything about Jing Yunyao. Jing Yunyan didn't know whether Shangguan Yang would ask him to leave in a while, but he had to go with Jing Jining. Afterwards, Jing Yunyao followed Jing Jining to Shangguan Yang's residence. Before Jing Jining came, Gu Ning and Shangguan Yang had a tour of the house. It wasn't very large, but it wasn't small either. It occupied a piece of land of about 1,000 square meters. It was a luxurious house in the cultivation world. Although his house was only 1/3 as large as the residence that the 4 major families lived in, only Shangguan Yang and a few servants would be staying there. As for the 4 major families, each of them had at least 50 people. Shangguan Yang's house was large enough to accommodate about 20 people. All the buildings in the backyard had 2 stories, so there were enough guest rooms. Although there weren't many people living with him now, it wasn't a big deal that the buildings were empty. After having a tour, Gu Ning and Shangguan Yang went back to the living room. They had tea for a while, before Jing Jining and the others came. Gu Ning and Shangguan Yang were both surprised to see Jing Yunyan, because they knew that Jing Jining had a bad relationship with Jing Yunyan. It was beyond their imagination that they could come together. What did it mean? Gu Ning and Shangguan Yang didn't think it would be Jing Jining's idea, so it should be Jing Yunyan's idea instead. Anyway, since he was already here, they wouldn't chase him out. Nice to see you, Senior Shangguan. Senior Shangguan, I'm Jing Yunyan. Jing Yunyan and Jing Jining went to Shangguan Yang, then made a bow. All right, have a seat, said Shangguan Yang. Because of Jing Yunyan, he didn't seem very relaxed. Thank you, Senior Shangguan. Jing Yunyan and Jing Jining nodded, then went to sit at the side. There weren't any servants, so no one poured tea for them. Then we'll go now, Senior Shangguan, said Yang Ping. They felt embarrassed to stay longer. Thank you for the favor, said Shangguan Yang to them. He didn't take it for granted just because he was senior to them. Our pleasure, Senior Shangguan, said Yang Ping. Then he left with his companions. Jining, this is a very good house. Thank you so much for the effort, said Shangguan Yang. He was satisfied with this residence, so he thanked Jing Jining. Not at all. I just gave some opinions and supervised them in finishing the construction. I barely did anything, said Jing Jining with slight embarrassment. It was true that he didn't do hard work, since the construction workers did all the labor work. Well, it still took you a lot of time and energy. I don't want to occupy your time to cultivate, said Shangguan Yang. He felt a little guilty, but Jing Jining was a cultivator in the cultivation world. There was no one who could do this better than him. Shangguan Yang was unwilling to ask Tiandazong to build a house for him. He didn't want to owe them anything because Tiandazong wouldn't accept his money, whereas if Jing Jining helped him with it, he would directly pay him. Jing Jining wouldn't take his money, because Shangguan Yang was very close to him. He was willing to do Shangguan Yang a favor. Therefore, he spent the money on buying the piece of land, construction materials, and hiring the workers. Senior Shangguan, we're not strangers. You don't need to thank me repeatedly. Why are you so polite to me now? It makes me feel as if we're not close at all, said Jing Jining, acting aggrieved. He was more than willing to help Shangguan Yang, because it also helped Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was his nephew, and he wouldn't spare effort to help his nephew. All right, let's drop that topic. Don't hurt our relationship. Shangguan Yang was amused and stopped talking about that. Shangguan Yang only talked with Jing Jining and didn't bother to pay attention to Jing Yunyan. Jing Yunyan was displeased, but didn't show it on his face. He had to behave himself in front of Shangguan Yang. Anyway, as long as he was there, he wouldn't allow Jing Jining to say something that other people shouldn't know. Jining, why don't we go out for a walk? I need to have a private talk with you, said Shangguan Yang. Actually, he had no secrets to share with Jing Jining, but Jing Yunyan came with Jing Jining, which made him feel that Jing Yunyan had a malicious purpose. It was as if he was spying on Jing Jining. Therefore, Shangguan Yang wanted to ask Jing Jining about it. Sure, said Jing Jining and immediately stood up. Hearing that, Jing Yunyan squinted. He sensed that Shangguan Yang had noticed that something wasn't right and so wanted to talk with Jing Jining without his presence. He wouldn't allow it to happen, so he also stood up at once. Senior Shangguan, I'll go with you. This is my first time that I've visited your residence. I'm interested in a tour too. However, Shangguan Yang was displeased, looking at Jing Yunyan in annoyance. Lord Jing, you've not been invited. I can accept that. You're a guest, so I ought to be polite. But don't you think it's a little rude for you to ask for a tour? Lord Jing, why don't you leave first? Shangguan Yang wouldn't waste any more time on Jing Yunyan. Jing Yunyan got mad for a second. He didn't expect Shangguan Yang to embarrass him publicly and even try to chase him away. Unfortunately, since Shangguan Yang ordered him to leave, he couldn't stay any longer. He was afraid that Jing Jining might leak information, so he warned him before he walked away. Well, If Senior Shangguan wants me to leave right now, I'll go. Jing Yunyan replied angrily, then turned to say in a disdainful tone, but I need to tell Jining about one thing. The patriarch just sent me to find Jining to deal with something. However, he needed to come to see you so we could deal with the matter later. However, I need to tell him about it now. When Jing Yunyan said that, he was worried that Jing Jining might embarrass him again by saying that he was lying. However, he was reluctant to leave like that, so he gave Jing Jining a warning glance. Jing Yunyan deliberately said that it was their business, so it had nothing to do with Shangguanyang. Instead, it was the Jing family's family affair. Otherwise, it could easily cause a misunderstanding if he had a private talk with Jing Jining at this moment. Sure. Jing Jining didn't embarrass Jing Yunyan this time. On the contrary, he acted in concert with him. Afterwards, he said to Shangguanyang, Senior Shangguan, please give me a moment. I need to go out with my cousin for a while. No problem, said Shangguanyang. Although Jing Yunyan felt that he didn't give Jing Jining an obvious warning, Shangguanyang and Guning saw everything. They knew there was something wrong. They guessed that Jing Jining was being spied on, and Jing Yunyan might warn Jing Jining not to do something when they had a private chat outside. Anyway, they would ask Jing Jining about it later. After that, Jing Jining went out with Jing Yunyan. Because Jing Yunyan was in a bad mood since Shangguanyang chased him away, he didn't say goodbye to them on his way out. Once Jing Jining and Jing Yunyan were gone, Guning said, Master, Jing Yunyan came with Uncle Jing for a purpose. I'm afraid that it's not an order from Jing Yaorong that they need to go to deal with something. I think Jing Yunyan is going to warn Jing Jining about something. I agree, but we'll know by asking Jining about it later, said Shangguanyang. No matter how they guessed right now, they couldn't figure it out. After Jing Jining went out with Jing Yunyan, Jing Yunyan warned him seriously. Jining, you better listen to my father. Don't say anything that other people shouldn't know, or it'll cause all of us trouble. I understand, Jing Jining replied. He wasn't angry and didn't bother to argue with Jing Yunyan. He agreed with what Jing Yunyan told him. However, he might not really listen to him. In fact, it wouldn't make a difference even if he told other people that Jing Yunyao was still alive. Although Jing Jining agreed, Jing Yunyan was still worried that Jing Jining might not listen to them. So he continued to threaten him. You better keep your words. If anything bad happens to my father, your parents won't live a peaceful life either. Upon hearing that, Jing Jining squinted, looking at Jing Yunyan coldly. Jing Yunyan, stop threatening me with my parents, or I'll teach you a lesson first. Don't think my family is easy to bully. We aren't cowards. You? Jing Yunyan was angry, but was also afraid of Jing Jining. He didn't want to annoy Jing Jining, because Jing Jining might blurt their family's dirty secret out in anger. That was the last thing that he wanted. As a result, no matter how angry Jing Yunyan was, he had to curb his anger at this moment. He could only go home and talk about it with his father. Don't forget what you agreed to do, said Jing Yunyan, then left. As soon as Jing Yunyan left, Jing Jining went back to the house. Why did he come with you? Shangguanyang asked. Jing Jining replied honestly. To spy on me. Yunyao ran into Jing Yunyan's wife and daughter the other day. She injured his daughter, Jing Bingjie. The Jing family was alert since a female top cultivator showed up in the capital. They connected the dots and found out that Yunyao isn't dead. After I came back, they questioned me about that. Because I didn't know they would find out that Yunyao is still alive. I lost control of my reactions and they verified that it was true. So I admitted it. Anyway, Yunyao is in the early stage of the out-of-body stage now, and Shouting is in the early stage of the Yuaning period. Even if they meet each other by chance, they should be no match for Yunyao and Shouting. There is nothing to worry about. In order to not let more people find out that Yunyao is still alive, they sent someone to spy on me and forbade me from leaving the cultivation world. Jing Jining said this in a relaxed tone, because it didn't matter even though they learned about it now. In addition, it hadn't been his intention to admit it. If it was possible, he would deny it, but the Jing family wouldn't believe him. After hearing his reply, Shangguanyang and Guning didn't think it was a big deal either. They thought it was understandable that Jing Jining admitted that Jing Yunyao was still alive. Like Jing Jining said,
Given Jing Yunyao and Leng Xiaoting's level now, they were strong enough to take revenge, and it would happen sooner or later. They just needed to wait till Leng Xiaoting had time. Therefore, it wasn't important whether the Jing family was aware that Jing Yunyao was still alive or not. Oh, it's fine. Shang Guanyang and Gu Ning nodded. In fact, I don't think it'll make a big difference if Jing Yunyao hears that the Jing family already knows that she's still alive. It won't stop her and Xiaoting from taking revenge, said Gu Ning with little laughter. She thought it was unnecessary for the Jing family to be so alert. Anyway, whether the Jing family was prepared for it, it would happen sooner or later. They couldn't escape. Right, I had the same thought. So I didn't rush to go out after Jing Yaorong forbade me from leaving the cultivation world. I can just focus on myself during this time, said Jing Jining. But Jing Jining paused for a second, then took out his phone from his pocket. He handed it to Gu Ning and continued. There is a recording of Jing Yaorong admitting his actions towards Yun Yao and her husband. He admitted that he tried to kill them. I secretly recorded it when he questioned me. After all, it happened years ago. I'm afraid there is no evidence left. Take this and give it to Yun Yao. Tell her to keep it. I think it'll be useful. When Jing Yaorong questioned him that day, he secretly recorded their conversation in order to leave Jing Yun Yao some evidence. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to get any proof after so many years. Great! Gu Ning took Jing Jining's phone in surprise. She didn't expect that Jing Jining would record his conversation with Jing Yaorong. Anyway, it was good news because it was indeed hard for them to collect any evidence after over a dozen years. Alright, they are no match for Yun Yao and Xiaoting. Since we're in the cultivation world now, let's visit Tiandazong together. We need to be respectful, said Shang Guanyang. Although Tiandazong treated him as a distinguished guest, he didn't think he was superior to them. He needed to learn how to socialize with other people. After all, they would live in the cultivation world in the future, so they had to form a good relationship with Tiandazong. It was convenient for everyone. Why not? Gu Ning and Jing Jining agreed, then went to Tiandazong with Shang Guanyang. However, halfway on the road, they met by Ling Tian and his guards. After Yang Ping and the others left, they didn't go anywhere else, but directly went back to Tiandazong. They told Bai Ling Tian that Shang Guanyang was in the cultivation world. Once Bai Ling Tian heard the news, he rushed to see Shang Guanyang. Senior Shangguan, why didn't you send someone to tell me that you're in the cultivation world? As the host, I should welcome you. If my disciples hadn't shared the news with me, I wouldn't know at all, said Bai Ling Tian, seemingly unhappy. Haha, I just wanted to see my new house first, so I didn't tell you I arrived. After having a tour of the house, I was on my way to Tiandazong now, said Shang Guanyang. Since he came to the cultivation world, he needed to pay Tiandazong a visit. Otherwise Tiandazong might think that he was arrogant. You're always welcome, Senior Shangguan. I'm more than willing to see you again. Please, said Bai Ling Tian. Afterwards, they went to Tiandazong together. Senior Shangguan, when will you move to the cultivation world? Asked Bai Ling Tian. I don't know for the time being, because my disciples still need to deal with a lot of things outside. There is no signal in the cultivation world, so it's not convenient for them. So we can't stay here for long right now, said Shang Guanyang. In fact, he would be bored if he stayed in the cultivation world for too long. In the old days, he might have been used to it because he had been alone for hundreds of years before, but now it was hard for him to be quiet and alone again after getting used to the activity in the mortal world. Right, they need to cultivate and build their career at the same time. Bai Ling Tian understood it. Money was very important whether in ancient times or modern society. In the ancient times, there were magical pills for sale, so they needed to make a lot of money in order to buy magical pills. Now there weren't magical pills, but there was magical energy provided by jade. Jade was expensive, so they still needed a lot of money. Accordingly, cultivators needed to cultivate and make money at the same time. However, the house is done, so I'll come and stay here for a few days once in a while. If it's possible, we can chat and have fun together, said Shang Guanyang. Sure, you're always welcome, Senior Shangguan, said Bai Ling Tian sincerely. In the Jing family, as soon as Jing Yunyan rushed back home, he went to see Jing Yaorong. Slow down, what happened? Jing Yaorong was in a bad mood because of Jing Yunyao, so he was displeased when Jing Yunyan rushed inside. Father, Shang Guanyang is in the cultivation world now, and Jing Jining went to meet him, said Jing Yunyan. What? Shang Guanyang is in the cultivation world now, and Jing Jining went to see him. Jing Yaorong immediately stood up from the chair. Why did Shang Guanyang come to the cultivation world? Does he know anything? I don't know. I was afraid that Jing Jining might tell them something, but Shang Guanyang chased me away. Although I reminded Jing Jining to keep it a secret, he might not listen to me. I didn't know what to do, so I could only come back to see you, said Jing Yunyan. Hearing that, Jing Yaorong had no idea what to do now either. Father, what should we do now? Jing Yunyan asked anxiously when Jing Yaorong said nothing. What can I do? We can only hope that Jing Jining will keep it a secret, said Jing Yaorong. He couldn't send someone to take Jing Jining back right now. It would only make him look guilty if he stopped Jing Jining from seeing Shang Guanyang. In addition, he didn't dare to act against Shang Guanyang like that. As a result, at this moment, Jing Yaorong was irritated. Tell your uncle to come to see me, Jing Yaorong said to Jing Yunyan. He could only use Jing Yanhua to put pressure on Jing Jining now. Sure, said Jing Yunyan, then immediately went to find Jing Yanhua. When Jing Yunyan walked into the south yard, he found Jing Yanhua. Because of Jing Jining, he was mad and had a bad attitude. Uncle Yanhua, my father needs to see you. Upon seeing Jing Yunyan's attitude, Jing Yanhua understood that something was wrong. So he asked, what happened? You'll know soon, said Jing Yunyan. Since Jing Yunyan refused to tell him, Jing Yanhua stopped asking. Like Jing Yunyan said, he would know later. Therefore, Jing Yanhua followed Jing Yunyan. In Jing Yaorong's study, Jing Yanhua asked, Yaorong, what happened? Do you know that someone called Jing Jining to go out? Jing Yaorong asked. I do. A domestic servant told me that disciples from Tiandazong came to see him. Isn't it Tiandazong that asked to see Jining? Jing Yanhua said. He thought that it was Tiandazong that wanted to see Jing Jining. Yeah, it was disciples from Tiandazong that came to call him, but it was actually Shang Guanyang who wanted to see him. Yunyan followed him to Shang Guanyang's residence, but Shang Guanyang chased him away. It must be Jing Jining's idea. He wanted to talk with Shang Guanyang about something that will embarrass the Jing family when Yunyan is absent, said Jing Yaorong, lying that it was Jing Jining's idea to chase Jing Yunyan away, but that was his suspicion. Yanhua, let's be candid here. You promised that you won't interfere in the affair with Jing Yunyao. However, if Jing Jining says anything that embarrasses the Jing family, I'm afraid I will have to teach him a lesson. Jing Yaorong threatened, because he was too angry to control himself right now. Hearing that, Jing Yanhua was slightly surprised. He hadn't known that it was Shang Guanyang who wanted to see Jing Jining. Anyway, he felt that Jing Jining might tell Shang Guanyang about the Jing family's dirty secret. But he was also clearly aware that it wouldn't make any difference because he knew Jing Yunyao and her son's level. They had Shang Guanyang's help too. So Jing Yaorong was no match for Jing Yunyao and her son. Yaorong, Senior Shangguan chasing Yunyan away might not have anything to do with Jining. If they know that Yunyao has a long-standing grudge against the Jing family, do you think Senior Shangguan would still be willing to meet Yunyan? Besides, Yunyan wasn't invited, so it was rude. It's Senior Shangguan's home. He can chase unwanted guests out. Also, I don't think Senior Shangguan is familiar with Yunyan, said Jing Yanhua. Although he believed that Jing Jining would tell Shang Guanyang that the Jing family was aware Jing Yunyao was still alive, he didn't think it was Jing Jining's idea to chase Jing Yunyan away. It wouldn't change the result after all. Jing Jining wouldn't bother. You? Hearing Jing Yanhua's reply, Jing Yaorong was angry because he felt humiliated. Jing Yanhua was right. If Shang Guanyang learned about Jing Yunyao's grudge against the Jing family, he wouldn't welcome Jing Yunyan. And Jing Yunyan wasn't invited. It was indeed impolite. However, it was still embarrassing that Jing Yunyan was chased away. Jing Yunyan was also displeased about that. He knew that Jing Yanhua's words made sense, but he went to Shang Guanyang's residence to spy on Jing Jining. Therefore, Jing Yunyan argued, I know it's impolite that I went to visit Shang Guanyang without an invitation,
but I just wanted to stop Cousin Jining from saying something that might damage our family's reputation. I did it for the Jing family. Well, you refuse to believe in Jining. You're bothering yourself, said Jing Yanhua. He understood why they didn't trust Jing Jining. After all, Jing Jining had a very close relationship with Jing Yunyao. Do you think I can believe him? He knew that Jing Yunyao was still alive, but he didn't tell us. Do you think I should trust him? Jing Yaorong questioned. If not, what do you want to do? Jing Yanhua asked. He realized that it was impossible to persuade Jing Yaorong to believe Jing Jining, so he stopped arguing. Send someone to bring Jing Jining back. Just tell him that you need to talk with him about something important. I'll ask him what he did afterwards, said Jing Yaorong. Fine. Jing Yanhua agreed. After that, Jing Yanhua left and sent someone to find Jing Jining at Shangguan Yang's residence. However, at this moment, Jing Jining wasn't in Shangguan Yang's residence, but at Tiandazong. Therefore, Jing Yanhua's man waited at the foot of Tiandazong for Jing Jining. Jing Jining, Shangguan Yang, and Gu Ning had dinner at Tiandazong, then climbed down the mountain. Shangguan Yang and Gu Ning didn't plan to stay in the cultivation world tonight, so they would leave right away. Jing Jining decided to stay, because he was worried that Jing Yaorong might make things difficult for his parents if he left. Bai Ling Tian wanted to walk Shangguan Yang out in person, but Shangguan Yang declined, so Bai Ling Tian stopped at the gate of Tiandazong. Because Jing Jining was with Shangguan Yang, Bai Ling Tian didn't insist. After watching Shangguan Yang and the others disappear from his sight, Bai Ling Tian returned to his place. From afar, Jing Jining saw his father's henchman at the foot of the mountain. He immediately figured it out. It must be Jing Yunyan who reported his visit to Shangguan Yang to Jing Yaorong and then forced his father to bring him back. Honored to see you, Senior Shangguan. When Shangguan Yang and the others approached, Jing Yanhua's subordinate greeted Shangguan Yang respectfully. Hi, said Shangguan Yang. Then the man said to Jing Jining, Lord, Master needs to talk with you about something important. Please go home right away. All right, I'll be right back. Jing Jining answered. He had no intention of leaving the cultivation world, so he didn't care whether it was an excuse. Well, Senior Shangguan, please forgive me. I'll visit you when I can go out again, Jing Jining said to Shangguan Yang. Sure, see you, said Shangguan Yang. Jing Jining just told Shangguan Yang why he couldn't go out, so Shangguan Yang understood his situation. He agreed that Jing Jining shouldn't go out now. Since they were aware of the situation Jing Jining was in, they would tell Jing Yunyao about it. If she could take revenge earlier, they would do so. In that case, Jing Jining would be free earlier too. After all, Jing Jining was being kept in the cultivation world because of Jing Yunyao. Jing Jining then left Shangguan Yang and went back to the Jing family's house with his father's subordinate. Shangguan Yang and Gu Ning walked away as well. I wonder what will happen to Uncle Jing after he gets back home. Gu Ning was slightly worried. Actually, Tiandazong wouldn't let Jing Yaorong get away with it if he dared to hurt Jing Jining. Besides, at that time, the fact that Jing Yaorong had tried to kill Jing Yunyao would be completely exposed too. Therefore, Gu Ning believed that Jing Yaorong wouldn't hurt Jing Jining as long as he still had his reason. However, it was possible that Jing Yaorong would become impulsive. Even though Jing Yaorong would pay for his behavior, Gu Ning still didn't want anything bad to happen. It would cause a great loss if they couldn't salvage the situation. If Jing Jining was really injured, it would become Jing Yunyao's fault, because it happened because of her. Therefore, Jing Yunyao would be overwhelmed by guilt. He should be fine, unless Jing Yaorong wants to ruin himself too, but we need to let Yunyao know about it once we're back. They must advance their plan if it's possible, said Shangguan Yang. He didn't think that Jing Yaorong would make up his mind to hurt Jing Jining's family, but it might happen, so he was still worried. Sure. Gu Ning nodded. Given the current situation, there was nothing for Jing Yunyao and Leng Xiaoting to think too much about. They were strong enough to defeat the Jing family. Moreover, she wouldn't stand on the sidelines. Even if she couldn't defeat an elder, she could deal with some of the weaker ones. Once Jing Jining got back to the Jing family's house with his father's subordinate, he was asked to go to Jing Yaorong's study. At the same time, Jing Yanhua's subordinate went to call him over.
Jing Jining understood what Jing Yaorong wanted to know from him. He thought it was unnecessary, but he still obeyed the order. He couldn't help disdaining Jing Yaorong in his heart, because Jing Yaorong paid too much attention to him. It seemed that Jing Yaorong didn't realize it wouldn't make any difference even if Jing Yunyao found out that they already knew she was still alive. To be honest, Jing Jining played an important role in this event. After all, he could gain the most from their battle. If Jing Yaorong was unseated, he could become the new patriarch of the Jing family. Jing Jining would accept the result if it really happened. If Jing Yunyan was able to seize the position, he should deal with Jing Yunyao first. But Jing Jining didn't think it was possible. When Jing Jining walked into the study, he saw Jing Yaorong's angry face. Jing Yaorong stared at him coldly, but he stayed calm. Although he felt stressed under the pressure released by Jing Yaorong because Jing Yaorong's level was much higher than his, Jing Jining composed himself. Anyway, they had already argued a few times, so Jing Jining didn't bother to be polite to Jing Yaorong now. He decided to be threatening too. Patriarch, what happened? Jing Jining asked purposefully. It sounded as if Jing Yaorong asked to see him for something good. Jing Yaorong clearly knew that Jing Jining deliberately did that, but he got angrier. Jing Jining, stop playing dumb with me, he said coldly. What? Patriarch, I don't understand what you're talking about. How could I know what has happened if you don't tell me? Please be straightforward. I'm so tired of guessing, said Jing Jining. He was blaming Jing Yaorong for wasting time. Jing Yaorong was mad. Although he knew that Jing Jining did that on purpose, he had to admit that it wasn't wrong. So he suddenly didn't know what to say. As a result, Jing Yaorong fell into silence, coldly staring at Jing Jining. Seeing Jing Yaorong remaining silent, Jing Jining said nothing. Because Jing Yaorong didn't tell him to sit, he stood there still. Before long, Jing Yanhua came. Hi, Yaorong. Once Jing Yanhua came in, he called Jing Yaorong, but he noticed Jing Yaorong's angry expression the next moment, and immediately realized that Jing Yaorong must be very mad at Jing Jining. Jing Yanhua felt resigned, but he could understand it. Ever since Jing Jining learned about what Jing Yaorong had done to Jing Yunyao, he refused to have a good attitude towards Jing Yaorong again, but he would stay respectful at least on the surface. However, after the fact that Jing Yunyao wasn't dead was exposed, Jing Jining became aggressive, especially before Jing Yaorong. Yeah, said Jing Yaorong in a flat voice. Jing Jining, why did Shangguan Yang want to see you? Jing Yaorong didn't ask that until Jing Yanhua came. Senior Shangguan came to see his residence. I'm responsible for building his house. Why do you think he wants to see me? Jing Jining asked, implying that Shangguan Yang came to see him because of the house. Jing Jining, stop it now. You better be honest with me, said Jing Yaorong angrily. Then why do you think Senior Shangguan wants to see me? Because of Yunyao. Jing Jining continued. He actually already had the answer because Jing Yaorong believed that Shangguan Yang came to see him for Jing Yunyao. Isn't that the real reason? Jing Yaorong asked coldly. Why was Yunyan chased away after he went there with you? Tell me, was it your idea? Well, Jing Jining sneered. Patriarch, you thought too much. Actually, it's Senior Shangguan who wanted me to have a tour in his house. Yunyan asked to go with us and annoyed Senior Shangguan. After all, Yunyan wasn't invited. For my sake, Senior Shangguan didn't chase Yunyan away at the beginning. After a pause, Jing Jining continued. It's Senior Shangguan's residence, and Yunyan is an outsider. Without Senior Shangguan's invitation, he shouldn't go inside. It's very understandable that Senior Shangguan was unhappy. That's the reason why Yunyan was chased away. It has nothing to do with me. Didn't you give Shangguan Yang any hints that made him chase Yunyan away? Jing Yaorong didn't believe it. Patriarch, Senior Shangguan is a lot more important than me. I don't think he would do that for me. I'm not influential enough. Anyway, if you refuse to believe me, I can do nothing. It'll be meaningless no matter how I explain since there is no trust between us. I think you should stop questioning me about that. Jing Jining lost his patience. Mind your attitude. Jing Yaorong felt embarrassed by Jing Jining, so he got angry. Jing Jining, how could you talk to me like that? He was the Jing family's patriarch, and except for Jing Jining,
No one dared to be so rude to him in the Jing family. Jing Jining always behaved against him and even appeared aggressive. Then how should I talk to you? You're the patriarch, but I'm not a servant. Do I have to listen to you no matter what? Jing Jining felt that Jing Yaorong was ridiculous. He told the truth, but Jing Yaorong refused to believe it. Their communication was totally meaningless. Jing Yaorong was mad. Although he wouldn't force Jing Jining to listen to him, he wouldn't allow him to go against or even fool him. He still believed that Jing Jining didn't tell him the truth. Let me ask you, did you talk about Jing Yunyao with Shangguan Yang? Jing Yaorong asked. Yes, Yunyao is my cousin. Care about her. When I met Senior Shangguan, shouldn't I ask him about her condition? Jing Jining replied. It wasn't wrong. But Jing Yaorong wanted to know something other than that. Did you tell Shangguan Yang that the Jing family is aware that Yunyao isn't dead? No, said Jing Jining, lying. However, he didn't look guilty at all. As usual, Jing Yaorong refused to believe him and continued to question him. Did you or did you not? I didn't. I already told you the answer. Patriarch, if you still refuse to believe me, I think we should stop. My answer won't change. I told you I didn't, said Jing Jining. Jing Yaorong didn't say anything, but focused on Jing Jining, trying to find out whether he was guilty. Unfortunately, after watching Jing Jining for a long while, he still couldn't see anything wrong with him. Fine, if so, can you promise on your parents' lives? If you told Shangguan Yang that we already found out that Jing Yunyao isn't dead, your patriarch. Jing Jining stopped him right away before Jing Yaorong could finish. At this moment, Jing Jining was furious. Jing Yanhua was also extremely displeased. What Jing Yaorong wanted was unacceptable. Although his parents wouldn't really be in trouble because of his promise, it hurt deeply that Jing Yaorong asked him to do that. Believe it or not, but don't force me to do such an evil thing. My parents are as important as my life. I won't risk their lives to make a stupid promise. I have no intention of interfering in your grudge against Yunyao. However, Patriarch, if you continue to cause me trouble and force me to listen to you, I might change my mind. Jing Jining threatened. He had told Shangguan Yang that Jing Yaorong was already aware that Jing Yunyao wasn't dead. However, he still wouldn't risk his parents' safety to make such a promise, even if he hadn't. Whether he had or not, he wouldn't put his parents in danger. Although in his parents' eyes, he had done many wrong things. He would never hurt his parents. He would risk his own life instead of his parents. You? Jing Yaorong realized that he shouldn't have said that, but he was really not convinced by Jing Jining's reply. Anyway, he was very mad at Jing Jining's threat. Yaorong, Jining listened to you and never left the cultivation world. You also sent someone to spy on him. Did you catch him doing anything wrong? Senior Shangguan came today and wanted to see him. Would you stop him from going? If you aim to do that, go tell Senior Shangguan not to see Jining again. You don't think Senior Shangguan deserves your respect. But we do. Jining also told you that he didn't tell Senior Shangguan that you already know that Yunyao isn't dead. Why won't you believe him? Do you have to force Jining to say that he told Senior Shangguan? If he did, what will you do? Kill him? Jing Yanhua was extremely angry. Even though he thought that Jing Jining might have told Shangguan Yang about it, he didn't think it was a big deal. Since Jing Jining denied it, as Jing Jining's father, he would defend Jing Jining. Jing Yaorong was embarrassed, because he didn't dare to tell Shangguan Yang not to see Jing Jining again. What would he do if Jing Jining admitted that he had told Shangguan Yang he knew that Jing Yunyao was still alive? It was impossible for him to kill Jing Jining, but it was unavoidable that he would injure him. He wouldn't allow any member of the Jing family to betray him. The moment Jing Yanhua finished speaking, Jing Jining added, Patriarch, do you really think it'll help you if Yunyao doesn't know that you already found out that she's still alive? It won't change the result whether she knows about it or not. You should know Yunyao's level is extremely high by now, so Jing Jining stopped arguing afterwards, but his intention was obvious. He was implying that Jing Yaorong might not be a match for Jing Yunyao. At this moment, Jing Yaorong was in a terrible mood, because what Jing Jining said was true. He knew that Jing Yunyao had reached a new level, but he wasn't clear about her abilities.
As a result, although he guessed that Jing Yuniao was in the early stage of the Yuanning period now, he wasn't sure about it. What's her current level? Jing Yaorong asked seriously. He knew that Jing Jining wouldn't tell him, but he still wanted to know the answer, because it seemed Jing Yuniao's level was higher than he thought. So, it would be bad news. Since I won't interfere in your grudge against Yuniao, I won't tell you her current level, said Jing Jining. You? It wasn't a surprising answer, but he was still angry at Jing Jining's answer. Patriarch, if there is nothing important, I will go now, said Jing Jining. He lost his patience and was unwilling to waste more time arguing with Jing Yaorong. Jing Yaorong didn't reply to Jing Jining, but turned to look at Jing Yanhua. Yanhua, do you agree with him? Patriarch, you told Jining not to interfere. Since Jining isn't allowed to be involved, isn't it right that he says nothing to either side? Jing Yanhua supported Jing Jining. Do you believe that Jing Jining won't tell Jing Yuniao about the Jing family's situation? Jing Yaorong asked. He refused to trust Jing Jining. After all, Jing Jining had a close relationship with Jing Yuniao. Because of what he had done to Jing Yuniao, Jing Jining had harbored a long-standing grudge against him. It was impossible that he said nothing about the Jing family to Jing Yuniao. If Jing Yuniao wanted to take revenge, she undoubtedly needed to know the Jing family's situation better. I don't know what he has done before, but now it is different, said Jing Yanhua. He implied that it wasn't Jing Jining's fault even if he had done that before. Do you mean you support Jing Yuniao in getting revenge against the Jing family? Jing Yanhua, don't forget that you're also a member of the Jing family. If I'm killed, it won't do you any good. In anger, Jing Yaorong directly called Jing Yanhua's full name. But I've never hurt Yuniao, said Jing Yanhua. In other words, Jing Yuniao would only pay Jing Yaorong back. He was innocent. You? Jing Yaorong was getting angrier and was more convinced that Jing Yanhua and Jing Jining wanted to replace him. Therefore, he asked, do you look forward to seeing me killed? Do you aim to replace me? Patriarch. Jing Yanhua instantly got mad. He called Jing Yaorong the patriarch this time, because he never had the thought of replacing Jing Yaorong. He only felt hurt that Jing Yaorong was suspicious of him. Why do you have to hurl accusations on innocent people? You're the one who tried to kill Yuniao. Now the dirty secret has been exposed, yet you try to blame us for that. What exactly do you want? If you're suspicious of us, you can chase us out of the Jing family. Because he was also a member of the Jing family, Jing Yanhua always worked diligently and stayed loyal to Jing Yaorong. Even when he learned that Jing Yaorong had killed Jing Yuniao, he didn't report it to Tiandazong. However, Jing Yaorong became suspicious of them just because he felt threatened. It hurt him deeply. As a result, he was serious if Jing Yaorong really wanted to chase them out of the Jing family. Being a member of the Jing family made him feel humiliated now. The Jing family had a bad reputation, but he could tolerate it. However, Jing Yaorong's attitude broke his heart. You? Jing Yaorong was very mad, but he didn't think he was wrong. After all, it was a fact that Jing Jining didn't tell them that Jing Yuniao was still alive and refused to tell him about Jing Yuniao's current level. By doing that, Jing Jining put the Jing family in danger, which easily aroused suspicion. Patriarch, make it short. What exactly do you want to do? Jing Yanhua asked. He also lost his patience and wanted a definite answer right now. Looking at Jing Yanhua angrily, Jing Yaorong said nothing, because there was no reason for him to chase Jing Yanhua's family out of the Jing family. Most importantly, if he chased Jing Yanhua's family out of the Jing family, they would certainly side with Jing Yuniao afterwards. It would only make the situation worse. Jing Yaorong said nothing, while Jing Yanhua and Jing Jining remained silent too. They were waiting for Jing Yaorong's next step. After remaining quiet for a while, Jing Yaorong said, "All right, you can leave now. I will trust you once." In the end, Jing Yaorong stopped arguing and let them leave. Since Jing Yaorong said nothing further, Jing Yanhua and Jing Jining directly left. Back in the south yard, Jing Yanhua asked Jing Jining whether he had told Shangguan Yang Jing Yaorong was already aware that Jing Yuniao wasn't dead. Jing Jining honestly replied that he had. Anyway, it wouldn't change the result whether or not he had told Shangguan Yang that, so Jing Yanhua didn't think it was a big deal.
However, Jing Jining didn't tell his father that he had recorded his conversation with Jing Yaorong, then gave it to Gu Ning, and that Gu Ning would pass it to Jing Yunyao. Even though Jing Yanhua was his father and he could trust his father, he still had his own secrets. When Shangguanyang and Gu Ning got back to the Sihiyuan, it was already 10 p.m. It wasn't too late, so the others were still awake. They were chatting casually in the living room. After they were back, Gu Ning asked Jiang Lilua and Si Jin about their first day at work. Jiang Lilua and Si Jin replied that they weren't used to it yet because it was the first time that they had worked, but they didn't encounter any difficulties. It was understandable because this was a new experience and they would get better over time. Actually, Jiang Lilua and Si Jin only felt a bit unaccustomed with their work. It wasn't too bad. They were born in the ancient times after all. The only thing that didn't change in modern society was character.